The Stone Mermaid, a dark fantasy romance story. Written by Aisha Urooj. Narrated by Dante Chandler. Part 1. Chapter 1. For she was light, he was darkness. For she was the sun, he was nothing. Victor was thinking about her again. The sea witch's son had a fascination, an obsession even, with Ariana. Victor's obsession was even more unusual, seeing it was everyone else that fell for him. He could charm anyone with his smile. He could even captivate them further with his magic. All he desired in the oceans was his to take, all except for her, and that made him want her more. Ariana was the Sea King's daughter, the most beautiful mermaid in the seven seas. Sure, her siren cousins were more alluring, even more agreeable, but there was something about her he couldn't get off his mind. Was it her voice? Was it her physical beauty? Or was it something else? Victor's brand of magic had no effect on the mermaid, nor did Ariana fall for his charms. If only she had a weakness, Victor thought. Something he could mold or bend toward his will. But Ariana had no desires, except to be free. Hers was an odd desire, her freedom, but Victor thought he knew why. Ariana's mother was a human, kidnapped by the Sea King, and brought against her will to his watery kingdom. Mad in love and lust, he made a bargain with the sea witch, Ursula, Victor's mother. If the Sea King's love had been greater than his lust, he would have sought Helena's heart first, but he didn't. Ursula told Brutus it could be done, that he could have his human bride, and she could live with him underwater if he gave away some of his kingdom to her. Now the Sea King ruled the seven seas, but the darkest and deepest corners of his kingdom belonged to the sea witch. For as long as she lived, Helena, Ariana's mother, never loved the Sea King. She was bound to him against her will, a bird in a gilded cage, or in her case, trapped in a floating crystal palace under the sea. Helena never forgot, but for all her sorrow, she dearly loved her daughter. Ariana was the reason she didn't fade away sooner. As she grew up, Helena told Ariana stories about the human world, the wonders and magic of the land above the oceans. Though she never uttered a word of complaint to her daughter, she made Ariana promise to prize her freedom above everything and guard it with her life. Helena died when Ariana was 16. Ariana remembered the promise she made to her mother. Victor had cared for Ariana's mother because of her gentle nature. Queen Helena's kindness was a stark contrast to his own mother, Ursula. He had watched the queen fade with each passing year, so Victor understood Ariana's reason. Ariana is a creature of the sea, and I am not forcibly taking her away from her realm, Victor mused. I am not as brutal as the old king. Victor knew Ariana, unlike her human mother, was born an immortal being. Her magic might be delayed, but she was still immortal. I have an eternity to change Ariana's mind, Victor said to himself. She will be mine. For her 17th birthday, Helena requested to her father she wanted to see the ocean. 17 years she had lived in this world without seeing a glimpse of an ocean wave. Her father thought it was an odd birthday present to ask for, but since it didn't cost him anything except a few days' journey, he agreed. They had a good harvest that year, and he could afford to spend a few days away. Helena's siblings were 5 and 6, too young to be fascinated by anything other than toys. They were also too young for the journey, so they stayed behind with their mother. Helena's stepmother thought her husband spoiled her oldest daughter, but didn't say a word. She knew Helena hardly asked for anything. It was impossible that he would deny his favorite daughter's only request, she thought, so she didn't bother to stop them. Helena and her father, the farmer, went on the journey to see the ocean. Helena loved her birthday present. She had seen nothing so big as the ocean. Her world instantly stretched, bigger than the farm she was used to seeing. Helena played with the seashells and sang songs to the waves. She liked looking at the waves crashing onto the shore, but she didn't like being in the water. She found the water too cold for her liking. Helena had been playing near the rocks when she first saw him. He was a strange-looking boy. His eyes were the same color as the ocean, as if they had captured the waves in them. He looked 17, the same age as Helena, but seemed much older. "Can I know your name?" he asked. "My name is Helena," Helena replied. "So you like singing, Helena? You have a beautiful voice," he said. Helena blushed at his compliment. She saw the strange boy every day while she was near the ocean. Every time, he seemed to appear out of nowhere. Every time, he disappeared when her father was around. Sometimes, Helena thought that perhaps the boy was imaginary, a figment of her imagination. Her stepmother had often said that she daydreamed too much. She said it was not a good trait for a girl to have. She said Helena should learn to be practical. "Where do you live?" Helena asked him one day. "I live in an underwater kingdom. Would you like to see it?" he asked. His answer surprised Helena. Perhaps she really was in a daydream. Helena shook her head. "I am only here for a few days, and then I will return to my farm. I don't even know how to swim well." "I can teach you," the strange boy offered. "I don't like to be away from my family," Helena answered truthfully. "I don't like the water, for it is too cold." "I can give you a ring which will help you in the water. You won't feel cold anymore," the boy said. He showed her a ring which had a single pink pearl. Helena thought that it must have been pricey, for it was precious. She remembered how her father had warned her not to accept gifts from strangers. "I cannot accept such a gift. It probably costs more than my entire village," Helena exclaimed. The ring that the boy gave Helena was worth more than all the villages combined. It was an immortality ring, and once the wearer wore it, they gained eternal life. "Please accept my gift. Wherever you go, if you wear it and call my name, I will come to you," the boy said. "What is your name?" Helena asked. Helena thought she was so silly she hadn't even asked the strange boy his name. "My name is Brutus," the Sea King replied. "Wear the ring, Helena, and call me only when you are ready to go with me." "Okay, Brutus, I will accept your gift, as I want to see you again," Helena said, blushing, as she took the pretty ring. That was the last she saw of the strange boy as she left the ocean with her father back to her village. She put the ring in a safe place and forgot about it for an entire year. Next harvest season, her father had a poor yield. It worried the family as they did not have enough food to last through the winter. Helena thought about the precious ring she had hidden away. Perhaps she could give it to her father. He could sell it, and it would solve all their problems. She thought about Brutus and wondered if what he said was true. "I will try it on before I give the ring to father," Helena thought. She put the ring on and called Brutus's name. Brutus appeared in front of her, out of nowhere. He looked like an apparition under the dark, starless sky. Although Helena had not thought about him in a year, Brutus had remembered her every moment since. He had gone mad thinking about her. "Helena, you put on the ring and called my name. You wish to come with me to my kingdom," Brutus said with happiness. "I am sorry, Brutus. I was not thinking about going. I just wanted to see what you had said was true, that I didn't just imagine meeting you," Helena said, flustered. "You cannot go back on your word now," Brutus said in anger. "You have put the ring on, and so you will leave with me." He took Helena in his arms and took her back to his kingdom. The next morning, the farmer called Helena for breakfast, but she didn't reply. It was strange, as she usually was the first person to wake up. It shocked her father to find Helena's bedroom empty. The farmer looked for her desperately everywhere in the village, hoping she had gone to see a friend, but Helena was nowhere to be seen. His oldest daughter had gone missing without a trace. The villagers gossiped she must have run away with a man, but her father knew his daughter and knew she would never do such a thing. He felt that something horrible must have happened to her, as Helena loved her family. She wouldn't leave her father like that. She wouldn't leave her brother and sister like that. He wept for his missing daughter. The farmer searched for his missing daughter for years, but he died without ever seeing or hearing from his daughter again. Ursula, the sea witch, was pacing in her throne room. Her sea serpents twisted and turned as they swam around her arms, her crown of dark pearls visible on her head. Victor knew the powerful, raw magic that it contained. Victor stood idly by, knowing better to ask her what was wrong. The kingdom feared his mother above all the other powerful creatures in the ocean, and they had good reason to. Ursula was the empress of the dark lands, but her ambition was to rule the entire ocean. Making Helena's immortality ring cost me half my magic. I should have asked the Sea King for half his kingdom. He might have given it all away, too, Ursula said to her son. Victor had heard the conversation before. He was sure it wasn't the last time he would hear it. You underestimate the old man, Victor replied coolly. And you overestimate him. He is foolish, driven to madness by a mortal woman. At least he was driven by bodily desires, which is easier to satisfy. His daughter is even more foolish than her father, Ursula said. She is driven by something far more dangerous. Victor's heart started beating fast. It did whenever his mother mentioned Ariana. He evened his breath before asking, "What do you suggest drives her?" Victor asked, curious to know what his mother would say. "Her heart, and that will be her undoing." "I might get my kingdom yet," Ursula cackled. Victor didn't want to argue with his mother, so he smiled politely. Ursula might have been right about Ariana, but she was still blind in one regard. The sea witch didn't realize it was her son's heart she needed to worry about. Victor first noticed Ariana at her mother's funeral. He had seen her before, of course, playing with her siren cousins, or in the background whenever he went to the king's court with his mother. Ariana was 16 when he really noticed her. Her grief at her mother's passing made her solemn and pale. She trembled as she spoke to her cousins. When it was time for her to say farewell to her mother, she looked so frail that Victor worried she might faint. The queen's subjects had come in droves to say their farewell to their beloved ruler. Most were in tears, and some were even wailing in their sadness. Helena's kind spirit had touched so many, her gentle presence missed by all who knew her. They asked Ariana to sing for her mother, to share her grief with them. Grief-stricken as she was, Ariana was still her mother's daughter. Her entire body, and even her voice, was trembling when she said she would sing them a song. She felt the pain others were feeling and wanted to lessen their sorrow. When Ariana stood in front of the large court, Victor was struck by how fragile she looked. When Ariana sang, it was like his world shifted. For the first time, 18-year-old Victor felt his heart stir and his palms tremble. Love is a force like no other, capable of stirring even the strongest of hearts. Victor felt the full force of it that day as Ariana sang at her mother's funeral. There were thousands of others in the court, but all were silent as Ariana started singing in her beautiful voice. Floating above the muddy water, have you seen the lotus flower? In waters dark and tainted, pure was the beauty that awaited. What started as a simple bud grew in splendor up above. The petals, pink and white, layers in a circle, open with light. Floating above the muddy water, have you seen the lotus flower? The song was about a lotus flower, but Victor knew Ariana was singing about her mother. Victor was now 21, and Ariana was 19. The funeral was 3 years ago, and Victor had seen Ariana several times since. Whenever he saw her, however, his heart pounded the same way as it did hearing her sing that day. Chapter 2. With the death of his wife Helena, something broke inside the Sea King. Brutus no longer was the old, vengeful king as before, but became the broken-hearted father of Ariana. Ariana knew about the wonders of the surface from her mother, but she learned about human brutality from the Sea King, her father. The Sea King, Brutus, told his daughter about humankind's terrors and devastations. He told her how humans kill one another in wars. He warned her that humans will slaughter all the sea creatures if they got the chance to. Ariana had seen enough of her fish friends disappear to know what he said was true. Even so, a part of her wondered what the humans were really like. Ariana's curiosity got greater the older she got. With her mother gone, she sought anything and everything to do with the land dwellers. Ariana would find messages in bottles sent by humans from the surface. She would carefully open the bottles, only to see the letters wash away with the water. She tried not to be disappointed. She couldn't read or understand the words anyway. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't tell what they said. Ariana often wondered if her mother faded away, just like the ink of the surface letters. Her favorite finds were the ones which had photos. Those didn't fade that quickly, and she could see what the humans looked like. She thought they looked funny with their 2 legs. Ariana wanted to send the humans her own message, hoping it reached them somehow. She sang songs her mother taught her to seashells. She would ask the hermit crabs to take the shells to the surface and leave them on the sand. Ariana must have sent hundreds of shells filled with her songs, but she never once got a reply. When she was 17, Ariana tried to see the surface for herself. She swam and swam until she could see light shining above the waters. It was the closest Ariana had been to the surface. The water looked different, as the bright light made the water a lighter color than deep blue. She first reached her hand out of the water and saw droplets of it fall down like diamonds on her fingers. She remembered what her mother said about the sunshine. "The sun is so bright on the surface, Ariana. It warms you right up," her mother had said, her eyes brighter than she had ever seen it. "Do you feel cold down here, Mother?" Ariana had asked, concerned. "No, my love. Not when I have your hugs and kisses to keep me warm," Helena had replied. Ariana took a deep breath and lifted her head out of the water. The sunlight hit her face. It was so bright and warm, but she did not like it. She felt like any creature who was out of their element. She found it difficult to breathe, so she quickly dove down. Ariana had felt the sun's warmth for the first time, and it was nothing like she felt underwater. She now knew what her human mother must have gone through, being away from the sunshine, and her heart broke thinking about it. "My dear mother, you must have been so cold under the water," Ariana thought sadly. Ariana was fond of hearing fairy tales from her mother. Each night, she would ask Helena to tell her a different tale. Tonight, she wanted to hear about her mother's world at the surface. "Tell me a story about someone who goes to the mortal world, Mother," Ariana requested. "Anything for you, Ariana," Helena said with a smile. Helena began the story. In a place far, far away, deep on the ocean floor, there was a mermaid princess. The sea creatures called her the most beautiful creature in the ocean. But she was not satisfied. The vain mermaid princess wanted to be called the most beautiful person in the world. All the sea creatures would warn her not to be vain, but she wouldn't listen. She wanted to hear it from a human. None of the mortals knew of her beauty, as they couldn't see her. The mermaid princess makes a trade with the witch to become a human. The witch agrees. The witch says to the mermaid princess she would remain a human unless someone says she was the most beautiful person they had ever seen. The vain mermaid agrees, thinking that it was a good bargain. The witch was jealous of the mermaid's beauty. She did not tell her what the humans were really like. The mermaid princess goes to the surface. She meets a prince who calls her the most beautiful person. It surprised the mermaid princess when she doesn't turn back to being a mermaid, so she knew that he was lying to her. The greedy prince was after her jewels, as his kingdom was in trouble. The mermaid doesn't judge the prince. She gives away all her jewels and diamonds to him. The mermaid keeps searching for a human who would call her the most beautiful person they had ever seen. She meets with a king who praises her beauty the way she wanted. Again, she was surprised when she doesn't turn back to being a mermaid, so she knew the king was also lying to her. She found the king was already married, but that his wife could not bear him a child. The mermaid princess doesn't judge the king and blesses the king's wife to bear him an heir. The mermaid princess was getting desperate. Though she already found two people who called her the most beautiful person they had ever seen, they were not telling her the truth. She wanted to go back home. The last person she meets was a young, handsome farmer. He didn't comment on her beauty. The mermaid princess asks for a place to stay, and the farmer helps her, asking nothing in return. The mermaid princess saw the farmer was poor, but he was kind to her, all of his animals, and everyone else. She falls in love with him. One day, the mermaid princess comes across an injured dog, and she tends to the injured creature. With her help, the injured creature gains back his health. The farmer sees her kindness. He tells her she has the most beautiful heart he had ever seen. The mermaid princess was surprised to hear his words and falls even more in love with him. The mermaid princess's happiness turns to dismay as she turns back to a mermaid, even when she doesn't want to anymore. She goes back to her water realm. The mermaid princess finally discovers what it means to be the most beautiful person to someone else, but it was too late to do anything about her change of heart. "What happened next to the mermaid princess?" Ariana asked. "She went back to her world," Helena replied. "And what happened to the mortal?" Ariana asked again. "He remained in his," Helena answered. "So they never saw each other again?" Ariana asked. "No, they never saw each other again," Helena said. "That is a sad ending," Ariana said, frowning. "I don't like it." "Sometimes that is how life is, Ariana," Helena said with a sad smile. "Not every story is a love story. Not every love story has a happy ending." Victor went to see the three siren sisters, Onyx, Scarlet, and Amber, in their secret lagoon. Only those who had permission could visit the sisters. For the rest of the world, they remained hidden unless they were lured in by the siren's call, likely to their deaths. The siren sisters were Victor's distraction, anything to keep his mind off a certain someone. The sisters fought among themselves to get the most attention from Victor. It felt good to be wanted. Victor knew the siren sisters weren't a plaything. They weren't harmless either. They were dangerous, and someone he had to watch for, lest they went to mischief. His mother, Ursula, kept the sirens in check with her magic. Without the sea witch, the sirens were free to seduce, drown, and take as many souls of the humans as they pleased. Not that Victor cared about the humans that much. The oldest sister was Onyx, her body and hair the color of the darkest night. Her siren call caused men to lose their minds. After they had heard her sing, they would wreck their ships and crash them onto deadly rocks. The middle sister was Scarlet, her body the color of ruby with flaming red hair. Her siren call seduced men and made them lose their inhibitions. Her songs caused men to carve out their beating hearts and offer it to her with ecstasy. The youngest sister was Amber. Her body was translucent, and her hair the color of multicolored gems. Her songs enchanted men and petrified them eternally into amber. Victor was immune to the siren sisters' spells. The seductive seductresses had no power over his heart or mind. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Ariana had gone to see her cousins too. Victor felt the familiar ache in his heart, seeing the Sea King's daughter. She was singing with them, her voice cutting bright and clear through the siren's spell. The Siren Sisters enjoyed having Ariana around, for they enjoyed singing as much as devouring souls. "Sing a song for us, Victor," the sisters pleaded as soon as they saw him. Victor was not in the mood to comply. The sisters understood, so they asked him something they knew he wouldn't deny. "Sing a duet with Ariana," the sisters asked again. They said to their cousin, "Sing us a lullaby your mother used to sing, dear cousin." Victor didn't object, as he was curious to know it as well. Ariana blushed. The sirens knew Ariana never sang the lullaby in front of anyone else, and so they asked, knowing she would refuse. Victor noticed the blush rising in Ariana's delicate face, and he melted like snow in water. That is, until he heard her reply. "My dear sisters, it is not a duet. Victor cannot join me if I do," Ariana answered, flustered. "I am flattered you want to sing with me that much," Victor said sarcastically. "I will sing whatever song you think I am capable of." "Who wouldn't want to hear you sing, Victor?" cooed the sirens. Victor gave a small bow in response to their compliment. Victor spoke harshly, but it gave Ariana a way out of her dilemma. "Let us sing about the ancient ones," Ariana suggested. "That would be marvelous," the sisters said excitedly, eager to hear them both sing for them. Victor bowed his head to Ariana in agreement. He was to start first. Victor began the ancient lore in his beautiful voice. "I will tell you a tale of long ago, when giants roamed the ocean floor. The witches would sing of a powerful king that kept the evil at its door." Now it was Ariana who was singing, her voice echoing in the ocean. Victor held his breath and felt his heart stop. "I will tell you a tale of long ago, when dark creatures broke from hell. The mermaids would sing of a siren queen who kept the world in her spell." Now both Victor and Ariana were singing, and the world came to a standstill. "I will tell you a tale of long ago. A witch and a king, with their magical rings, stopped the evil on the ocean floor. They stopped the queen, the ancients sing. The ocean heard from her no more. The king and the witch did a terrible injustice to the siren queen," Onyx said with a sigh. "With their power, they could have ruled both the lands and seas." "Yes, dear sister, the humans would have been ours, but now they roam freely, killing the oceans as they please," Scarlet hissed. "We can only do so much," Scarlet said sadly. "But what are these magical rings the song talks about?" Victor cleared his throat. "My dears, you worry too much over a lore, for it is only a lore. It gives us something to sing about." "Yes, you are right as always, dear Victor," the sisters cooed. "Please sing us another song." Victor obliged and started singing another song. Ariana knew that Victor had diverted the sisters' attention away from the rings, so she smiled. Only the mermaids and sea witches had immortality rings. They remained invisible to anyone except the wearers. The sirens remained immortal by devouring souls, so they knew nothing about the rings. The sea witch had also enchanted their memories, so they wouldn't remember anything else about the ancient ones. Ariana wanted to talk to the Siren Sisters about the coming royal ball, but they weren't paying attention to her anymore. She left the sisters' lagoon quietly, seeing that they now had Victor's company. Chapter 3. Before Brutus met Helena, the Sea King's mind was for warfare and bloodshed. He didn't see the advantage of having other creatures on his court. Brutus had gotten his kingdom through might, but Helena showed him a better way, to keep his kingdom and not to get embroiled in civil wars. It had been Helena's idea to have different representatives on the royal court, other than mermaids. "Brutus, you tell me how mortals are wrong to fight among themselves, yet you are doing the same. Do you not see the disadvantage of ignoring the voices of your kingdom?" Helena asked. "And why would I listen to dissenting voices? I am the king, and their rightful ruler," Brutus replied. "They should all bow before me." "You are more than a ruler. You are their leader, and that entails more than showing might and power," Helena replied. "It is easy to fight outside forces, but it is harder to see fractions from within. Even a stone is easier to break if it already contains cracks inside its core." "What do you suggest I do? Give in to opposing voices?" the Sea King asked dismissively. "Why should I listen to them?" "I want you to listen to these voices before they turn from dissent to rebellion," Helena replied. "Save the heart of your kingdom before it breaks." If it was any other person suggesting it, he would have dismissed it. But Helena was the love of his immortal life. Brutus contemplated her words, saw wisdom in it, and so took her advice. The Sea King added others in the court and saw his popularity and power grow. Helena asked him to do one more thing he wouldn't have considered before. "I want you to add the Sea Witch to your royal court," Helena requested. "You want me to add Ursula?" "She will stop at nothing to become the Empress of the Seven Seas," Brutus said, surprised. "She even enlisted the Nymph Lords in her attempt to seize this throne. Why would I consider having her here?" "Showing mercy and kindness might not affect Ursula, but it will affect others. I believe kindness has a way of spreading," Helena replied. "You offer me the most unusual advice, Helena," Brutus said. "Again, what is your reason for this advice?" "I care about the fate of the sea creatures, Brutus," Helena replied. "Ariana will be the queen one day. I worry both for her and the kingdom's future. We need more friends than enemies." "Then it shall be done," Brutus replied. "Ursula cannot keep an army, but she will be part of the royal court, though I will make no effort to trust her." "That is enough. It satisfies my heart," Helena replied with a bow. So Brutus added all other creatures in his court, all except the sirens. After the Sea King defeated the Siren Queen, their numbers had dwindled. They had sent most to exile, where they perished with no souls around to consume. Helena did not like their exclusion, but knew that Brutus would not listen to her on this matter, so she remained quiet. She nurtured the children of the court members as her own children, and they would grow up remembering their queen with fondness and respect. Helena also started the tradition of the royal ball, and every single creature of the sea was to be invited that day to the castle. The Sea King's floating crystal castle, normally coral in color, would turn golden during times of celebration, or black during times of war. The bedrock of Brutus's kingdom was like a living creature that fortified itself during times of danger, protecting the citizens living on it. It was an extension of his power. As long as the Sea King was well, his kingdom thrived on it. Every year, the Sea King held a royal ball on Ariana's birthday. The tradition had started the year when she was born. For 3 years, the kingdom waited to get their yearly invitations, but heard nothing. The subjects pleaded with the Sea King to hold the ball again this year, and this time the king agreed. It had been 3 years since Helena's death, and while Brutus was still mourning her passing, he could not deny his subjects their request. Ariana was not happy about having the ball again. As per tradition, she had to dance with anyone that requested to dance with her. She did not like being in the spotlight. Most of all, she didn't like being the only heir to the throne, and the ball was when she was most reminded of her position. She felt that all of her dance partners saw her as a stepping stone for their grand ambitions for the throne. No one seemed to notice Ariana for who she was. For years, Ariana had been the shy, quiet princess that no one paid any attention to. But now, all eyes seemed to be on her alone. The intense spotlight was unwanted, undesired by Ariana. It was enough to make her wish she was anywhere but in the castle. Ariana hated the spotlight, but she looked forward to see the royal court being transformed to a glittering, beautiful ballroom. The servants would decorate the royal court with crystals, pearls, and different gems. Ariana liked seeing people dressed up in their elaborate costumes. There were crystal chandeliers with large strands of pearls. There were bouquets everywhere, made of iridescent seashells. The other thing Ariana looked forward to was seeing the Siren Sisters in court. It was the only occasion when they could leave the lagoon under the supervision of the Sea Witch, and the sisters used the occasion to make a grand entrance. Ariana had gone to the lagoon to ask what they were going to wear, but now she would have to wait for the royal ball day to arrive to see it for herself. On the night of the royal ball, Ursula gave Victor the duty of escorting the Siren Sisters to Brutus's castle. Victor was more than happy with the task, as he loved a dramatic entrance himself. The Siren Sisters had been waiting for the royal ball for 3 years, and so they went all out for the occasion. Onyx wore a black silk gown, studded with black pearls. Scarlet had a red velvet dress with a dramatic train. She wore a necklace made of rubies and fire opals. Amber wore a dress made of tulle and lace that showed off her translucent body. The dresses were magical, gifts given by their guardian, the Sea Witch, though the Siren Sisters saw her more like a prison ward. Ursula wasn't coming until much later, and that added to the Siren Sisters' excitement. Ursula trusted Victor's magical abilities to keep the sirens in check, and knew he would be an obedient son despite all his airs. Victor wore all white, complete with an ivory jacket that made his gray eyes look even more intense, and contrasted with his midnight black hair. "You look wickedly handsome, Victor," the Siren Sisters cooed. "I had to be presentable if I am to be in the company of such heavenly creatures," Victor said with a charming smile. "We will have fun tonight," the Siren Sisters said excitedly. Victor smiled. He had been eagerly waiting for this moment, too. This was the night he would ask Ariana to dance with him. Ariana was not looking forward to the ball, but she got ready nonetheless. She wore a sapphire blue dress that had stars studded throughout the bodice. She also reluctantly put on her diadem, made of pearls and diamonds, a visible reminder of her being the Sea King's daughter. When the ball started, it was what Ariana had expected. The Siren Sisters and Victor made a dramatic entrance, stunning everyone in the royal court. No one else could come even close to their stunning presence. This year, even more than previous years, Ariana found each of her dance partners to be more ambitious than the next. There were mermaid princes, nymph princes and lords, selkie dukes vying for her to dance with them. They would ask her questions about her kingdom. They would talk about her succeeding the throne. They would ask what she was looking for in a life partner and hint at how capable they would be for the role. Ariana would sigh and say to each of them that she wasn't yet thinking about her future. They would then try to ask her the same questions in a different way. Ariana felt like she answered and danced with all of them already, but her suitors still formed a long queue. This was going to be a long night, Ariana thought, and sighed. She was surprised when Victor approached and asked her for a dance. His mother, Ursula, was the most ambitious creature in the entire kingdom. Victor didn't need to try anything to be noticed. Already, as the Sea Witch's son, he was destined for a top spot in the royal court. "I expected you to be happier on this occasion," Victor said to Ariana, seeing that she was barely smiling. "I suppose I should be," Ariana said. "I have been dancing half the night." "Perhaps you hadn't had the right dance partner yet?" Victor said with a charming smile. Ariana nodded politely in response to his question. Victor, seeing that Ariana was quiet, teased her. "A beauty so soft, her thoughts as thunderous. A fragrance so sweet, her gaze as poisonous. Oh, to see such a sight, on a night so wondrous. Ariana smiled. It was the first time she genuinely smiled that night. Perhaps Victor was right, Ariana thought. Perhaps all she needed to turn the night around was find the right partner to dance with. When Victor extended his hand, asking for her to dance, she accepted it. Ariana pressed her hand in Victor's, ready to start their dance, when her father's voice stopped her. "Ariana, I wish to speak with you." The Sea King's voice boomed. Her father sounded serious, so without looking back, Ariana hurried toward the direction of the Sea King. Victor could still feel the soft pressure of Ariana's hand on his. He stood there stunned. "How rude of Ariana to leave you like this, Victor," Onyx said. Victor startled at Onyx's voice. He had been lost in his thoughts. "Maybe something came up." The Sea King sounded serious. Victor said, "Let us be real, Victor. Ariana only needed an excuse to get away," Onyx said viciously. "She didn't want to dance with you. Some people have such poor taste. I, however, have been dying for the chance." Onyx was planting the seed of doubt in Victor's mind, but it didn't work. Victor was sure that Ariana wanted to dance with him. He felt awkward standing in the court alone, so he took Onyx's offer to be his dance partner. By the time their dance was done, Ariana still had not returned. This time, it was Scarlet casting further doubt in Victor's mind. She spoke of her cousin, too, as Victor and Scarlet danced together. "Ariana still hasn't returned, Victor. Perhaps she went back to her room." "Didn't you see how bored Ariana looked?" Scarlet said. "She tires so easily. She is just like her mortal mother." "Helena was a great queen," Victor said, defending the late queen. "We were fortunate to have her." "No doubt, Victor. I am just saying that Ariana doesn't have the same strength as her father," Scarlet replied. Victor bowed, but said nothing. It was Amber that solidified the doubt in Victor's mind. "Ariana was telling how much she dislikes the royal ball," Amber said. "Did she say why?" Victor asked. "She says she is forced to dance with whoever asks her. She made it sound like it was a burden to her. Helena would have done anything to please her subjects," Amber said. "Ariana is nothing like the queen." Perhaps Ariana did not want to dance with him, he thought. "You are her cousin, so you would know better than I do," Victor replied diplomatically. He learned one thing from the Siren Sisters, that the royal ball did not please Ariana for whatever reason. The Sea King had called Ariana to talk to her. Word had gotten back to him about her solemn appearance in the royal ball. The people in the court had inquired Brutus about Ariana's health. Ariana was surprised when her father took her in the room next to the royal court. "Ariana, what is this I hear about you not enjoying the royal ball?" the Sea King asked his daughter. "It is true, father. I am not fond of it as I am of other things," Ariana replied truthfully. "Do you know why we hold the royal ball?" Brutus asked. "Mother started the tradition, but she is gone now," Ariana said. "Do you know why your mother started this ball?" the Sea King asked again. "She first held it on my birthday," Ariana replied. "Yes, she held it for you, Ariana. But she also thought about what her subjects wanted," the Sea King replied. "I am sorry, father. It is just too hard without her around," Ariana said. "As a ruler, you will have to consider your subjects' feelings before your own," the Sea King said. Ariana stayed silent. "I don't want your silence, Ariana. What do you have to say? Do you agree?" the Sea King asked. "I am sorry that I can't control my feelings like I should. Things might have been different if Mother was still here," Ariana said. "She is not here. There is nothing anyone can do about that," the Sea King said. "She might have lived longer if she had a normal life. Things would have been different if you didn't steal her away from her mortal world," Ariana said, but gasped after she said it. She didn't mean to say the words out loud to her father, but the truth came out. The Sea King lost his temper. If you cannot control your attitude towards the ball, you can spend the rest of the night in your room. If you cannot share the happiness of others, then you should not give them your misery either. You are free to go, Ariana." Ariana was shocked. She didn't mean to be harsh with her father, but there was no point in taking it back. Her words hung in the air and stifled the room they were in. Ariana did not return to her room, however. She went back to the royal court. She saw from a distance Victor dancing with the Siren Sisters. Although Ariana didn't dance with anyone else that night, she made sure she showed a more grateful attitude than before, at least on the surface. Ursula was the last to arrive. Though she had meant not to come at all, she couldn't deny the advantages of being on Brutus's good side. She had needed his help to defeat an ancient foe, and the prophecy she received that morning made her weary that she might need it again. Ursula sent Victor to get the Siren Sisters in her stead, as she needed time to mull over the prophecy. She had received only one other prophetic vision in her life, the one that told her to join forces with the Sea King in order to defeat the ancient terror. This prophecy was more ominous than her last one. "The new powers for the old, the ancient terrors awaken, the mortal's child fooled, the dark prince forsaken." Ursula tried to decipher all the elements of the prophecy. It was easy to understand the old powers. They meant her and the Sea King. The ancient terrors were the forces they fought millennia ago. It was harder to understand what the new powers were. They could be anyone. There was only one mortal's child of significance in the ocean realm, and that was Helena's daughter. The Dark Prince must be her own son, Victor. How was the Sea King's daughter and Victor linked? His terrible fate seemed to be tied with Ariana's, the Sea Witch thought. "I will stop this from happening. My son will not fall victim to some stupid mortal's child," the Sea Witch said to herself. When Ursula arrived at the Sea King's castle, it relieved her to see Victor dancing with one of the Siren Sisters. She noticed him looking frequently in the direction of the Sea King's daughter. Though Victor didn't dance with Ariana, he still raised a shadow of doubt in the Sea Witch's mind. "I will have to keep my eye on them," Ursula said. "I will not let this prophecy come true." Ariana may not have liked the yearly royal tradition of having a dance, but there were other things she quite enjoyed. She also had other pastimes, other than visiting her siren cousins and looking for things that belonged to the humans. Ariana loved to sing, dance, and play with the sea creatures. Although Ariana loved all the fishes and creatures in the ocean, the pufferfish was her favorite. She loved seeing it grow into a ball. It seemed like magic to her. She would imitate it by puffing up her cheeks and then laugh as she felt silly. One morning, Ariana couldn't find her favorite pufferfish. It was the biggest one in the ocean, and one which puffed up to be the roundest. She asked the other animals, but they said they hadn't seen it. Ariana searched all day and swam for miles around, but no one could tell her where the pufferfish went. Lastly, she came across an octopus who mentioned they had seen the pufferfish just ahead. She swam further, but did not see a single other creature anywhere. Where had the animals gone? It was eerie and quiet in the ocean, without the fishes swimming around. Ariana went closer to the surface and noticed a large shadow loom above her. There was a new vessel sailing on the surface. She thought with dread, what if the pufferfish had gone near the ship? Maybe I could search for it there? Ariana was too near the surface and the humans for comfort, so she thought of returning to the castle. She was leaving when she heard the cries of several fishes. Among them was her favorite pufferfish. The voices were coming from a fishing net. The fishes had all been caught in it. The net was in the water, just below the large ship. Ariana swam to the net and tried to rip it open with her hands. She tore a hole in the net and was relieved when all the fishes swam out. "Thank you, Ariana, thank you," they all said together. "Go quickly," Ariana exclaimed. Go before the humans catch you again." The fishes swam away quickly. Ariana tried to follow them, but her tail was caught in the net. She tried to get herself free, but the more she tried to get out, the more entangled she got. It was no use. She was trapped. Ariana called out for help, but the fishes had already left. There was no one around her. There was no one around to hear the mermaid's cries. Ariana couldn't free herself from the net fast enough. And soon, the fishnet was hauled onto the ship's deck. Chapter 4. Prince Ivan had never been his father's favorite. It was a fact he felt acutely throughout his life. Both brothers, Ivan and Richard, were blessed with good looks and intellect, but it was his brother that got the praises. Even though they were often mistaken for one another, both had golden hair and blue eyes, they couldn't be more different to their father. His older brother Richard was the one who aced his archery lessons. He was the one who got accolades from his teachers. Richard even had a better grip on politics and bureaucracy. Prince Ivan was in poetry and softer pursuits, and the king thought his youngest son was too soft to be a true leader. Prince Ivan lacked conviction, the king thought, as he easily turned with the tides. A leader needed to be the stronghold, the rock in a raging storm for his subjects. The king thought that Prince Ivan was far from that. The realm of Kingborn will not accept Ivan unless he proved himself like his older brother. His subjects would not follow him in wars or battles, lest he abandoned them, and that worried the king. Still, his father, King Stefan, wanted to treat both his sons fairly, so he gave them equal opportunities to learn. "Why are you sending me away, father? Is my older brother to go too?" Prince Ivan asked the king. "Your older brother, Richard, has plans for the kingdom, something he is calling as diplomacy with our feuding neighboring kingdoms. He will go to Rivershelm soon," King Stefan replied. "Am I to go alone then?" asked Prince Ivan again. "Yes, my son," King Stefan replied. "But why, father?" Prince Ivan asked. "You might not see it, Ivan, but yours is an important endeavor, and you are doing it for the good of the kingdom. Go out into the world and find us resources or knowledge to better our situation, my son," King Stefan replied. "I am not sending you out of spite or hatred. Rather, it is for your learning. You need to find your purpose." "Is my purpose not here with the kingdom?" Prince Ivan asked. "My son, you feel this is unfair, but one day you will understand," King Stefan replied. "Okay, father. If it will please you, I will go on this quest," Prince Ivan said. "Think better of me when I return." Prince Ivan went on the expedition, not knowing that it would forever change his fortune. He was to locate new treasures and resources for the kingdom. His ship had been sailing for several weeks, but he had found nothing. The younger prince did not want to return empty-handed, but the crew were running out of food. They had run out of the food supplies they had brought with them, so they cast the net that they had into the ocean and waited. They waited until they thought the fish net would have caught enough for all of them to eat. Something had caught in the fish net. They pulled the net on the boat to see what they were to eat that night. It surprised the crew to see that it was no fish, but a girl. They stood transfixed by what they saw, each thinking they had too much to drink that day. Prince Ivan and his advisor followed the source of commotion on board their vessel. The crew quickly dispersed back to their positions on the ship as they saw the prince arrive. "What is the holdup?" asked the advisor, agitated at the dawdling crew. It was not like he didn't have enough to do already, the advisor thought. Someone whispered in his ears about the girl, but it was too late. Prince Ivan had already seen the ethereal beauty. Caught up in a snare, she lay there unconscious. She was a carving made from marble. Only her chest, rising with every breath, showed she was still alive. She was beautiful. Her skin shone like a pearl. Her tresses were the color of the deep ocean. She was the goddess Venus, away from her throne. "Who is she?" Prince Ivan asked, stunned by the vision in front of him. "Sire, she has a tail instead of legs. She is a mermaid, A mythical creature right out of the ocean's depths, the advisor exclaimed. Prince Ivan had been so taken with her beautiful face, he did not see her lower body entangled in the fishnet. Sure enough, the scales of her tail gleamed brilliantly like precious gems. Ariana was gasping for air. She needs to go back in the water, Prince Ivan said, alarmed at her condition. But sire, this will solve all of our monetary problems. Think of what the other kings will offer to have such a prize in their kingdoms, the advisor reminded him. The young prince was well aware of the problems his kingdom was facing. His father's wars had depleted nearly all their treasures. Soon they wouldn't have anything to feed the armies. Without an army to protect them all, the kingdom of Kingborn would fall as well. She is not a prize. She is of flesh and bones, just like us. I will not treat her as anything less, Prince Ivan replied grimly. He picked up the mermaid in his arms and took her to the small boat alone. He oared further away from the large vessel. Ariana still did not wake. Prince Ivan wished to speak to her, and to wait for her to open her eyes. He was sure the mermaid opened her eyes once. When he saw the longer she stayed out of the water, the weaker she became, he let her go. He slipped the necklace off from his neck, the one with the royal insignia, and placed it on Ariana. It was the same necklace his father had given his mother as a token of his love and undying devotion. They had passed it down from his great-grandfather through the different generations down to him. His brother had a similar token of their great-grandfather, a ring to give his future fiancée. Prince Ivan had wanted the ring, but the necklace was the heirloom he inherited. He was to give to his beloved, but the prince wasn't thinking straight. He wasn't thinking at all when he placed the necklace on the mermaid's neck. It was madness. It was unlikely he would ever see her again, and with her, the necklace too. It didn't matter. He wanted to give her something. It was a faint hope, wish really. She will remember him, that he would see her again someday. He took Ariana in his arms once more and gently dropped her in the middle of the ocean. As soon as the water reached Ariana's gills, she opened her eyes. She saw a small boat drifting on the surface. Ariana quickly swam away before she got caught in another fishing net. She swam until she saw her fish friends again. The little fishes and her favorite pufferfish swarmed around Ariana. They had been so worried. Ariana asked if her father knew of her disappearance. They answered that he was unaware, and Ariana sighed in relief. "What is that on your neck?" the pufferfish asked. "My neck?" Ariana noticed the golden locket for the first time. It had an insignia engraved on the top. Someone gave this to her. Was it a gift? Ariana wondered. It was solid, too, and it didn't wash away with the water. She wrapped the chain on her fingers, and it twisted and turned like the body of a sea serpent. It was cool to the touch, like a slippery eel. It shone like the sunshine from the surface. She remembered a face, though her vision had been blurry. The human on the small boat. He must be the one who let her go. Victor was gifted with powerful magic. Most of the realm considered it to be because of his mother, the sea witch. But Victor knew that his magic was as much a blessing from his mother as his father. Victor's father, Vladimir, was a great warrior who lost his life protecting the ocean. It was soon after Victor turned 12 when the Dark Sea Army attacked the Darklands. The dark creatures hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. They lurked in the dark corners, feasting over the souls of those that had drowned. With the Siren Queen defeated, they too went in exile. They grew restless and more dangerous over the years. Their thoughts festering, they wanted to devour the other creatures that roamed freely in the oceans. It was only the light that could stop them. They feared it above all things. His father sacrificed his life to protect Victor. His body turned to a great beacon that drove the Dark Sea Army back to the ocean depths. For years, Victor visited that beacon to see what remained of his father. Every year, the beacon went dimmer, until only a small light remained. Until Victor could hold the small light in his 2 hands. "I miss you, Father," Victor said to the dying ember in his hands. He couldn't stop the tears from falling down his face. knowing that his father's light would soon disappear. The ember flickered as if responding to him. Victor watched in awe as the small light absorbed in his hands. He felt a warm feeling in his heart, like his father's embrace. Victor knew that his magic now also had a part of his father's magic. Victor told no one of what happened that day. When the others said that his magical abilities were because of Ursula, he let them believe that. But deep down in his heart, he knew that his father's last ember stayed with him to guide his magic. If only Ariana had some magic, things would be different. Her search for the human would have been so much faster. There was one way she could get some magic, but it was highly risky. Ariana would have to go to the Dead Realm. Brutus had warned her about going there alone. It was desolate and dangerous for any living creature. If she stayed too long, the Dead Realm would drain her life away. But it was the only place where she could find raw magic. Ariana was determined to go. She took her spear and prayed that her training with weapons would be enough for what she was going to do. Ariana swam until she knew she was near her destination. As she swam further, she saw no signs of life anywhere. There were no plants or animals. Even the colors faded, until only shades of gray remained. The water was no longer ocean blue. She watched in horror as her body lost color. Ariana felt like a ghost in the gray waters of the Dead Realm. The Dead Realm was empty, all for the enormous oysters at the bottom. Ariana knew that this is where she would find raw magic. The Dead Realm leached all life forms and took their energy into the oysters. Inside the oysters, she would find pearls of raw magic. The darker the color of the pearl, the older and stronger the magic would be. Legend was that using the darkest and most powerful form of raw magic required a terrible price. Each time anyone used the dark raw magic, they would lose a part of their soul. Ariana didn't want that kind of magic, so she looked for pearls that were lighter. Those pearls wouldn't be as powerful, but it would be enough for her. Ariana used her spear to pry open the oyster one by one. Several of them were empty and had not a single pearl. Ariana wondered how long it would take her to find a pearl, if she finds any at all. She opened the oysters until she finally found what she was looking for. There, on the oyster bed, she saw a single small pearl that was icy blue in color. Ariana could feel the electricity in the air as she reached forward to grab the pearl. A clawed hand grabbed her arm and stopped her. Ariana looked up to see bottomless, black eyes. The dark creature smiled menacingly. Ariana immediately freed her hand and swam back. She put her spear in position as the creature lunged for her throat. Ariana dodged and striked, just like her instructors had told her to. Her thoughts were reeling. How did the dark creature get here? Ariana thought that the Dark Army had long been defeated. The hideous creature hissed and gave out a terrible call. 4 more of its companions came swimming towards them. Ariana's heart sank. She was greatly outnumbered. She could never hope to get out of the Dead Realm alive. Ariana kept dodging and striking as 5 dark creatures lunged and tried to rip out her throat with their hideous talons. She speared one creature in its shoulder, and it gave a cry as it swam away. Ariana now had 4 creatures that kept attacking her. She was getting tired and didn't know how long she could keep fighting. She lost her concentration just as a creature leapt for her throat. Ariana watched in horror as it came inches before her neck, before disintegrating completely. Its horrible scream echoed in her ears. Ariana watched as the other creatures disintegrated completely too. Among the chaos and screams, Victor stood there with a wicked smile on his face. He was the one who had burned the dark creatures to nothing. "Victor!" Ariana said. "At your service," Victor said with a bow. "What are you doing here?" Ariana asked breathlessly. "Apparently, saving a damsel in distress," Victor replied with amusement. "You were doing fine for a while, until it was 5 creatures against 1 princess. I thought I would make it more even." Ariana blushed. Victor took care of the creatures like it was nothing. "And what are you doing here? I didn't think such a dark place would be a playground for someone like you," Victor asked, tilting his head. "I was curious about the Dead Realm," Ariana lied. I wanted to see it for myself. Is that all? Or are you looking for something else? Victor said, pointedly looking towards the pearl of raw magic. You didn't tell me why you were here, Ariana asked. She wasn't going to tell Victor what she came to do. My dear mother sent me on a task. I didn't think that it would turn out to be so entertaining, Victor said. Shouldn't you be going now? Stay any longer and you will become one of those creatures that you fought. Ariana shuddered. She looked at the pearl, but she couldn't take it without raising Victor's suspicions. How about yourself? Ariana asked. Victor laughed. Is that concern I hear? I am wearing a shield, while you are not. Even I won't risk staying much longer. Hurry along now, dear Ariana. I have a feeling we will meet soon enough. Victor gave her a wink, and Ariana blushed again. Ariana didn't ask what Victor meant, but she took his warning. She took one last look at the pearl in the dead realm before hurrying back home. Ariana failed to get her hands on raw magic, but she still wanted to find the human. She wanted to know why he saved her. Ariana couldn't take it anymore. She was desperate to know the answer. She couldn't ask her father, as she was terrified at how he might respond. She couldn't ask the sea witch, because she might tell her father. Ursula was perhaps even more terrifying than her father. There was only one person who could help her, but she had never called him before. He wasn't exactly friendly to Ariana, and she had no idea how he would react to being called. All she needed to summon him was think of him and say his name. She pictured Victor's face, with his piercing gray eyes and dark unruly hair. She tried not to think about the devilish smile Victor usually had on his face, or the wink that he gave her. Victor, Ariana whispered. Victor appeared before her. She was surprised to see him, even if she was the one who called him. Ariana, you called for me? Victor asked, visibly surprised. Victor thought perhaps he imagined it, as he was only thinking of her moments before. Victor thought perhaps he had finally gone mad. I need your help. You were the only one who could help me, Victor, Ariana said. Victor wished his heart didn't beat so fast when Ariana said his name. It made him lightheaded. What would the Sea King's daughter need with my help? Victor said, smirking. Ariana blushed and became silent. Victor wished he hadn't teased her. He thought Ariana might change her mind now about asking for his help. Victor thought whatever she needed help with must be important to her. Something she couldn't ask her father for. Something she'd risk going in the dead realm for. I was only teasing. What can I do? Victor asked, trying to soften his response from earlier. Your wish is my command, Ariana. It was all the encouragement Ariana needed. Can you take me to the surface? Ariana blurted. The surface? The Sea King would never allow her, Victor knew as much. That meant that she was doing this in secret. Can I ask why? Victor asked. I wanted to find the human who gave me this, Ariana said, and she showed him the golden locket. You met a human? Victor said, surprised. Yes and no. I don't know who gave me this, Ariana said. She told him all that had happened when she got caught in the fishing net. Victor was deep in thought. So you didn't clearly see the human, but you want to find him? Yes, Ariana said. I want to thank him. You want to thank him for the locket? Victor asked. No, I want to return the locket and thank him for saving me, Ariana replied. Victor didn't understand why Ariana wanted to see this human. He knew he would be in trouble if either his mother or the Sea King found out. But the rebel in him was craving the golden opportunity. He would also spend time with Ariana. His heart started beating faster at the thought. Both were enough incentives for him to agree, but Victor needed to make sure he got something in return for all his troubles. I will help you find this mortal, Victor said, but it will come with a cost. I have nothing that I could give you, Victor, Ariana said, suddenly worried. What if she couldn't give what Victor asked? Ariana thought glumly. Then she wouldn't be able to find the human. You can give me your company, Victor said. For every minute on the surface, you will spend the same time in the ocean with me. Ariana was slightly stunned. She did not like Victor's condition, but there wasn't anyone else she could ask for help. She held the necklace in her hand and thought again about the mortal who let her go freely. Ariana couldn't live her life without knowing why. She had to find him. "I accept your condition," Ariana said to Victor. Victor smiled. He had a feeling she would agree. Chapter 5. After their agreement, Victor was ready to take Ariana where she wanted to go. Ariana and Victor left the deep ocean quietly, swimming past the underwater kingdom quickly to go upwards toward the mortal realm. They wanted to do it in secret and without drawing attention to themselves. They were careful that no other creature saw them going towards the surface. Neither of them wanted to get caught. "Will I be able to breathe up there?" Ariana asked. She remembered what it felt like being out of water. "Yes, as long as you stay near the ocean and near me, you can walk on the surface like a human," Victor replied. "My magic cannot work if you stray too far." Ariana understood. They swam to the surface together, Ariana ahead of Victor. She hesitated before taking the first step on the sandy soil, remembering how difficult it had been for her to breathe the last time she was out of the water. "You will be okay, Ariana," Victor reassured her. "I will be right behind you." Ariana looked at Victor with surprise. I am I going first?" Ariana stuttered. "You want me to go first, don't you?" Victor said with a grin, as if he read Ariana's thoughts. "Don't you trust me, Ariana? I should be offended that you are doubting my magical abilities. I will go first if you are afraid to do so." Ariana wanted to wipe the smirk off Victor's face. She would not back out now, especially not after Victor's challenge. She took a deep breath, taking in as much air as she could hold in her lungs, and stepped on the surface. Ariana waited to feel out of breath like she did last time. She didn't need to worry about air, as almost immediately she was transformed into a human. Victor's magic was as good as his mother's, Ariana thought. He must have practiced a lot. Ariana was a late bloomer and was waiting for her magic to show up. On most days, the lack of magic didn't bother her. On most days, except today, when she had asked smug Victor for help. Although Victor's magic gave her the appearance of a human, Ariana herself decided her final look. Ariana's human transformation transfixed Victor. She was stunning in her white dress, which shimmered when she walked. She looked like a water lily, sparkling with dewdrops in the morning. Victor stood there in awe. He was speechless, not for the first time around her. Ariana, however, did not notice as she was looking at him. "You look handsome, Victor," she said. Ariana was surprised she said it out loud. She blushed. Victor smiled. He hadn't wondered how he looked. He hadn't wondered how he looked as a human. Victor cleared his throat. "Let us go find this mortal, before I forget why we came here," he said to Ariana, smiling. Ariana blushed and stuttered yes, in response. Her nervousness made her look even more irresistible to Victor. Victor sighed. This was going to be more difficult than he thought. He prayed his willpower, more than his magic, would last until their task was complete. He hoped he could survive being this close to Ariana. There weren't any humans around the beach that day, so Victor and Ariana searched in the fishing villages nearby. They were searching for any clues about the human who the locket belonged to, or perhaps even find the ship he sailed in. They both were careful to keep sight of the water, because Victor's magic lost effect if they went too far inland. The first few days, they could only stay an hour out of the water. Gradually, they could stay on the surface for longer periods of time. Victor got better each time they went on the surface. His magic was becoming stronger with practice. During the early days of their search, Victor and Ariana both hid if they came across humans. Now, Victor's magic was powerful enough that they could have small conversations with them without losing their human illusion. They didn't, however, find anyone who knew about the locket or the ship. Victor thought that they needed to find more humans. They searched the smaller fishing villages, but found no clues. Ariana said that the ship she was caught on was big. The villages were too small for bigger ships, he thought, so it was unlikely that the human would go there. They set their sights on villages that were more populated. They had no better luck in their find. The next time, Ariana and Victor went to the surface, they came across a fortune teller. The fortune teller came in a traveling wagon and had come there from a faraway kingdom. She wasn't asking for any money, just whatever they wanted to give her in exchange for her fortune telling. In the ocean, only the sea witch had the powers to receive a prophetic vision. Victor looked at the fortune teller and sensed no magic surrounding her.
"Would you like to have your fortunes read, my dears?"
the fortune teller asked. "Can you read fortunes?" Ariana asked with surprise. She didn't know that mortals had such abilities and was intrigued.
"If I have your permission, then yes, I can,"
the fortune teller said with a smile. Ariana looked at Victor expectantly, eager to know what he would say. Victor remained skeptical. "It is probably a lie," Victor said to Ariana. "I feel no magic here." Ariana still wanted to see what the fortune teller had to say. She nodded her head to the fortune teller, agreeing for her to proceed. Victor sighed, but didn't stop her. The fortune teller smiled again. She hummed as she closed her eyes. She waved her hands at the crystal globe she had in front of her. Ariana watched in fascination as the fortune teller opened her eyes to peer into the globe. Ariana couldn't see any images, but the fortune teller kept looking at it intently, as if she had saw something in there. After a few moments, the fortune teller finally spoke.
"I sense a great sadness in your past. Your future is shrouded in mist, and the path ahead will only clear once your mind does."
"What does that mean?" Ariana asked.
"What should I do?" "Keep your eyes open, and be careful who you trust with your heart, dear,"
the fortune teller replied. Well, that was as clear as mud. Thank you for your reading, O great fortune teller, Victor said sarcastically. It was vague enough to cover every possible situation.
"You will not be smiling once I tell your fortune, lad,"
the fortune teller said grimly. Let me hear it then. I could use another laugh, Victor said. Ariana looked at him concerned. Even if Victor didn't believe the human fortune teller, he should know better than to laugh at the fates.
"Your greatest enemy will be another. Your greatest mistake will be to lose someone's trust,"
the fortune teller said. Victor laughed. If I didn't know any better, I would think that you were warning Ariana and me of each other. The fortune teller said nothing else.
"I told you what I saw. It would be wise if you listened."
Ariana thanked the fortune teller and nudged Victor to leave before he said something else that might offend her. Ariana gave a beautiful seashell to the fortune teller as payment for telling their fortune. Humans are strange. They wear baubles and use silly trinkets. They give vague predictions and call it magic. The mortals actually believe they are giving prophecies, Victor said, shaking his head in disbelief. Ariana nodded her head, but she couldn't help but ponder the fortune teller's words. Her haunting words echoed in her head.
"Be careful who you trust with your heart, dear."
Who was she talking about? Ariana wondered. It was vague, like Victor said. But why did her words feel true? On their 8th day of searching, they reached one of the biggest fishing villages. Ariana and Victor were shocked to find how many humans there were. The humans were crowded like a school of fishes. But unlike the fishes, they were on land and had legs.
"It is an impossible task. There are so many of them,"
Ariana said. Victor had thought the same, but he hadn't said it out loud. "Let us ask someone before giving up," he said glumly. Despite their human appearances, it was still hard for Ariana and Victor to go unnoticed. The immortal beings were like beacons of light among the weathered mortals. Victor thought their clothes were drawing a lot of attention from the humans, so he borrowed a few hooded robes to cover them.
"We shouldn't steal clothes from the humans,"
Ariana said. "You are right that it is wrong. I think it is criminal to hide my face like this," Victor said seriously.
"That is not what I meant, Victor,"
Ariana said, but when she saw him laughing,
"You are bad, you know that?"
"That is music to my ears," Victor replied. "I was afraid I was losing my touch." Victor was getting more comfortable joking with Ariana, but she still blushed. Come now, Ariana. What is an adventure without some mischief? Victor said, his eyes sparkling. Ariana couldn't help but notice that no matter where they went, girls would gawk at Victor. They would giggle, blush, and flutter their eyelashes at him. Either Victor was oblivious to the effect he was having on them, or he chose not to notice them. No matter the age or gender, people blushed when Victor talked to them. It was borderline criminal how attractive Victor was. Victor was charming, Ariana thought, but she wouldn't want him to know his charm was having an effect on her. He might take it the wrong way, or worse, he might use it to his advantage.
Okay, but no more stealing,
Ariana said.
We don't want to draw any unnecessary attention toward us.
Are you sure you haven't done this before, Ariana? Victor teased her again. You are getting quite good at it. Ariana sighed, but didn't fall for his bait.
Let us continue our search. It will be sundown soon, and the humans will go into their homes,
Ariana said, feeling tired.
They had both spent the day searching, but getting no closer to finding the locket's owner. They must have asked a dozen humans already. The sea merchant, unlike Ariana and Victor, was having a good day. Nobody liked the sea merchant. People often brought him their complaints. He was probably the most hated man in the area. The sea merchant couldn't care less about who complained, for he was greedy and his heart was cold. He had been busy all day and had made a tidy profit. He bought all other merchandise in the area and had a complete monopoly over the market. Thinking about the money he would make put him in a good mood.
They all deserve it,
he thought about the villagers.
They are too stupid to keep their money.
He perked up when he saw one of his best fishermen bringing a large batch of live lobsters. The fisherman always caught the biggest lobsters, and today was no exception. How much for this lot? The fisherman asked.
1 coin per lobster,
the sea merchant replied. But last week you gave me 3 coins, the fisherman exclaimed.
Supply and demand, my friend. Take it or leave it,
the sea merchant replied callously. It was nearly sundown. The fisherman had spent the morning toiling and was too tired to argue. He needed to get home quickly.
Okay,
he said sadly.
Great! Just put them over there in those cages,
the sea merchant said.
Here's your money.
The sea merchant handed over the tiniest bag. The fisherman looked miserably at the small bag of coins, but he took it. The sea merchant smiled like a cat as the fisherman left. Minutes later, the sea merchant perked up when he saw a customer approaching. He really was having a great day. The mayor's wife was having a last-minute dinner party and had to send her servant to get some lobsters. How much for those lobsters? The servant asked the sea merchant in a hurry.
10 coins each,
the sea merchant replied.
But last time they were 6 coins,
the servant exclaimed.
Supply and demand, my dear. Take it or leave it,
the sea merchant replied in a bored voice. The servant knew the mayor's wife would dock her pay for buying more expensive lobsters, but if she didn't bring back any, they would fire her. None of the other shops had any lobsters remaining.
I will take them, she said glumly.
Excellent! Send my greetings to the mayor's wife,
the sea merchant said with a smile. The servant looked at him miserably, but nodded her head. He is quite a businessman, Victor said to Ariana, impressed. They had been observing the sea merchant from a distance. Ariana was too upset to answer Victor. What's wrong, Ariana? Don't tell me you are surprised by his behavior, Victor said, seeing the tears in Ariana's eyes. He is acting like a typical mortal. But Ariana had been looking at the lobsters in the cages. It broke her heart to see them so helpless. I want to free them, Ariana said to Victor, pointing towards the cages. You want to free them? Victor asked, surprised. Ariana nodded her head. Victor thought it was risky, but he didn't like seeing Ariana upset. He also didn't mind pulling a prank on the horrible mortal. We will get caught if we do it now, Victor said. Let us wait for it to get a bit darker. Ariana nodded in agreement. She was worried her father would notice her absence, but she couldn't leave without freeing the lobsters. She would deal with her father's punishment later. The sun had set, and it was time for the sea merchant to leave for his home. He put locks on the lobster cages, making sure they clicked to show that they were locked properly. He finally left. Now is our chance. Let's go, Victor said to Ariana after he saw the sea merchant leave. They both went near the lobster cages. Immediately, the lobsters started stirring with excitement. We will free you, my friends, Ariana said to the lobsters.
We are here for you. Victor opened the locks with his magic, while Ariana removed the bands from their claws. The crustaceans clicked their claws in gratitude. Go to the water, Ariana said. Hurry, my friends.
What are you two doing? Thieves! Thieves!
The sea merchant yelled. He had returned. The sea merchant had only gone to hide the money in a safe spot in his house nearby. He came back quickly in order to put the lobsters in water tanks. The sea merchant grabbed Victor, but he disappeared like smoke in his hands. He grabbed Ariana's wrist next, twisting it as he said,
I never knew thieves could be so pretty. You will make a fine wife, or even better mistress.
Ariana screamed. Ariana, Victor yelled. He ran to her, but the lobster got there before him. They pinched the sea merchant everywhere with their claws and without mercy. He yelped loudly and let go of Ariana's wrist. Run, Ariana, Victor said, grabbing her hand. Ariana's heart was beating fast as they both ran to the fishing dock and dove headfirst into the water. They swam quickly, leaving the dock and the screaming merchant far behind them. Victor gave a vulgar sign to the merchant. Are you okay? Victor asked Ariana, concerned. He was surprised to see her laughing. Did you see the lobster who pinched his nose? Ariana said, hysterical with laughter. Well, he had a pretty big nose to begin with. I'm sure it will be normal-sized by now, Victor replied. Victor's reply made Ariana laugh even harder. She now had tears in her eyes from laughing. Victor had never seen her so happy before. It gave him a warm and happy feeling inside. I thought you said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves, Victor asked Ariana, smiling. What is an adventure without some mischief? Ariana replied, repeating what Victor had said earlier to her. Now, it was Victor's turn to laugh. Chapter 6. Her father's reaction was what Ariana feared would happen when she returned home late. The Sea King was so furious with Ariana that he grounded her. Her punishment was she couldn't leave the castle for a week. Even though Ariana was miserable, she didn't argue with her father. She was just glad he didn't ask her too many questions. Victor was miserable too. He had to wait until Ariana was free before they could go back to the surface to continue with their search. He missed seeing her every day. Now he had to think of other ways to spend his time. Since Victor had been spending so much time with Ariana searching for the human, he hadn't visited the Siren Sisters in days. The Siren Sisters were getting bored without his company. They waited impatiently for him in their lagoon. Where do you think Victor is? Asked Onyx, the oldest sister. She had asked her sisters several times already. We don't know, both sisters replied. Victor has never been gone this long. I miss him, Scarlet said with a sigh. I tried summoning him, but he didn't answer, Ember said sadly. We haven't seen our cousin Ariana around either, said Onyx. Do you think they are together? She added suspiciously. All three sisters laughed together like it was the funniest thing they had heard. I don't know why I said that. Even if they were, I doubt it will be for anything fun, Onyx said, laughing. Our cousin is quite dense, and I question her taste in men, if she even has any. Yes, imagine her with Victor, Scarlet laughed. I miss his gorgeous face, Amber said sadly. The three sisters all sighed together. It wasn't as fun without Victor around. Whose gorgeous face are you missing? Victor asked, appearing in front of them. Victor! The three sisters exclaimed together. We were just talking about you. Where have you been? What reason could he give the sisters about his absence? Victor thought. He couldn't tell them he was with Ariana on the surface. It might cause them to become jealous and ask questions. So he said a white lie. I was entangled in a royal duty. Victor lied smoothly. Technically, it was true. The Siren Sisters' horrified reactions were what Victor expected. How tedious, Onyx exclaimed. Couldn't they have asked someone else? How mundane, Scarlet replied. Don't they know who you are? Definitely a travesty to keep you busy like this, Amber said. I called you, but you never answered me, Victor, she added, hurt. I am sorry, Amber. What fool could resist such a beautiful voice? I hope that it wasn't anything urgent, Victor asked apologetically. Amber melted with Victor's compliment.
No, it is all right, Victor. While you were away, I saw something new I wanted to share with you,
Amber replied.
Sister, you didn't tell us anything,
both Scarlet and Onyx said together angrily.
Why is this the first time we are hearing this?
Amber most likely wanted to share it with all of us, Victor said, trying to smooth the sisters' feud. Am I right, Amber?
As always, Victor, Amber cooed. While you were away, I discovered some caves not too far away from the lagoon. I had been in that area several times before, but it was the first time I saw them.
Caves? I am sorry I didn't answer your call, Amber. Was there anything of interest in the caves? Victor asked.
It was mostly empty, but then I heard a voice from one of its chambers. I almost remember hearing it before, but it must have been a long time ago, because I couldn't recall from when,
Amber said.
This is surprising, sister. Did you find where the voice was coming from?
Onyx asked.
No, I couldn't go further in the cave. It was too dark to see, even with my sight,
Amber said.
Too dark to see, even with our sight. It sounds like the work of magic,
Scarlet exclaimed. Victor was alarmed at Amber's revelation. The cave she described sounded like his mother's magical work. If Ursula had enchanted the cave, that means that the sisters were not supposed to find it. Victor would have to think of a way to make them forget about the caves, or make them doubt that it even existed. Again, I am sorry for my absence. I was gone so long, Amber had to entertain herself with her imagination. Like you said, you hadn't seen the caves before, even though you had been there several times. And how could anything be dark for your sight? Victor said charmingly. And I refuse to believe that you couldn't recall the voice.
You know me so well, Victor, cooed Amber. That is why I wait for your visit every day. He knows me better, Scarlet said jealously. I wait for him as well. He knows me best, as I am the oldest, Onyx said. My day doesn't start without thinking about Victor.
While the sisters were arguing amongst themselves, Victor was thinking about what Amber had told him. He thought as soon as he left the lagoon, he will go examine the caves himself. He needed to know what was hidden in the passages. We have met after so long. Let us not waste in arguments, Victor said. Would you like to hear a song? The sisters finally stopped arguing.
Yes, we long to hear you sing, Victor,
the sisters replied excitedly. Perfect. I know just the song, Victor replied. Victor stayed with the sisters until he was sure they forgave him for not visiting them sooner. He stayed until he got their promise they would not go outside of the lagoon without him. Amber had said the caves were near the lagoon, and it didn't take Victor long to find them. Victor hadn't noticed the caves before, but he wasn't sure if he had been there. The Siren Sisters were more likely to roam the areas around their lagoon, as they couldn't swim further away in the ocean. His mother's magic stopped them from going after the humans. If the Siren Sisters started killing too many humans, it would draw attention to the underwater kingdom. The humans might come after the mermaids. Already the Sea King and his mother were busy protecting their borders from an increasing number of human ships. Victor thought it would be easy to get lost in the maze of the cave tunnels. The caves were split in different passages. Some were dark, others were brighter. Victor roamed around, but saw nothing he would consider unusual. Oddly, there were no animals around, which gave the empty caves an ominous feeling. The caves were much colder than the surrounding water, and often Victor felt himself shivering. It was possible that they hadn't noticed the caves before, Victor thought regarding the Siren Sisters. He could search a bit more to make sure nothing was amiss, but he wasn't sure if he would find anything. Victor went in one of the darker tunnels and reached a dead end. There was nothing ahead of him, so he turned around. Victor halted. He was sure he heard something, but it was barely a whisper. Where was it coming from? He saw the opening partially hidden behind a cave wall. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything, just like the Siren Sister said. Victor lit a ball of light with his magic to see better, but was disappointed to see that this tunnel was empty as well. The dark tunnel led to another dead end. Victor noticed that there was a slight crack in the wall. He heard the voice again, coming through this slight opening. It was soft and seductive. It was warm and chilling.
"Come free me, Victor. I will give you all that your heart desires,"
the voice promised him. All that my heart desires? Was it even possible? It was a tempting offer, he thought. Victor's heart was beating fast. A voice had never affected Victor, but this one was more ancient and more powerful than any siren's call. He reached his hand toward the wall opening, tempted to see who was calling him from behind it. He was sure he could remove the wall. Victor raised his hand. He would say the spell to break the wall.
"Victor, can you hear me?"
Victor startled. He finally heard Ariana calling for him and broke away from the voice's spell. That was too close, he thought. He quickly did an incantation and added another layer of magic near the wall. Victor returned to the cave's entrance and created another barrier there. Victor was worried. He had never been affected by a spell before. The crack in the cave's wall meant only one thing. Either his mother's magic was getting weaker, or whatever ancient force that was locked behind it was getting stronger.
"Victor, are you there?"
Victor heard Ariana call for him again. I am worrying too much, Victor thought again. He had, after all, averted any crisis. With his new spell, the Siren Sisters could not see the caves anymore. He would later talk to his mother, too. But first he had an important call to attend to.
"You called for me?"
Victor said, appearing before Ariana.
"Oh, you came, Victor,"
Ariana said.
"I hope I didn't call you at a bad time?"
"It will never be a bad time if you call, Ariana," Victor said with a grin. Victor remembered that it was Ariana's voice which had broken the voice's spell. Ariana blushed, but ignored his teasing.
"Let us go to the surface as soon as the week is over. I have a feeling this time we will find what we are looking for."
"Is that so?" Victor asked, tilting his head.
"I am serious, Victor,"
Ariana said. "I believe you. I always go by my gut feelings, too," Victor replied. "We will go as soon as you are free to do so, Ariana." The week couldn't pass fast enough for both Ariana and Victor. Ariana was getting impatient to find the human, but Victor didn't care when or even if they found him. He was having too much fun on the surface. Truth be told, Victor had a secret reason for not wanting to find the mortal. Finding him would mean he couldn't spend time with Ariana anymore. He especially looked forward to the times they were spending together after coming back from the surface. As per the deal, every minute that Ariana spends on the surface, she had spent the same with Victor. Victor knew that she didn't like the condition, but he had an important reason. He wanted to stop becoming so helpless whenever he was near her. Victor thought there was nothing he couldn't master, including his erratic heart. Ariana was curious to learn more about magic, and she often asked Victor questions. He was happy to answer them, as it gave him something to do besides sneaking glances at Ariana.
"How does summoning work? You just think about the person and say their name?" Ariana asked.
"Yes, it is as simple as that. I think it is an archaic system. It works when the other person gives permission to visit them. I suppose our ancestors concerned themselves about privacy. Imagine dropping in on someone when they are doing something private," Victor said with a smirk. Based on Ariana's horrified expression, Victor knew she got the implication behind his words.
"So we can't use it to travel? It would be so much easier to go from one destination to the next simply by appearing there,"
Ariana said. "Luckily, us mermaids can swim very fast, so it has never been an issue. Again, it was likely barred for safety reasons. You could appear somewhat dangerous without someone you trust calling you there. And if you didn't know where you were going," Victor said. "But you make a good point."
"What are you talking about, Victor?"
Ariana asked, when she saw that he was deep in thought. "I was wondering if there was a loophole that would allow me to transport anywhere I liked," Victor said. "Your idea gave me something I could work on, Ariana."
"Okay, Victor, but don't drop on me unexpected. And stay away from my bedroom," Ariana exclaimed.
"But that was the first place on my mind," Victor said with a twinkle in his eyes. Victor had reasoned the more time he spent with Ariana, he would see her like anyone else. His willpower, just like his magic, would become stronger with practice, or so Victor thought. He thought his feelings would become more reasonable. He thought the more he saw Ariana, his heart would stop beating so fast. Victor learned a few things as he spent time with her, but they weren't what he expected. He learned how her eyes formed little arches when she smiled, how her eyes shimmered when she heard a new song, how happy she would be to see her fish friends, how sad she would get when one of her fish friends was missing, how she teased and tickled the pufferfish until he puffed up and left in a huff, how she would ride the back of whales when she was too lazy to swim. Spending more time with Ariana was having the opposite effect. Victor had thought that with time, his feelings for Ariana would fade. To his dismay, he found out they only got deeper. If things continued the way they were going, Victor was going to be in trouble. Deep, deep trouble. Victor wouldn't be able to stop his heart from falling in love, and no amount of magic could save him then. Chapter 7. The days inched by slowly, until finally a full week had passed. Time could not have been as torturous for Ariana as waiting those 7 days. At the end of her punishment, the Sea King called Ariana and gave her this warning. Do not be late again, Ariana, for if it happens, you will not be leaving the castle for a month. Yes, father, Ariana replied. The Sea King dismissed her, and she was free to go. As soon as Ariana left the castle behind, she called Victor. Victor had been waiting impatiently for her call, and arrived on her first thought. Ariana, you are free at last, Victor said happily. I was dying of boredom. Where are we to go today? Let us go back to the same village we went last time, Ariana said. The same village? Victor asked. Yes, but we will explore further in the land, Ariana said. The sea merchant might still look for us. He won't forget about what we did with the lobsters, Victor said. We will have to make sure he doesn't see us. Ariana nodded her head in agreement. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling they would find the answer in the same village. When Ariana and Victor reached the fishing village, they were cautious to stay away from the merchant's area. They went further inside, testing the limit of Victor's magic. Near the docks, they had only seen fish sellers and merchants. In the middle of the village, there were different shops. Here, the humans were selling things they hadn't seen before. There were flowers that didn't look like anything they had seen before. There were carts full of what they assumed was food for humans. They were in all shapes, colors, and sizes. Victor learned they were called vegetables and fruits. Here, they also encountered other strange land creatures besides humans. The other animals walked on their legs like humans, but they had 4 of them instead of 2. Unlike the creatures of the ocean, they weren't shiny and had no scales. One creature rubbed itself against Ariana's legs. It felt soft when Ariana touched it, and made a strange purring sound. When Victor tried to pet it, however, the same creature hissed and scratched its claws, making Ariana giggle. They learned that moody creature was a cat. While searching the shops, Ariana noticed a human who she thought could help them. The human was in his shop, surrounded by thousands of letters. Ariana's heart soared looking at the letters. Their ink did not fade away when she touched them, but these letters were all bound. Ariana would learn the collection of letters were called books. Ariana was standing in front of a bookshop. It was the most wonderful thing she had ever seen. Ariana wanted to ask the bookseller inside the bookshop. She felt he would know where the insignia on the locket came from. Victor, we should go inside, Ariana said, grabbing his arm. Victor felt his heart pounding at her touch. He calmed his breath before speaking. Are you sure? We haven't been inside before. I am not sure if my magic will hold, Victor said. We will do it quickly, Ariana said. Victor nodded his head. Hello, how can I help you? The bookseller asked as soon as they entered his shop. We were wondering if you could help us identify something, Ariana said as she gave him the locket. Do you know what this is? She asked, pointing at the engraving. It is the royal emblem, the shopkeeper said, looking closely at the locket. But it is the king's symbol before it changed. Few would recognize it. It belonged to his great-grandfather. The locket belonged to the royal family? It surprised Ariana to hear that. Wait, there is a small latch at the side. Let me find something to open it with, the shopkeeper said. He brought out a tool, but was having difficulty opening the locket. What's that? Victor exclaimed. When the bookseller looked away, Victor waved his hand over the locket. It opened with a click. Congratulations. You were successful in opening it, Victor said brightly to the bookseller. Can you tell us what is inside? The locket was smooth inside and shone a brilliant gold color as if new. There were no pictures, but there were some words engraved. The bookseller brought out a magnifying glass to look at the small, elegant engraving. He replied, It is a verse from Shakespeare, a heart to love, and in that heart, courage, to makes love known. The locket seemed to be a personal token of love. Ariana's heart started beating faster after hearing what the locket was for. It was no ordinary gift the human had given her. Does it say anything else? Victor asked impatiently. I'm afraid not, the bookseller replied. Sorry, that is all I can tell you. Thank you for helping us, Ariana said. Do you know if we can talk to anyone about the locket? Yes, I believe I know just the person to ask. Prince Ivan's ship was here not many days ago. He came in the shop for a new poetry book. I believe he will stay in the village for a few days. Perhaps he would know who the locket belongs to in his family, the bookseller said. He would know who the locket belongs to? Victor asked. Did you say his name was Prince Ivan? Ariana asked at the same time. Yes and yes, answering both Ariana and Victor. Ariana liked the sound of Prince Ivan's name. She noticed that the bookseller had spoken fondly of him. Prince Ivan also liked looking at books, just like her, but he could probably also read them. While Ariana was daydreaming, Victor was looking at the book by the counter. He was surprised to see a picture of a mermaid on the front cover. He asked the bookseller what it was about. The book is about legendary sea creatures such as mermaids. Most people believe them to be myths, the bookseller said. And what do you believe? Victor asked, amused. Are they myths? I believe that they exist, the bookseller answered. That seems fantastical, doesn't it? I mean, mermaids living deep in the ocean. Sounds like a fairy tale. Victor said dismissively. You might not believe them, but I do. I saw one as a lad, and I will never forget the sight, the bookseller replied angrily. The bookseller's passionate response surprised Victor. He politely gave him a bow, as if conceding to their argument. My dear man, I will not dismiss what you saw. Let me read this book, before I form any opinion on the subject, Victor said. How much will it cost me? Victor found some coins in the human robe he wore that he could use to buy the book. The bookseller was pacified with Victor's response, and by his interest in the subject. He was more interested in finding potential readers than selling books. Since it is your first time here, you can keep the book at no cost, the bookseller said. Victor raised his eyebrows in surprise. You surprise me. I didn't know humans can be generous, Victor said to the bookseller. And you surprise me. You dress the same, speak the same, yet behave stranger than any foreigner, the bookseller said, shaking his head. People do tell me I have a lot to learn, Victor said. But luckily, I'm a quick study. Thank you for your gift, my dear man. I hope that you may encounter another mermaid yet. Victor gave him another bow. The bookseller smiled and shook his head again. He found the stranger as strange as he was beautiful. When Ariana left the shop, Victor was still busy studying the book in his hands. It is no use taking the book with you, Victor, Ariana said. It will wash away in the water. She didn't tell him how she knew this. I am sure I can do an incantation to keep it from getting wet, Victor said, scratching his head in thought. And how would you read it? Ariana asked. There must be a spell for languages too, Victor said simply. He carefully put the book in his robe's pocket. It stunned Ariana how simple it all was for Victor.
"Sometimes I envy you, Victor," Ariana said with a sigh. "It must be nice to have magic."
"Only sometimes? Dear Ariana, I envy me all the time," Victor replied with a grin. Ariana frowned, which made Victor laugh. "You are part mortal, so your magic will take longer to appear. You just have to be more patient."
"Patience is really not my strong point, Victor,"
Ariana replied. "It is definitely not mine either. We should get going, Ariana. I am afraid that my magic will not hold any longer."
"Yes, we should."
Ariana started, but was interrupted by a loud voice. "You two over there! Stop!" A week had passed, but the sea merchant was still furious at being insulted. He paid a handsome sum and hired soldiers to look for 2 hooded foreigners in the village. The soldiers were paid to bring both of them to him. He didn't care too much for the boy, but he especially wanted to find the girl. "Run, Ariana," Victor said to Ariana. "We can't be caught right now." Both Ariana and Victor ran as quickly as they could away from the soldiers. "Stop, thieves! We have a warrant to arrest you!" They yelled, following after them. Victor and Ariana crisscrossed through different alleys and streets, but they had lost their way back. "Let's hide here," Victor yelled, and they both hid in a narrow alley behind the shops. They waited, but they couldn't hear the soldiers anymore. Perhaps they had finally lost them. Ariana's heart was pounding. She was breathing heavily after running. Victor's heart was pounding too, but for a different reason. He was inches away from Ariana. He never stood so close to her before. All he had to do was bend slightly forward to kiss her lips. "Do you think we are safe now?" Ariana asked Victor, but was surprised to see him looking closely at her. Ariana blushed. Victor had never looked at her like that before. Time seemed to come to a standstill. It was just the two of them and no one else. Ariana was trembling. Victor reached out his hand to gently touch Ariana's face. "Are you okay, Ariana?" Ariana was looking at Victor. She hadn't noticed how beautiful his eyes were. "There! Over there!" The soldiers' voices startled Ariana. "We have them now," they said, getting closer. "Run!" Victor yelled again. Ariana and Victor both ran to another alley, but this one led to a dead end. They were trapped. Victor had nothing to defend himself with, and his magic was gone, but he laughed as he dodged and weaved all the soldiers' blows with no effort. Ariana was slower and got caught by one of the soldiers. Victor was no longer laughing. "Ariana!" Victor yelled. He let his guard down. The second soldier seized Victor's distraction to hit him on the head with the back of his sword. Victor fell on the ground with a loud thud. The soldier's attack knocked Victor out.
"Victor!"
Ariana yelled.
"Victor, get up!"
The soldier left Victor lying there, unconscious, in the alley as they grabbed Ariana. "You are the one the merchant really wants. You are coming with us," the soldier said as they dragged her by the arms. They took Ariana towards the sea merchant. The sea merchant was giddy to see the girl again. He had waited a whole week to get his revenge, all the time thinking of ways he could torture her for her insult. He couldn't wait to get his hands on her. The soldiers brought Ariana in front of the sea merchant. She was crying for them to let her go.
"Not so brave now, are you, my pretty thief? You will pay for what you did,"
the sea merchant said. Ariana screamed when the sea merchant twisted her arms. There was a crowd gathered in front of his shop, but no one dared to do anything to help Ariana. "Unhand her," said a voice. "How dare you treat a lady in this manner?" Ariana would have cried with relief at the man's voice. "Prince Ivan!" the soldiers and the sea merchant exclaimed. Ariana turned to look who caused such fear in a brute like the sea merchant. She was struck by the prince's handsome appearance.
"My prince, she is but a common thief,"
the sea merchant said, groveling. His demeanor changed the instant he saw the prince. "Silence! I will not have you speak poorly of our guest," Prince Ivan said.
"You are mistaken, as she is but a thief, sire. She stole my merchandise," the sea merchant said. "I stole nothing. You had cruelly kept my friends in cages. I'd let them go free," Ariana exclaimed.
"What is she talking about?" You locked her friends in cages? Should I arrest you for abuse, merchant? Prince Ivan asked. Ariana's words confused the sea merchant. But they were lobsters, my prince. How else would I keep them? You will not keep them at all, Ariana exclaimed. The foreigner enchanted Prince Ivan. She was blushing, but her eyes were bright and passionate. Prince Ivan had never seen a maiden as beautiful as Ariana. She is absolutely right. What right do we have over free creatures? Prince Ivan said. What about the loss I incurred because of her? The sea merchant asked. I will pay for whatever loss you think you have. Though going by what I heard from the villagers, you should be the last to complain, merchant. The sea merchant was alarmed to know that Prince Ivan had spoken with the villagers. If word got back to the king, he might lose his business forever, the sea merchant thought. He couldn't afford to offend the prince. Your Excellency, you are too kind. I should have minded my temper. Please forgive me. The sea merchant bowed quickly. He mumbled an apology to Ariana, too, and left in a hurry. Ariana stood speechless in front of the handsome mortal prince. Prince Ivan wanted to ask her name when the crowd parted. Someone shoved his way to the front, where Ariana and Prince Ivan were standing. Ariana! Victor yelled as he came running towards her. When Victor regained consciousness and saw that Ariana was missing, he frantically went searching for her. He felt like his heart stopped, and that he couldn't breathe. He was going mad, terrified that Ariana was in grave danger. Now that he finally found her, Victor felt he could breathe again. Prince Ivan's heart sunk when he saw Victor, and especially when he noticed that Ariana was happy to see him too. Prince Ivan thought, was the handsome man her fiancé? I won't keep you long, my lady. I am sorry for any trouble the soldiers or the sea merchant have given you, Prince Ivan said with a bow. Please, Prince Ivan, don't leave. I had been searching for you all these days, Ariana said. Yes, we have been searching for you, together, Victor added, slightly annoyed. It surprised Ivan. It surprised Prince Ivan. He couldn't think why she would look for him. Have we met before? But no, I couldn't have. I wouldn't ever forget meeting you, Prince Ivan said. Why were you searching for me? Ariana blushed. I wanted to ask you, why did you give me this locket? Ariana remembered seeing Prince Ivan's face, blurry as her sight had been when he released her in the water. She was sure that he was the one who gave her the locket. Prince Ivan looked at the heirloom he thought he would never see again. You have the locket? But that would mean I am the girl you freed that day, Ariana replied. Ariana, Victor interrupted. We don't have much time. Victor felt his magic was at a breaking point. Both Ariana and he would have to return to the water right away. I have to go, Ariana said to Prince Ivan. I came to thank you and to return your locket. I want you to keep it, Prince Ivan said. But why? If you return the locket to me, what excuse will I have left to see you? Prince Ivan asked. Ariana blushed, but said nothing. She couldn't stay another moment, as Victor was already walking towards the water. Can I see you again? Prince Ivan asked quickly. Yes, Ariana replied. When? Tomorrow, Ariana promised. Meet me by the beach nearby. Ariana, let's go, Victor said impatiently. I will wait for you tomorrow, Ariana, Prince Ivan promised. Ariana's heart fluttered hearing Prince Ivan say her name. She looked at him one last time before following Victor. The next day, Prince Ivan waited for Ariana by the beach, just like he promised. He hoped that they could talk longer than last time. Ariana arrived looking heavenly in a dress the color of jades and emeralds. She blushed when she saw him waiting for her. Hi, she said shyly. Ariana, you came, Prince Ivan said. I didn't know if you would come. I promised that I will, Ariana said with a smile. You kept your promise too, Prince Ivan. How could I forget? Prince Ivan said. Ariana blushed at his response. Victor came out of the water. He looked angrily at the prince, but kept his distance. It was a good thing, too, as Victor looked like he would punch the prince. Who is he? Prince Ivan asked. Who are you talking about? That shadowy figure that lurks around you. He has an angelic face, if it weren't for the deadly expression on it, Prince Ivan said, joking. He meant Victor. Who was Victor, Ariana thought. Was he a friend? No. They were too different to be friends. In fact, they were opposites. Was he an acquaintance? Not anymore. Not after he helped her so much. Ariana told the prince the truth. Whenever I want to see you, he helps me with his magic. So you really are a mermaid. Is your human form temporary then? Prince Ivan asked. Yes, Ariana replied. I can't stay long away from the water. Is there any way it can become permanent? Prince Ivan asked. Only the sea witch or my father will be able to do that, Ariana replied. Your father? My father is the Sea King. He rules the seven seas, Ariana admitted. The Sea King? That means you are royalty, Prince Ivan asked, surprised. Both of us are. Victor too, Ariana said. Victor was the Sea Witch's son, so he was the Dark Prince of the Seas. So only with your father or the Sea Witch can you stay longer? You can't do it on your own? Prince Ivan asked. I am part mortal. My magic will take longer to appear, Ariana said. Oh, I see. I wish there was another way, where we could meet as normal people do, Prince Ivan said with a sigh. Ariana's heart was beating fast. She was sure that Prince Ivan was going to say something else before he changed his mind. Ariana also wondered if she could meet Prince Ivan alone and without Victor. Did Prince Ivan want to tell her something in private? While Ariana was talking with Prince Ivan, Victor was busy seething. He was pacing like a jaguar in a locked cage, but kept a respectful distance away from them. He didn't know what Ariana saw in the human. When she asked him to take her to meet Prince Ivan, Victor wanted to refuse. He reluctantly agreed, realizing if they didn't go to the surface, she would have no reason to spend time with him. Prince Ivan was boring, he thought viciously. Victor wasn't too worried, though, as the mortal prince was hardly a competition for him, no matter how handsome he was. Unfortunately for Victor, he didn't understand the power of first impressions. He didn't know that Prince Ivan had made a very good impression on Ariana the very first time they met. Victor didn't understand why Ariana's heart was grateful to Prince Ivan for saving her life. He didn't understand why her heart felt grateful Prince Ivan did it all, asking nothing from her in return. Most of all, Victor didn't realize the terrible first impression he himself made on the Sea King's daughter the first time they met. Their first meeting happened nearly 7 years ago. The Sea King had summoned Victor and his mother to the castle, and his mother to his castle. Victor's mother, Ursula, was busy talking with the Sea King. He had called her for advice regarding his wife Helena's diminishing health. They were having a discussion in the royal court, while young Victor was waiting in the hallway outside. 12-year-old Ariana decided she wanted to make a new friend that day. Since she was shy, she spends most of her time with her mortal mother, and she hardly spoke to anyone else. She was determined she would change that soon. Ariana saw Victor waiting in the hallway. He was only 2 years older, but Victor looked intimidating to her as a 14-year-old. No, Ariana, she said to herself. You will not be shy today. You can do this. She gathered her strength and went towards Victor. Hi, Ariana said brightly. Victor didn't respond. Ariana thought perhaps she said it too quiet, so she said it again. Hello. I heard you the first time, Victor replied in a bored voice. Ariana thought it was rude that he ignored her the first time. She thought of turning and leaving, but she stopped. She was desperate to talk to someone other than her mother. She won't give up that easily, she told herself. She will make a new friend today. Amber, Onyx, and Scarlet talk a lot about you. You are Ursula's son, right? Ariana asked politely. How do you know the Siren Sisters? Victor asked, surprised. They are my cousins, Ariana said brightly. She was glad that Victor was talking to her. Really? I wouldn't have guessed that, Victor replied. Ariana didn't know if he was being polite or rude, so she said nothing. She didn't know what to say in response. Why was having a conversation so hard for her? Ariana thought miserably. Ariana realized that she didn't tell Victor who she was.
I forgot to tell you my name. I am Ariana.
You are the Sea King's daughter. Everyone knows, Victor said, bored.
My mother, Helena,
is immortal. Everyone knows that too. Victor interrupted. I do like her, though. Ariana brightened up when Victor said that he liked her mother. Perhaps he wasn't so bad. He just needed to warm up to conversations. You look nothing like the queen, Victor added. Are you adopted by any chance? Ariana's heart sank. Victor wasn't very nice. Before she could respond to his question, Ariana heard Victor's mother calling for him. Ursula was frightening, and Victor seemed ready to go right away. I have to go. Did you say your name was Brianna? Victor said in a hurry. Send my regards to your cousins when you see them next, okay? Ariana blushed.
My name is Ariana,
she tried to say, but Victor had already left. Ariana had a sinking feeling that the beautiful, rude boy will never agree to be her friend. Chapter 8. Ariana had never been this nervous before. She didn't know what to say to Prince Ivan, so she thanked him once again. I didn't have time to thank you, Prince Ivan, Ariana said. Please call me Ivan. You already thanked me, Prince Ivan said.
Okay, Ivan,
Ariana said, blushing.
You didn't tell me why you gave me the locket.
You might think this is silly, but I hope that you would return it to me, so we could meet again, Prince Ivan said. The locket is a prized family heirloom.
A family heirloom?
Ariana asked. It belonged to my great-grandfather, Prince Ivan replied. He made it for my great-grandmother.
What does the engraving inside mean? Is it a message for her?
Ariana asked again. You are smart, and yes, Prince Ivan said. It says, a heart to love, and in that heart, courage, to makes love known. My great-grandfather was a gentle and shy man. He was also shy around a girl he liked. He wanted to tell her how he felt, but didn't have the courage to do so. So he had this locket made and gave it to my great-grandmother, hoping that she would understand. Ariana blushed. It is very romantic, Ariana said. I think it is a lovely heirloom, but I had wanted the ring that my brother got, Prince Ivan said with a sigh. You didn't want the locket? Why did you want the ring? Ariana asked, surprised. My great-grandfather gave the locket to my great-grandmother, and when their love was still budding, and in its infancy. He gave the ring to her when they married, Prince Ivan replied. I think I like the ring better, for it feels like a symbol of a stronger and deeper love. That is beautiful, Ariana said, awestruck by Prince Ivan's thoughts. She thought he was poetic. She was curious to know more about the ring. What does the ring look like? Ariana asked. The center stone is the color of the deepest oceans. It had diamonds on the side that shine like the stars at night, Prince Ivan said. It doesn't matter now. I am no longer envious that my brother got the ring. Why? What made you change your mind? Ariana asked. Because the locket brought me closer to you, Prince Ivan said with a smile. Ariana blushed. Maybe the locket was the beginning of another love story, she thought to herself. Ariana thought that the prince would likely want the priceless family heirloom back. Do you want the locket back? Ariana asked, hoping Prince Ivan would refuse. The locket is a gift, Ariana. If you no longer want to see me, you can return it to me, and I will understand, Prince Ivan replied. I hope that I never return it, Ariana said with a smile. I hope so too, Prince Ivan said. Victor was getting impatient. He thought he had given Ariana enough time to talk with Prince Ivan, so he came to take her back to the ocean. Let's go, Ariana, he said to her, before your father notices you are missing again. When will you come back? Prince Ivan asked. Victor ignored the prince. Ariana looked at Victor, but he was silent. I will come back when I can, Ariana said to Prince Ivan, when she saw Victor leaving. I will wait for you until you do, Prince Ivan said to himself. Victor and Ariana had already left for the underwater kingdom. Ariana quietly followed Victor. She didn't ask him when she could return to the surface, because he was frowning, and looked like he was in a foul mood. He didn't seem to like Prince Ivan very much, but she didn't consider that perhaps he was jealous. I will be busy for the next few days, so I can't take you back to the surface, Victor said to Ariana. I understand, Ariana said. Is that all you have to say? Victor asked. I was expecting more protest from you. You have helped me a lot already, and I am grateful to you. You risked your life to help me, Ariana said in a small voice. Thank you, Victor. Victor did not like seeing Ariana looking so down. Perhaps he could tell her the truth. Not the complete truth of what he was up to, but some parts of it. It is not like I don't want to take you back, Ariana. I am genuinely busy. My mother has given me some important tasks to complete, Victor said with a sigh. So you will take me back to the surface? Ariana asked excitedly. Yes, but only after I complete my mother's work, Victor replied. Oh, thank you, Ariana replied excitedly. Good, you are happy again. Now stop thinking me as the bad guy, okay? Victor said, smiling. Ariana blushed. Listen, I know that you want to learn more about your mortal side. I don't mind, Victor said. Ariana nodded. She thought it was funny that he completely ignored Prince Ivan. She didn't want to say anything that could cause Victor to change his mind, and she thought she wouldn't mention Prince Ivan too much in front of him. Ariana noticed that Victor got moody whenever she mentioned him. Victor told his mother, Ursula, about the Siren Sisters and the caves. He didn't tell her about the voice he heard. He wasn't sure why he didn't tell his mother. He didn't want her to know that a spell had affected him and made him vulnerable. The sea witch got concerned that her spells were getting weaker. She asked Victor to go check on another area deep on the ocean floor. Victor, I want you to go to the deepest trench in the ocean, Ursula said to her son. Why are you sending me there, Mother? It will take me 2 days to get there, Victor said. I want you to see if the ancient creature down there is still asleep and has not woken, Ursula replied. What ancient creature? Victor asked. An ancient monster known as the Kraken. It was trapped nearly a millennium ago. After what you told me about the caves, I want to make sure that it is still asleep, that the spell is still working, Ursula said. The Kraken? But that is just a lore, Mother, Victor asked, surprised. All the laws are true, Victor, Ursula said. The Kraken was a terrible monster that terrorized the seas 1,000 years ago. None of the other creatures could match its power. How was it trapped then? Victor asked. None of the spells I used worked. Not even the Sea King could match its power. We were getting weaker each day, our magic slowly dying. We thought that the Kraken would keep terrorizing the oceans and eventually destroy the underwater kingdom. The only relief we got was when the Kraken would go missing for days, Ursula said. The Kraken would go missing for days? Where did it go? Victor asked. No one followed it to know where it went. We used those days to recover and strategize. One day, the Kraken returned, but it was weak. It had received a terrible injury. We trapped it in the deepest trench, casting a spell to keep it asleep forever, Ursula replied. An injury? Where did it get the injury from? Victor asked. I am not sure, Ursula said. How it happened doesn't matter now. But we have to make sure the spell on the creature doesn't break. I understand, Victor replied. I will go straight away. If the creature is awake, Victor, do not engage it. Come back and tell me, Ursula warned Victor. As much as I hate it, we will need the Sea King's help once more. I will do as you say, Mother, Victor replied to the Sea Witch. He bowed to his mother before leaving. How did the Kraken get that injury? Victor wondered. If both Mother and the Sea King could not stop the terrible creature, what other power was strong enough to harm it? Victor swam until he reached the deepest part of the ocean. The trench went miles down until there was nothing left but darkness. Victor lit a ball of light with his magic to see the path below. He swam for hours, but came no closer to the bottom. It was eerily quiet. Victor could even hear his heart beating. But it wasn't his own heart he was hearing. Rather, it was the heartbeat of a monstrous creature. The Kraken was so big that Victor had mistaken it for an underwater island. The water around the creature vibrated with its beating heart. The Kraken must have been a mile long in width. Victor saw that the Kraken was in chains and bound to the ocean floor. It was thankfully deep in slumber and did not stir. The spells were still working, Victor thought with relief. He went closer to the creature. The Kraken had an enormous body and teeth the size of boulders. It looked like it could easily swallow a dozen whales and destroy anything with its long arms. Victor counted that there were a dozen of them. "I am sure glad that you are asleep, my monster friend," Victor said. "Sorry, but I would not want to be around you when you are awake, especially knowing how grumpy you might be after napping for 1,000 years. Victor's heart startled when the Kraken opened one of its monstrous eyes. The creature quickly went to sleep again. Did it wake just now? Victor wondered. Or was it how it slept? Victor was feeling extra curious, or maybe extra stupid, so he poked the Kraken's eye. The creature didn't stir. When Victor was sure that the creature was asleep, he thought of returning. He couldn't leave the creature without adding a few protective spells of his own. I can add a few more chains as a precaution, Victor thought. I am sure that you make a wonderful pet, Mr. Kraken, Victor said to the sea monster. Forgive me for adding an extra leash. The Kraken was deep asleep to be offended by Victor's extra chains. With his task complete, Victor couldn't wait to go back to the underwater kingdom. It had been days since he saw Ariana. He promised her to take her back to the surface, so he knew that Ariana will wait for his return. With Victor gone and no other hope for going to the surface, Ariana was miserable for days. She even stopped going outside the castle, staying locked in her room. Her fish friends called her from outside her window, but she remained in her room. The Sea King got concerned. Perhaps he was too harsh with Ariana's punishment last time. He hoped that it didn't discourage her from leaving the castle. While Ariana waited for Victor's return, she tried to practice her magic. After several hours, she lit a small flame the size of a dot. Great, Ariana thought miserably to herself. At the rate I'm going, I might reach half of Victor's magic level in 50 years. Ariana thought if she couldn't get stronger in her magic, she couldn't hope to go on the surface on her own. She would need Victor's help until then. Ariana wished that Victor would hurry with his task. She wanted to talk to Prince Ivan again, and she wasn't sure how long he was staying in the fishing village. She wondered if Prince Ivan was waiting for her by the beach. It had been 5 days since she last saw him. He probably would have stopped waiting for her by now, Ariana thought miserably. She will only know when she goes back to the surface. She could only go to the surface when Victor returned. Victor would return only when his task was complete. Ariana's thoughts were stuck in a loop. Ariana wondered, not for the first time, why Victor's mother hadn't gone herself. What task did she give Victor that it was taking him so long? Victor probably wouldn't tell her, though, even if she asked him. He wasn't like Prince Ivan, who was an open book and easy to talk to. Victor seemed to keep a lot of secrets. Victor's mysterious nature probably caused the other girls to swoon even more for him. Ariana was busy mumbling to herself about stupid, secretive Victor when she heard a tapping on her window. It was probably the fishes again, asking her to come outside. She ignored it completely. After a few minutes, the tapping started again, louder this time. Ariana closed her ears. Now, someone was throwing shells at her window. I told you, I am not coming out of my room today. Can't you leave me alone? Ariana exclaimed. Victor! It was Victor who was throwing shells at her window. You still don't want to come outside? Victor said with a grin. I can leave you to mope some more.
Don't go. I will be right there,
Ariana said happily. While Ariana got ready to see the outside world again, the Sea King had been pacing outside Ariana's bedroom. Brutus was thinking of knocking on her door for the past 10 minutes. He wanted to see if she was okay, but didn't want to intrude on her privacy. Just then, Ariana's bedroom door burst open, and she came rushing by. She wasn't paying attention and bumped into her father.
"Ooh! Father, what are you doing here?"
Ariana asked, surprised. You were in your bedroom all day. I wanted to see if you were all right, the Sea King said, guiltily.
I am great. I was just going out. Bye, Father,
Ariana said. Where are you going in such a hurry? The Sea King asked, but Ariana had already left. He wasn't sure what was bothering her before, but the Sea King was glad to see Ariana happy again.
Victor, you are back,
Ariana said to him. Yes, the work is done. Now it is time to play, Victor said.
Are we going to the surface?
Ariana asked. We will go wherever you want to go, Victor said with a bow. Ariana was giddy with excitement. She chattered all the way to the surface. Victor was still tired from his journey, but he came to see Ariana right after reporting to his mother. The Sea Witch was pleased with what he told her. Ursula told him to check on the creature again in a couple of months' time. Ariana was full of energy and swimming much faster than Victor. He laughed and told her to go ahead. He said he will catch up to her, and they will meet on the surface soon. Ariana reached the surface a few minutes ahead of Victor. She scanned the beach for Prince Ivan, but was disappointed to see no trace of him. Dejected, she was going back in the water when Prince Ivan called out for her behind.
Ariana, you are here. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to see you before I left,
Prince Ivan said.
You are leaving?
Ariana said, her disappointment visible in her voice. I came every day to the beach since we last met. Today was my last day in the village, and I thought I would miss you before I went back to my kingdom. My father sent a message for me to return home, Prince Ivan said.
Is everything all right?
Ariana asked, worried. I hope so. I think it is related to the war. Regardless, I won't be able to see you until I return home. It will take our ship 3 weeks at least, Prince Ivan said.
3 weeks? Why? You will be on the water,
Ariana asked. I can't risk the ship crew seeing us. It won't be safe for you, Prince Ivan said. I hope that we can meet soon.
How will I know where to find you?
Ariana asked. Go straight from here to where the ocean ends. Stop where you see flags of this symbol, Prince Ivan said, as he gave Ariana a coin with the royal symbol. I am sure that as a mermaid, you can get there faster, but wait for me to reach there first.
I will have to wait 3 weeks?
Ariana asked. I am sorry. I have to go as my ship is leaving, Prince Ivan said. Farewell, Ariana. Prince Ivan left quickly. Ariana stood on the beach, turning the coin in her hand like a talisman. She saw Victor come out of the water and sat immediately on the shore. Wow, I didn't know I would be this tired, Victor exclaimed. He stretched and yawned loudly. I want to go back, Ariana said. It surprised Victor. Don't leave on my account, Ariana. I am sure I will recover in a few minutes, he said.
The sun is too bright today, and I don't like it,
Ariana said as she left for the water. Again, Victor watched her in surprise. He looked at the overcast sky above and got even more confused. Maybe she doesn't want to stay because she thinks I am tired? Victor wondered. It might as well be. My magic wouldn't have lasted that long on the surface today. He followed Ariana back into the water. Since you are not enchanted by the surface world today, would you rather see the wonders of the sea? Victor asked. Ariana was still upset that she wouldn't be able to see Prince Ivan for weeks. She thought she couldn't take it out on Victor, as it wouldn't be fair. Victor kept his promise and came to her, even when he was obviously exhausted.
Sure. What do you want to show me, Victor?
Ariana asked, curious. Just follow me, Victor said mysteriously. Chapter 9. Ariana was surprised when Victor whistled for the humpback whale. The gentle giant appeared in front of them within minutes of him calling.
I thought you said it was lazy to ride on the whale's back.
Didn't you tell me I should swim myself and leave the poor animal alone? Ariana asked. It is lazy. It is also convenient when you are tired, Victor said. He yawned again and laid down on the whale's back. Ariana stood there, still unsure if she should follow. Are you coming or not? Or do you want to swim there? Victor asked. You don't have to ask me twice, Ariana said happily. The ocean was tranquil and calm. There was hardly any ripple in the water. Victor watched the water lazily, while the whale swam to wherever he told it to go to. Ariana sat next to him, waving at all the creatures that were swimming by. Every single creature waved back at her. You will make a great queen one day, Victor observed. I can't even do any magic yet. How can you tell? Ariana asked. All the creatures seem to like you, he replied. Being a queen is not about being liked by everyone, Ariana said. So it is not a popularity contest? Victor joked. I always thought it was. My father says it is about being a true leader, Ariana said. It is about doing the right thing, even when it is hard. Your father's criteria would do me no good, Victor said. Really? Why not? Ariana asked. I am a morally gray creature, if you haven't noticed already, and I like to stay that way, Victor replied. I go with whatever decision is most profitable to me. I believe when the time comes, Victor, you will make a decision that will be best for everyone, and not just yourself, Ariana said. Is that so? You have more faith in me than I expected, Victor said. I don't know what to do with this knowledge. For one, believe it, Ariana said, laughing. And two, don't let me down. I won't upset the future queen, Victor said, with a bow. Even if I love doing the unexpected. You didn't tell me where we are going. I have never been this far before, Ariana asked. I didn't expect you to. That is why I am taking you there. We are going where it is probably forbidden for you to go. The Darklands. Area owned by my own dear mother, Victor said. We are going into Ursula's territories? Can I go there without her permission? Ariana asked, worried. You have full immunity, since you are arriving in the company of her only son, the Dark Prince of the Darklands, Victor replied. I hope that you are right, Ariana replied. Victor didn't tell her what happened to creatures who went to the Darklands without permission from the Sea Witch. They became stone ornaments for her garden. Victor thought they would go undetected, and it was unlikely that his mother would ever find out. He didn't remember the scouts the Sea Witch kept on her borders. One of them detected Ariana and Victor and went to inform Ursula right away. The whale kept swimming until it reached the edge of a kelp forest. Victor gave a bow to the giant creature, thanking it for saving them from a tiring journey. There is nothing ahead but a kelp forest. How will we go through it? Ariana asked. O ye of little faith, just stay right behind me, Victor said with a grin. Ariana didn't ask any further questions and followed Victor into the deep, dark kelp forest. She was amazed when the kelp parted to make a path ahead of Victor. She swam close to him, afraid of getting left behind. Ariana did not want to get tangled in the serpent-like kelp. It was so dark in there that Ariana could barely see even a few feet ahead of them. Finally, the kelp forest ended and opened up to a vast field. Where are we, Victor? Ariana asked. We are in the Jelly Star field, he replied. Jelly Star? But they sting mermaids. What are we doing here? Ariana asked, surprised. We are going to see a natural wonder, one you will never forget, Victor said. Ariana liked all the creatures of the ocean. She even tried to like jelly stars, but their stings were painful. She learned that lesson early in her life when she tried to play with them. I hope you know what you are doing, Victor, Ariana said, worried. For once, I do, Victor replied. We are here. He pointed Ariana to the open field ahead. There were thousands of floating jelly stars. Ariana thought they looked so tranquil. They were dancing, spinning up and down to some unheard melody. I have never seen so many jelly stars before, Ariana said in amazement. Would you like to touch one? Victor asked. No, it will hurt, Ariana replied. Why don't you touch that one? Victor said, pointing to the smallest one. The jelly star he was pointing to was smaller than Ariana's finger. You know you want to try it, Victor said again. Maybe this jelly star didn't sting. That is why he was telling her to touch it, Ariana thought. She looked at the teeny jelly star and thought it looked squishy and soft. She reached out her finger and gave it the gentlest of pokes. Ouch! Ariana said, when the jelly star she touched stung her. She looked at her finger, which was now red and swollen. Wow, I didn't think you would actually trust me like that, Victor said, laughing. That was mean, Victor. Why would I trust you? Ariana said. Maybe I shouldn't have. Here, let me take care of that, Victor said as he reached for Ariana's hand. Ariana's heart was beating fast. For a moment, she thought Victor was going to kiss her hand. Instead, Victor gently blew on her finger, and Ariana watched it heal. It was no longer red, nor was it hurting anymore. See? It is all better now, Victor said, smiling. Well, it got like that because of you, Ariana stuttered. Don't expect me to thank you. I wouldn't dream of it, Victor said innocently. But next time someone asks you to do something, ask more questions before doing it. Ariana frowned, but said nothing. Victor thought that Ariana looked cute being angry. He knew Ariana was already annoyed with him, but he still wanted to tease her some more. Do you see that jelly star over there? The biggest and blobbiest one, Ariana? Victor asked. Yes, Ariana said, dreading what Victor would say next. I want you to poke it, Victor said. Why would I do that? Ariana said. Give me one good reason. Victor really was too much sometimes, Ariana thought. Just do it, and you will see, Victor replied. He was having too much fun with Ariana. You told me to ask questions, and then you don't answer them. Why? Ariana asked. Sometimes you have to trust your gut feelings. Are you going to touch that giant jelly star or not? Victor asked. Ariana hesitated, but she would not leave Victor's challenge unanswered. She was no coward. Okay, but if I die, you will have to deal with my father, Ariana said, glaring at Victor. I will do that, Victor said, smiling. I will personally give the Sea King my condolences. Ariana glared at Victor. Ariana swam toward the big jelly star that Victor had asked her to poke. It was as big as her. She looked at Victor, who kept smiling. Ariana took a deep breath and touched the jelly star. Ariana had closed her eyes in fright, but she opened them when she didn't feel any jelly star sting. She looked at Victor in amazement. She poked the giant jelly star again. It was as soft and squishy as she imagined it would be. This is amazing. Why does this one not sting? Ariana asked, surprised. It still does. My magic is protecting you, Victor said, laughing. What? Why didn't you do that the first time? Ariana said angrily. It was more fun this way, Victor said. How else could I have seen your delightful expressions? Ariana stuck her tongue out at Victor. You are annoying. Thank you. I wasn't even trying, Victor teased. Now that Ariana didn't fear being stung, she played with the jelly star again. She swam around them and copied them as they spun up and down. There is one last thing I want to show you, Victor said. Ariana raised her eyebrows to ask what, but Victor told her to wait and see. Victor whistled a soft tune. All the jelly stars stopped to listen to his melody. He whistled one more time, and Ariana watched in amazement as one by one the jelly stars started glowing. Each jelly star glowed like a little star in the human world's night sky. Ariana felt she was swimming in a field of twinkling stars. They are glowing. Why are they doing that? I have never seen them glow before, Ariana asked in amazement. No one goes close enough to them because they fear being stung, Victor said. No one tries to communicate with them either. They are answering to my whistle. This is how they communicate with us. Victor amazed Ariana. She thought that Victor saw the world in his own unique way, so he made discoveries no one had seen before. You are amazing, Victor, Ariana said, smiling. What did you just say? Victor said in a low voice. He was caught off guard by Ariana's compliment and became slightly flustered. His heart was beating like crazy. Ariana swam closer to him.
Thank you for bringing me here, Victor,
Ariana said, blushing.
I would have never known about this wonderful place if you hadn't shown me.
You're welcome, Victor said. Ariana thought Victor looked cute when he blushed. She had never seen him be nervous before. Ariana and Victor swam back to the kelp forest in silence. Once outside, Victor whistled for the whale again.
I had a really good time,
Ariana said.
Thank you.
Me too, Victor said. He gathered his strength. Maybe now he could tell Ariana how he felt about her. I wanted to tell you something, Victor said, his voice shaky.
What did you want to tell me?
Ariana asked. I wanted to say, I have to go. I will see you later, Ariana, Victor said. Ariana watched in surprise as Victor swam away. She was sure that Victor wanted to tell her something. She saw him swim a bit further before vanishing completely. Victor was cursing his luck as he made his way back to his mother's castle. He heard Ursula's summon just when he was going to tell Ariana how he felt. Why did Mother have to call me this very second? He grumbled.
Victor, come to the castle at once,
his mother's voice had said. You called for me, Mother? Victor said, appearing before Ursula. What is this I hear about you and Ariana roaming around the Darklands? The sea witch asked. Victor made a mental note of finding the scout who tattled on him. He wondered how the scout would feel about tattling once he turned him to a sea slug, Victor thought to himself angrily. Ursula was sitting on her throne, and her pet sea serpents twisted and turned, swimming around her arms. She was wearing the dark crown that Victor had started to hate, because he knew what it cost her. The magic of the crown was costing her soul. His mother looked just like him. They both had the same piercing gray eyes and dark hair. At least, Victor hoped that he looked as intimidating as his mother did. Are you surprised, Mother? Victor asked in a bored tone. My son, your diversion tactics will not work on me. Tell me the truth. Why were you there with the Sea King's daughter? The sea witch asked angrily. The same reason I spend time with her cousins, Victor replied. For my entertainment. Ariana is different from the sirens. I do not want to see her around the Darklands, Ursula said. There is nothing special about her, Mother, Victor said. She can't even do any spells. She has no magic. She might as well be a mortal. She can't do magic yet. You forget she is still Brutus's daughter, Ursula said, his only heir. What she is or will become doesn't matter to me, Victor said. Then you should have no problem staying away from her, Ursula said. Consider this my final warning, Victor. Victor opened his mouth to retort, but saw the expression on his mother's face. If he said something now, Ursula might hurt Ariana instead. I understand, Mother. It will not happen again, Victor replied. I hope it doesn't. You know what happens if she comes again without my permission? The sea witch cackled. I will have a nice new addition to my castle's garden collection. And what will happen to me, Mother? Surely you will not turn your only son into a stone statue. Though I confess, I would make the prettiest addition to your rock collection, Victor said coldly. Be quiet! I will not tolerate your insolence, Victor. I have other ways of punishing you. We will see if you still feel as confident with no magic, Ursula said with a grin. Without his magic, Victor would be highly vulnerable. He already had a long list of people that hated him because he was Ursula's son. They might not kill him for fear of Ursula, but they could still make his life a nightmare. The last time his mother took away his magic, Victor's enemies had given him horns on his head, enchanted his arms to become tentacles, even if the horns and tentacles did nothing to diminish Victor's seductive appeal in the ocean. But still, they had been a nuisance. Forgive me, Mother. It won't happen again, Victor said. Heed my warning, Victor. Stay away from the Sea King's daughter, if you know what is best for you, Ursula warned. Victor bowed his head before leaving for his bedroom. Victor knew not to cross his mother. The sea witch was probably the most powerful creature in the ocean after the Sea King. Only the Sea King had two sources of power. One was his immortality ring, and the other was his trident. Brutus could use the trident to create storms and flood the surface. Perhaps, Victor thought, his mother was even more powerful and dangerous than the Sea King, for she was more ruthless and cunning. After all the drama of the day, Victor was exhausted. He thought of going to bed right away. Victor hoped Ariana reached the castle safely. He felt terrible for speaking about her like that in front of his mother, but he lied to keep Ursula from knowing the truth. Victor thought about how he nearly kissed Ariana's hand today. He knew he would have to let Ariana know how he felt, that he would have to let her know soon. Victor wanted to see Ariana, but thought it was too soon to defy his mother's orders. That didn't mean that Victor couldn't find a workaround his little problem. He thought of visiting the Siren Sisters. Surely when he bumps into their cousin there, it wouldn't be his fault. Ariana was wondering about Victor's abrupt departure the evening before, and the fact that he didn't come see her today. Victor was aloof and strange, Ariana thought. They have the most amazing day together, and then he goes missing. Perhaps he was at the Siren Sisters' lagoon today. She could go there without seeming like she was looking for him. Ariana reached the Siren Sisters' lagoon before Victor did. She saw the sisters huddled together, as if sharing a secret. Ariana stayed back, thinking it would be rude of her to interrupt their seeming private conversation. She was leaving to return later when she heard the Siren Sisters say her name and Victor's. Ariana didn't like eavesdropping, but she was curious to know what the sisters were saying about her and Victor.
"Did you hear that Victor took Ariana to the Darklands?"
Amber said in a hushed voice. "I wonder why Victor would do that. Surely he doesn't mean to incite his mother?" Onyx asked. "That must be it. I don't even think that Victor likes Ariana all that much. But she is forbidden fruit, being Brutus's daughter," replied Scarlet wickedly. Ariana's heart was beating fast. She knew the Siren Sisters had a mean streak, and that they adored Victor, which might cause their jealousy. But she still felt that they cared about her. What they were saying was hard to hear, but Ariana admitted it contained a grain of truth. Victor had paid no attention to Ariana before. What was the reason of his being so nice to her now, Ariana wondered. Victor, the person in the center of their conversation, appeared before the Siren Sisters. It disappointed him that Ariana wasn't there. He couldn't leave the sisters abruptly without seeming so rude, so he stayed. Onyx, Scarlet, and Amber. Just the people I wanted to see. Victor lied. "Is that so, Victor? I thought you had a new companion to spend your times with," Amber asked. "Who are you talking about, Amber?" Victor asked nonchalantly, though Ariana noticed he seemed a bit paler than before. "Our dear cousin Ariana. Rumor has it that you are spending a lot of time in her company. That you even took her to the Darklands?" Scarlet asked, her voice barely concealing the betrayal she felt. "Ariana? I am surprised that you even paid attention to those rumors," Victor replied, laughing. Ariana felt her heart sinking. She didn't want to know what Victor would say next, but she couldn't leave in case the Siren Sisters or Victor saw her. "That is what I was asking my sisters. You must be doing it to tick off Ursula," Onyx asked. "Am I right, Victor? Is the ocean blue?" "Of course that is the reason," Victor answered. "I heard that Ariana is really enjoying the time she spends with you, Victor," Scarlet asked. Scarlet didn't know for sure, but she wanted to hear what Victor would say. "Of course she will have fun. She is with me," Victor said with a wicked grin. "And are you having fun, Victor?" Scarlet asked again. "Why wouldn't I? Ariana is so naive. She believes anything I say," Victor said. "She probably thinks I am in love with her by now." All the three sisters laughed together. "You really are devious, Victor, playing with Ariana's heart like that. But you are right that she is hopelessly naive. Better the lesson comes from you than anyone else," Onyx said, laughing. "At least you can show how what fun is supposed to look like." Victor laughed. Ariana was listening to their conversation, but now felt like a fool for staying. She felt deceived by Victor.
Never again will I fall for his charms,
Ariana promised herself.
Never again will I trust Victor with anything, nor will I believe his lies.
Ariana left the lagoon without seeing either the Siren Sisters or Victor. She had heard enough of their conversation today. It was the second time in a few days that Victor absolutely loathed himself. He wished he had the courage to tell the Siren Sisters the truth, but he hadn't told Ariana yet of how he felt about her. His mission to find her at the Sisters' Lagoon failed. He would have to find another way to see her tonight, with no one finding out and spreading more rumors. If only Victor had a magical solution to his problem.
That's it.
Victor smacked his head. I will go and see Ariana with the help of magic. Victor had been practicing appearing at different locations using his magic. He found a loophole in the ancient laws. The ancient laws forbid appearing in different locations without the permission of another person. Victor's workaround was that he would appear when the other person had no objections for him to do so. Victor would also promise he had no intention of harming them. The loophole he found would still guard the person's privacy, keep them secure, and so Victor could appear at will. Victor kept casting spells to find a time when Ariana wouldn't object. He couldn't find an opening until it was midnight. Victor wasn't sure he would appear, so he braced himself. His mind warned if his plan failed, he would end up with his body being scattered in a million pieces across the ocean. It was no use thinking about that. Victor knew that his heart had the upper hand over his mind lately. If Ariana has no objections, I would like to see her now, Victor said as he cast a spell. He soon found himself in Ariana's bedroom. It was dark, but Victor could still see. Ariana was fast asleep in her bed. He had never been in her bedroom before. Her canopied bed had the headrest shaped like a shell. There were various human knickknacks on her dresser, along with many pictures of the mortals on one board. She had Helena's favorite music shell on the dresser next to her bed. Ariana was sprawled on her bed, her hair open, her face serene. She was a sleeping beauty. Shoot, I didn't think about her being asleep, Victor thought. He deep regretted not thinking about it before using his magic. He was casting a spell to return when he heard Ariana say his name. Victor's heart started beating fast. Was she awake? Did she see him? What excuse could he give her for being there in her bedroom? Victor panicked. Victor felt he would be dead soon. Ariana would surely call the guards, and her father would have him executed by dawn.
Victor,
Ariana said again. Ariana, I'm sorry. I didn't think my magic would bring me inside your bedroom. Victor apologized profusely.
Victor, I don't want to touch the jelly star,
Ariana said. Huh? Victor thought. He went closer to Ariana's bed and saw that she was talking in her sleep. Victor felt both immensely relieved and guilty. He looked at the small frown on her forehead. He felt guilty that it was because of him Ariana was having a nightmare. Victor swam to Ariana and leaned down closer. Being this close to her, Victor was tempted to kiss Ariana to see if her lips were as soft as they looked, but he stopped himself. He pressed his lips gently on Ariana's forehead to smooth away the crease that was bothering her. I promise I will be nicer to you, Ariana, Victor whispered. Ariana's face relaxed, and Victor thought he saw her smile in her sleep. Taking one last look at her serene, angelic face, Victor cast a spell to go back to Ursula's castle. This was part 2 of the spell he was working on, to appear when no one else was there to provide assurance of his safety. He didn't know if it will work. Victor opened his eyes in his mother's stone statue garden. He was relieved to see that he was still in one piece. He nearly had a heart attack when he saw the castle guard patrolling nearby. Victor stayed still, blending in with the other stone statues until the guard moved on to another spot. That was too close, Victor thought. He was glad to know he was right about his suspicions. Ursula had increased watch in her castle. Victor wondered why the sea witch worried this much about a mermaid who couldn't even do any magic spells yet. Victor didn't realize that Ursula was worried about the spell Ariana was casting over her son's heart. Victor didn't know about the prophecy that kept the sea witch up at night. Chapter 10. When Ursula called to see Victor the next day, he wondered if they had caught him. Perhaps the guard had noticed him in the stone garden last night. If he did, Victor would be in some trouble. When Victor went in front of his mother, he tried to be nonchalant. No need to panic before he was sure Ursula knew, Victor thought.
"Do you know why I called you here, Victor?"
Ursula asked. Mother, the ancient laws forbid mind reading, so I am at a loss to why you called me today, Victor replied.
"The tournament is coming to the kingdom," Ursula said. "I want you to stay out of it."
The tournament? Victor asked, perplexed. He had never heard of one being held in the kingdom.
"It occurs every 100 years, in different kingdoms throughout the 7 seas. This time, it falls under Brutus's kingdom. All the princes compete to show who has the most grip on their magical abilities," the sea witch replied.
And why do you think I want to compete, Mother? Other than to decimate the competition, of course. But even I look for a fair fight, and this will be brutal to my adversaries, Victor replied with a grin.
"Whoever wins the competition wins a favor from the Sea King," Ursula replied. "I do not want my son groveling for such a boon."
"I want nothing that Brutus can give me," Victor replied as haughtily as his mother.
"Are you sure about that? The other princes will try to gain Ariana's hand in marriage," Ursula replied. "The princess has come of age."
Victor's heart started hammering in his chest. Does that mean they would force Ariana to accept anyone who asked her hand as his boon? Victor asked. He hadn't thought of competing before, but this new information might change things for him. Ursula looked at her son closely. No, Ariana is the future ruler of the 7 seas. She can decide whether she accepts the offer,
but she is of a fickle mind. Perhaps if she is impressed enough in the tournament, she will say yes, the sea witch replied.
It was unlikely that Ariana would do such a thing, Victor thought with some relief. If you called me here to forbid me from the tournament, there is no need. I do not want to waste my time competing where I know I have no equal, Victor replied. Ursula seemed satisfied with Victor's reply. Perhaps her son was not as infatuated with the Sea King's daughter as she feared. She was sure Victor would compete if he knew Ariana's hand in marriage was at stake. Over at Brutus's castle, the Sea King was having a similar conversation with his daughter Ariana. The tournament is coming here, Ariana. You must be prepared if someone asks your hand in marriage as their favor, Brutus said.
Would I be forced to accept?
Ariana said, shocked. No, you will have the final say, Brutus replied. But Brutus had a warning for her. You might have the final say, but that doesn't mean the princes competing won't find another way to influence your mind, the Sea King warned. I want you to be vigilant, Ariana.
Yes, father,
Ariana replied. It was unlikely that anyone would come even close to being like Prince Ivan, Ariana thought happily. Prince Ivan would reach his kingdom soon, and then she could see him again. Ariana was in her bedroom when she heard a knocking on her door. She opened to see a servant bring her a gigantic bouquet of water hawthorns, enchanted to stay in bloom underwater.
These are beautiful. Who sent them?
Ariana asked. It is from one prince competing in the tournament, princess, the servant replied.
Which one?
Ariana asked.
They refused to give their name, saying they didn't want to influence your decision before it was time. They wanted to show you their affection in secret, the servant replied. What a romantic gesture, Ariana thought. Her father had told her to be vigilant, but surely these lovely flowers were harmless. You can put them in my room,
Ariana said to the servant. The servant arranged the flowers on Ariana's dresser, gave a curtsy, and left. Ariana was curious to see if her secret admirer had left any clues behind. She searched in the flowers for any cards, but was surprised when she was pricked by something sharp. She saw a drop of blood fall from where she had been pricked. Hawthorn flowers had thorns, Ariana was sure, but she had been careful not to touch any. She looked closely into the bouquet and saw a small pin in the center of one flower. She took it out and saw that the pin had a magical symbol at its end. It was an enchanted pin. Ariana panicked. She tried to remember any magical spells that can be placed on such an object, but couldn't think of any. She knew there were spells that enchanted mermaids, to fall in a deep slumber, only to wake when kissed by one who cast the spell. There were others that forced mermaids to say what the spellcaster wanted. Maybe that was the one. Maybe the prince who sent her this wanted her to be under his spell when he asked for her hand in marriage. Ariana didn't have much time. She was panicking on what to do and who to call. There was only one person who could help her in this situation.
Victor!
Ariana called out his name. Victor was surprised when Ariana called, but even more surprised to find himself in her bedroom. I will have to pretend I have never been here before, he reminded himself.
Finally, the day arrived when you called me in your bedroom, Ariana.
Victor smirked.
I knew it would happen, just not this soon.
And why not, Victor?
Ariana replied coyly.
Don't we have fun together?
Victor stood still. He was shocked to hear Ariana talk to him that way. She only talked to him like that in his dreams.
Why are you so far away?
Ariana said in a low, seductive voice.
Come closer, Victor.
Victor gulped. This was happening too fast, even for him. Still, he was compelled by Ariana's voice to go closer to her. Ariana looked at him with a seductive smile, but Victor noticed there was a strange gleam in her eyes.
I knew it was you that sent me those beautiful flowers,
Ariana said.
There is no need for you to hide how you feel, Victor.
She traced his face slowly with her fingers. Ariana's close presence was intoxicating to Victor. He closed his eyes as he needed a moment to think clearly. I didn't send any flowers to Ariana, and she is clearly under some sort of love spell, Victor thought. He opened his eyes and looked around. He saw the flowers on Ariana's desk and the pen that laid beside it. His guess was correct. Someone must have enchanted the pen with the love spell.
You don't need to be shy, Victor,
Ariana said as she came closer.
I wanted to do this for a long time.
I wanted this for a long time too, Ariana,
Victor said, his voice a whisper. Ariana put her fingers in Victor's hair, caressing it the way he always dreamed she would. She leaned forward and gently pressed her lips against his. They were as soft as Victor imagined them to be. Victor knew how to break the love spell. Ariana's eyes were bright now. She looked at Victor again and kissed him deeper this time. Victor felt Ariana's every sigh send an electric current down his body. I could just let this go on, Victor thought. He could lose himself in the moment, and no one would stop him, not even Ariana. No, I should stop this, Ariana, Victor said, even though it took all of his willpower to say it. Ariana swam back, looking hurt. It was a love spell, Victor said simply. Ariana heard Victor say the words to break off her enchantment. Let those eyes that gleam take off their false sheen. Let the spell that holds your power break and let go this hour. Victor saw as Ariana's expression changed. Victor knew that she would remember everything she had done while under the spell. He was right. Ariana looked horrified.
Victor, I'm sorry,
Ariana stammered, blushing furiously. This was much funnier now. Victor saw it as a great opportunity to tease.
It is all right, Ariana. You won't be the first to fall for my charms. There is no need to apologize.
Ariana blushed, but she was back to her old self.
I was under a spell, Victor. You know that very well. Don't tease.
I dare not upset the princess then,
Victor replied with a grin.
Much as I enjoyed it. Who sent you those flowers?
Ariana seemed to get over her initial embarrassment.
It was one of the princes from the tournament.
You did right by calling me, Victor said. It could have been a disaster.
What was the spell on that pin?
Ariana asked.
It was a love spell meant for you to fall in love with whichever prince you saw first, Victor replied. The effects would have lasted a few days.
It would have been long enough until the tournament lasted. And they asked my hand in marriage,
Ariana said. She shuddered at the thought.
We need to find out who it was, Victor said.
They left no card or marks on the bouquet,
Ariana said.
Yes, but he will be close by to make sure you see him first, Victor said. Open your bedroom door and peek outside, Ariana. Don't say a word to them and come back inside. We don't want him to get suspicious that his spell didn't work.
Okay,
Ariana said. She slowly opened her door and looked outside. She saw the nymph prince Naiad standing at the end of the hallway. He saw Ariana and waved at her. Ariana went back inside, her bedroom, and closed her door. Was he there? Victor asked.
Yes,
Ariana replied. Who was it? Victor asked.
the nymph prince Naiad,
Ariana replied.
What are you going to do now?
Me? Nothing. I will not wage a war with the nymph prince over something as trivial, Victor said in a bored voice. Ariana was hurt at Victor's words, but tried not to take offense. He had, after all, helped to break the spell. I suggest you not accept any gifts or tokens, unless you are sure of the sender's intentions behind them, Victor said, grinning. The next time they enchant you, I will not break the spell, no matter what you do to me. Ariana blushed.
That won't happen again,
she said. After a moment, she added,
Thank you, Victor.
Whatever for? Victor asked nonchalantly.
For helping me today,
Ariana said. I don't help people without getting something back, Victor said.
What do you want in return?
Ariana asked nervously. Victor leaned closer and said in a low voice, I want a real kiss, to replace the one you gave me, Ariana. Ariana blushed. The kiss she gave Victor was under a love spell. To give him a real one would mean she would have to be in love with him. Even if she kissed him now, it will not repay the debt.
I cannot do that,
Ariana said. Then I will wait until you can, Victor said. Ariana stayed quiet. Victor bowed and gave her a charming smile before vanishing. Surely Victor was jesting with her, Ariana thought. Did he realize what he was asking? But then Ariana remembered Victor's face when she kissed him. The way his eyes looked, they were full of open desire and longing. Ariana thought she saw Victor like that because of the love spell's effects on her. Now she wasn't sure what she saw. Surely he didn't mean what he said, that he would wait? None of the sea creatures waited for what they asked. None of the sea creatures waited for what they wanted. Not her father, not the sea witch, and not Victor. They simply took what they desired. Ariana wasn't sure what to make of what Victor said to her. He also didn't seem as interested in punishing the nymph prince who put the spell on her. Perhaps Victor didn't really care, she thought. Victor walked in a daze all day. He had Ariana in his arms. He came so close to professing all that he felt for her, but he couldn't. Not when she told him she wasn't in love with him. Yet. Victor was hopeful, as Ariana hadn't outright rejected him. Although Victor said he wouldn't do anything to the nymph prince, he had lied to Ariana. Victor searched and located the nymph prince in the castle. He found Naiad, boasting to the other princes. I shall win the tournament and ask for Ariana's hand. She will not refuse my proposal. The nymph prince bragged. You are quite certain that she will accept? Victor asked casually. Yes, she can't refuse. She will find me and my offer irresistible, Naiad said with a wicked grin. Victor wanted to wipe that stupid grin off of Naiad's face, but he resisted. To do that, you will need to win the tournament first, Victor said in a bored voice. Sounds like a lot of wishing on your end. It will be no challenge for me. Why do you care, Ursula's son, since you are not even competing? Naiad asked with scorn. I don't care, Victor replied. I just hope that I prepare you for all eventualities. Yes, victory shall taste sweet, as it always does, Naiad said. I have not yet tasted the bitterness of defeat. Do you know what takes away the sting of defeat, and tastes even sweeter than glory? Victor asked. No. What? The nymph prince asked, perplexed. Revenge, Victor said with a wicked grin. The prince nymph didn't know what to make of Victor's statement, but since he wasn't even competing, Naiad remained unconcerned. Victor made sure that the nymph prince had the lowest ranking in all the kingdom. Naiad could not hit a single target during the tournament. His aim was so poor that his arrow went in direction of the Sea King. Had the arrow met its misdirected mark, they would have hung the nymph prince for treason. Naiad could not cast a single spell during the competition. His parents were embarrassed to call him their son at that point. They would have even preferred having a non-magical and mortal one. Naiad had such a humiliating defeat at the tournament that all the sea creatures would remember it for centuries to come. The Selkie Duke Tanfer was the winner of the tournament, but he had no interest in asking for Ariana's hand. He already had a beloved, and he was not greedy. For the Selkie Duke, winning the tournament was its own reward. As his favor from the king, Tanfer asked Brutus to grant him a new title and nothing more. Brutus obliged and gave the winner of the tournament the title of a prince. They held a celebration in the castle in honor of Tanfer's victory at the tournament. Victor couldn't help but taunt Naiad, despite the nymph prince's already humiliating and utterly devastating defeat. "It is too bad you couldn't bring your irresistible proposal in front of the princess," Victor said to the nymph prince with mock concern. "I would like to witness it rejected." All the other princes laughed with Victor. Naiad reddened. His orange eyes flashed with both humiliation and anger. "I don't need to win a stupid tournament to give her my offer," the nymph prince said huffily. "Once she accepts Ursula's son, you will wipe off your grin. She will still find me irresistible." Victor watched as Naiad swam in direction of Ariana. This is going to be good, Victor thought, with wicked delight. Ariana watched with surprise as Naiad swam towards her. What did he want now? She wondered, slightly annoyed. Naiad cleared his throat before proceeding. "Ariana, I know that you have waited for me to come to you. Despair not, for I am here. I will ask for your hand in marriage from your father." Did he think that she was still under a love spell? He must not be this stupid and arrogant, Ariana thought. Her eyes flickered toward Victor, and she saw him grinning. She remembered how she kissed him under the spell's influence. Whatever rage Ariana felt, both towards Victor and for being tricked, she unleashed it on Naiad. "How presumptuous of you, Naiad. I wonder if you have the same courage if you knew that your love spell didn't work?" Ariana asked. She watched with satisfaction when Naiad's face looked ash-stricken. He stuttered a response. I don't know what you mean." "Hear me one last time, Prince. If you ask for my hand ever again, you will find yourself in love with a pufferfish. There will be no one there to break off that enchantment," Ariana said. "I will make sure of that." The nymph prince looked pale. He quickly bowed and left both the party and the castle with his entourage. Victor had not heard what Ariana said to Naiad, but to him, the nymph prince's expressions were entertaining enough. He gave a mischievous smile to Ariana and was surprised when she returned one back to him. Chapter 11. Prince Ivan's ship arrived home 4 weeks later. A storm had delayed their ship by a week. He worried Ariana would have been waiting for him, but he couldn't meet her until he talked with his father. As soon as the ship docked, Prince Ivan grabbed a horse to go to the castle right away. He hoped that whatever news that awaited him was good. The prince met his father in the throne room. He bowed quickly before asking his question. "I came back home immediately, father," Prince Ivan asked. "I hope that all is well?" "It thankfully is, Ivan. It is no use asking me, for even I don't know yet. Richard's letter said he reached a temporary truce with our neighbor, but—" "Did the letter say anything else?" Prince Ivan asked. "Richard said there is important news he will tell us after he returns," King Stephen said. "What is my brother hiding? What miracle does he have up his sleeve?" Prince Ivan wondered. "That is good to hear. I am relieved about reaching a truce with our neighbor," he said to his father. "When can we expect Richard to return?" "He will return this evening. I suggest you rest after your long journey, son," King Stephen replied. "I am sure we will hear whatever Richard has to tell us soon." Prince Ivan thought about Ariana, but considered that perhaps he would go find her tomorrow. He wouldn't have enough time before Richard arrived, and he was most curious to hear from him. Prince Ivan retired to his room to freshen up. Prince Richard arrived that evening, eager to share his news. He finally had a breakthrough in his diplomatic efforts. He wanted his younger brother to be the first to hear it. "Ivan, there you are. I had been searching everywhere in the castle for you," Richard exclaimed when he found Ivan reading a book in the royal library. "I hope all is well, big brother. Why were you searching for me, and what news do you have to share?" Ivan asked. "Based on your excitement, I can surmise that it is good." "The very best. We have reached an understanding with our greatest rival," Richard said happily. "That is a miracle, dear Richard. How did you pull it off?" Ivan asked, surprised. Yes, think of how happy it will make Father. And the kingdom, too, as the wars will finally end. Richard beamed. You have not shared the news with Father yet? Ivan was surprised again. Am I the first to know? Why not, dear brother? Aren't we close? Richard said, smiling. I wanted to tell you first. I have agreed to marry the king's daughter. We have already negotiated a peace agreement, and plans will be underway for the wedding soon. You are marrying our rival's daughter? But you do not know her, Ivan exclaimed. I will know her once the wedding takes place, Richard said simply. You do not intend to marry for love? Ivan asked. I am duty-bound to our country. This will be best for both kingdoms. And with our combined powers, no other kingdom would dare attack our borders again, Richard said. But Richard, a lifetime is a long time for a loveless marriage. Are you sure about this? Ivan asked. Yes, I am, dear brother. Please do not be concerned. I also have another thing I wanted to ask you about. Do you remember that they gave me a ring and yourself a locket to give to whoever we intend to marry? Richard said. You always preferred the ring, so I wanted to give it to you. That is kind of you, but you don't have to do it, Ivan said. He had already given the locket to Ariana. Have you changed your mind, Ivan? You were quite upset when Father gave you the locket instead of the ring, Richard asked. Do you not want it anymore? It is not that. You see that I have already given it to someone, Ivan replied. You have already given it to someone? Richard exclaimed, clapping Ivan on the back. Are you in love, dear brother? That is wonderful news. I wouldn't say I am completely in love, but she is wonderful, Ivan said, flustered. Ivan, this is a heart you are talking about, and not a plaything. I hope you don't change your mind, or get bored like you did with your toys, Richard said, concerned. I implore you to be honorable, Ivan. If you have given her the locket, then marry her. I wish you wouldn't judge me on my childhood, Richard, Ivan replied crossly. I am happy for your news, and I hope I can soon share with you my own. I am sorry, brother. I spoke out of concern, Richard apologized. Of course, you have grown, but to me, you will always remain my baby brother. Forgive me for treating you as such. Please don't make me feel ashamed for being cross at you, Richard. You shall be my big brother, always, Ivan said. Come, let us go tell Father your big news. Let us announce it to the kingdom. There will be a grand wedding, one that generations will remember. Richard roared with laughter. It delighted him to hear his brother being so happy for his success. The entire kingdom was abuzz at the news. The prince was marrying, and they no longer were at war. It was a time for immense celebration. Throughout the kingdom, the upcoming royal wedding was all that the people could talk about. Prince Ivan considered what Richard had said to him about marrying. Ariana's beauty mesmerized Prince Ivan, but he wasn't sure if he was in love with her yet. The more time he spent with her, he realized how different Ariana was. He learned how curious she was about everything, how little things completely fascinated her, how she wondered why most humans didn't sing, how she found it strange that humans owned animals, how she didn't understand the concept of a wild animal and a tamed one. He learned she was bright, but still had trouble understanding basic things about the human world, like money or property. She is beautiful, but she would not be Father's choice, Ivan thought. Ariana had nothing, no land and no treasures. If he married her, Ivan knew it was possible they would disown him. All of his father's kingdom would then be inherited by his older brother. He had a tough decision ahead of him. Should he reserve his heart for love alone? Would it be enough? Even if their marriage was accepted by his father, marrying Ariana would also mean waging war against the Sea King Brutus. Ariana had told Ivan about her father's dislike of humans. Would Ivan push his kingdom towards war, while his brother had just gotten him out of one? Victor was pleasantly surprised when Ariana didn't ask him to take her to the surface anymore. Instead, they explored the oceans together. Victor practiced magic with Ariana, one he couldn't practice alone. Victor thought with relief that perhaps Ariana finally got bored of the boring prince. When Ariana asked him to take her to the surface after nearly 3 weeks, he immediately agreed. He had no reason to suspect that Ariana was going to see Prince Ivan again. Ariana would go to the surface and return minutes later. Victor thought it odd, but said nothing. After they landed on the 15th beach that day, Ariana returned minutes later. Victor finally broke his silence. "Is there some special place you are looking for, Ariana?" Victor asked. "Or are you going to pop in and out of the water all day?" Ariana blushed. "I am looking for a beach that has flags with this symbol," Ariana said. Victor watched as she drew a sun in the sand, with an embellished crown in the center. "Looks regal," Victor said. "Why are you looking for this one in particular?" Ariana hesitated. She knew she would have to tell Victor eventually. Victor would know as soon as he saw Prince Ivan. "I am looking for Ivan's kingdom, Kingsborn. The beach would have flags with this symbol on them," Ariana said. Victor went silent. Ariana didn't know what he was thinking. "You could have just told me that earlier, rather than waste both our times," Victor said coldly. Ariana knew better than to reply, so she waited for Victor to cool down. Victor was furious, more with himself than anyone else. He knew he shouldn't be worried about the mortal prince. How long would a mortal live anyway? Victor thought, viciously. He would be lucky to live even a century. Victor was an immortal creature, ageless and powerful. Ariana would bore of the prince once he ages, Victor thought. He no longer would remain attractive to Ariana, and she would forget about him. Victor said these things to console himself, but it wasn't working. He had a doubt in his heart, that although he sensed little feeling or attachment from the prince, Ariana was in much deeper. Ariana trusted the mortal prince blindly, Victor worried, and that blind spot could get her hurt. Victor remembered his mother's words. "She is driven by something far more dangerous, her heart, and that will be her undoing." Victor only hoped that his mother was wrong about Ariana. Victor thought it was a mistake to take Ariana to the surface. His gut feeling was warning him against it. But then he thought Ariana stopped going to the surface weeks ago. Perhaps she will get bored once more. Victor agreed to take Ariana to the surface and to find the prince's kingdom, but more reluctantly this time. He also changed the terms of their agreement. To stop Ariana from making a grave mistake, Victor made a graver one. He once again broke her trust. "I will find the mortal's kingdom, but you will have to spend twice as much time with me," Victor said to Ariana. Ariana looked at Victor with shock. She had just started to trust him again. She enjoyed spending time with him, but Victor was treating it as a bargaining chip. Ariana thought their relationship was becoming contractual. It was no longer natural. She immediately felt suffocated. Ariana dreaded her free time was no longer in her control. "What are you thinking? You didn't say if you accept my condition, Ariana," Victor said, when he saw Ariana was quiet. "You don't leave me much choice, Victor," Ariana said. "So you agree?" Victor said. "Yes, but I have my own condition," Ariana replied. "What is that?" Victor asked. "You will take me whenever I ask you to, wherever I ask you to, no questions asked," Ariana replied. Victor wondered what she meant, but he would not refuse. "That is fine," Victor replied. Victor cast a spell to search for the symbol that Ariana had drawn. He followed the signs and ended up at a beach which had the flags they were searching for. Victor had been right, Ariana thought. I wasted our time by not telling him sooner. Perhaps I should have been honest, even if Victor hadn't been totally honest with her. Ariana and Victor went to the same beach over several days and waited for the prince. As soon as he could, Prince Ivan went to the beach to find Ariana. He was glad to see her waiting for him. "I was afraid we would not meet again," Prince Ivan said. "I said 3 weeks, but it took ages. I am sorry that I kept you waiting, Ariana." Ivan heard Victor mumble something before he took off. "Did I say something wrong?" Prince Ivan asked. "What is bothering him?" Ariana shook her head, but noticed she was looking worried. "I really am sorry, Ariana. I had to see my father before I could come looking for you." Prince Ivan apologized. Ariana smiled slightly. "I understand," Ariana said. "I really missed you," Prince Ivan said. Ariana blushed. "This is where your home is, Ivan?" "Yes. My castle is a day's journey. I would love to show you my kingdom, Ariana." Prince Ivan said. "I would like that too," Ariana said happily. Victor would take Ariana to meet with Ivan. Although he remained cordial to him when Ariana was around, neither prince hid their disdain for one another when they found themselves in each other's company. "Stupid, useless mortal," Victor would hiss at Prince Ivan. "Despicable, wicked witch," Prince Ivan would reply with equal venom. This was the most tame of their exchanges. Victor often came close to blasting Prince Ivan with his magic. Prince Ivan came close to stabbing Victor with his sword. It was only the thought of Ariana that kept them from killing each other. Perhaps it was sheer foolishness or arrogance on Victor's part, but he refused to believe Ariana had anything more than a passing curiosity for the mortal prince. Victor also had a secret agenda of his own for coming to the surface. He would use the opportunity to dig up dirt on Prince Ivan. The next time Ariana and Victor came on the surface, they met with dark, black clouds above. "Have you seen anything like this, Victor?" Ariana asked, perplexed. "It is so dark. Where's the sun gone?" "It is strange. Perhaps the mortal will tell you," Victor said in a bored voice. "I won't be gone long," Ariana promised, trying her best to stop Victor from being moody again. "Fine. Just call me when you are ready to go back," Victor said before leaving. He kept a respectful distance away from Ariana and Ivan. More likely because he didn't want to punch the mortal when he saw him. Ariana saw Prince Ivan ahead of her. He was carrying a strange new object with him. It didn't look like a weapon to her. She wondered what it was. "What is that?" she asked the prince. Prince Ivan looked surprised. "Sometimes I forget that you come from a different world, Ariana. This is an umbrella." "An umbrella? What an odd-sounding name for a weapon. What does it do?" Ariana asked. Prince Ivan only laughed. "You will see soon enough." Ariana jumped when she saw a flash of lightning, and then the sound of thunder. She felt water drops on her head. First, they were small drops. Then water was pouring down from the clouds. "Why is the ocean falling from the sky? The sky looks angry today," Ariana said with surprise. She liked the feel of water on her skin. She always missed the water when she was away from it. Ariana turned to look at Prince Ivan and saw that he had opened the umbrella and was standing under it. He was not getting wet from the water pouring around them. "Why are you not enjoying the water?" Ariana asked. "Because I am not a creature of the ocean. I'd rather not get sick," Prince Ivan replied with amusement. "Mortals hide from the rain. We are not completely waterproof, you see." "Surely that is an exaggeration. You could stand a few minutes in the rain, Ivan, without getting ill," Ariana said with some mischief. "I could, but I have a council meeting right after," Ivan said. "I'd rather not look like a wet fish." "Are you saying that I look like a wet fish?" Ariana said with amusement. Her clothes were completely wet, as was her hair. "I am not sure mermaids are fishes, though there is some debate whether they are people or fishes," Ivan said. Ariana stuck out her tongue at Prince Ivan and continued to enjoy the rain. Ivan laughed. Victor was busy in his mission. He had to find some dirt on that stupid mortal. But the problem was, the more he looked for dirt, he dug up gold instead. "What do you think about the prince?" Victor asked the nearest human. The mortal he asked looked respectable, intelligent, and likely a nobleman of their kind. "He will make a great king one day. He is courageous and bold," he replied. Perhaps the mortal wasn't so intelligent after all, Victor thought, annoyed. Victor would have never imagined Prince Ivan to be bold or courageous, so he ignored the first answer and asked another mortal. "In my kingdom, the prince is an insufferable brat," Victor said casually. "Not our prince. We are fortunate to have a kind and humble one," the human girl replied. "He has not an ounce of vanity." Again, Victor would not have thought of these attributes for Prince Ivan. Calling him an arrogant bastard sounded better to Victor. Undeterred from his mission, Victor asked one more mortal, "I heard that Prince Ivan is hard-working and cares for his people?" It surprised him when the gentleman laughed. "I am not sure where you are getting your information from, but Prince Ivan spends his time only thinking of poetry and smelling flowers in his royal garden." Victor smiled. This sounded more like the mortal prince. Still, 2 out of 3 of his subjects had said good things about the prince. The worst account wasn't exactly that bad either. Victor sighed. He would have to find an alternative method to finding the truth about Prince Ivan. Victor saw the humans move quickly at the sound of thunder, coming from the clouds looking for shelters and going into buildings. Did the sound mean something bad was coming? Victor wondered. Victor was as surprised as Ariana was when water started pouring from the sky. He laughed, soaking in the rain. How odd of humans to be frightened of a little water, Victor thought. Prince Ivan had left for his council meeting, and Ariana set off to find Victor on her own. She quietly watched Victor standing alone. His face was tilted up toward the clouds and his eyes were closed. He had a beautiful smile on his face. Ariana was glad to see someone other than herself enjoying the rain. While Ivan's golden hair and blue eyes reminded Ariana of sunshine and a clear blue sky, Victor was the dark storm and lightning. He was in his element today. Victor looked like he was made of the storm. Victor was completely wet. His human clothes clung to his body, showing his lean muscles. Ariana blushed. She kept forgetting, or at least tried to forget, how attractive Victor was. It was a good thing that Victor couldn't read her thoughts, Ariana thought with relief. He was beautiful, Ariana realized. Devastatingly beautiful. And he would get more so once he takes over for Ursula. Would Victor become as cruel and powerful as her? Ariana could imagine kingdoms bowing to his might. But right now, he was Victor, not the Dark Emperor he would one day become. "You look like a wet fish," Ariana said to Victor. He opened his eyes and looked at Ariana with surprise. Ariana blushed again. "I am a fish," Victor said, confused. "Aren't I?" "Yes, you are," Ariana said as she ran towards the water. "Last one in the water is a sea cucumber." Victor laughed and chased her, determined to win the race towards the ocean. Chapter 12. Ariana saw little of Prince Ivan over the coming days. He was always in some meeting or busy with other royal duties. She noticed Victor was in a considerably good mood those days, so whenever Victor asked if she wanted to go back to the surface, she agreed. "Don't you feel the humans seem more excited than usual, Victor?" Ariana asked, as she saw florists busy making flower arrangements. The bakeries were always full, and people were lining up at the tailor shops for hours. "Are they? I hadn't noticed," Victor replied in a bored voice. "I don't even know why they bother with anything. With the lifespan that the mortals have, it seems like a dreadful waste of their precious energy." "What would you do if you were mortal?" Ariana asked, curious. "How would you spend the short life?" "The same way I do my immortal life," Victor said with a grin. "Making hearts throb until my dying breath." Ariana had expected Victor to say something like that, but she stopped herself from visibly rolling her eyes at him. Victor was nicer to her now, and she didn't want them to be how they were before. When Victor got distracted by someone playing chess, Ariana talked with some girls in front of the flower shop. "Is there something going on in the kingdom? A festival, perhaps?" Ariana asked. "Haven't you heard? The crown prince is getting married in a month," the girl replied excitedly. "There is going to be a royal wedding. I heard that there even will be a royal ball where all the girls are invited," the girl next to her said. Ariana felt dizzy. She didn't know what to think. "The prince is getting married?" Ariana said, trying not to throw up. "Yes, pretty soon we will have our own princess," the first girl replied. "I heard she is beautiful." Ariana felt the ground removed from underneath her. Prince Ivan was getting married? Was this the reason he had been so busy lately? He couldn't see her nowadays because he was planning his own wedding. The girls by the flower shop were now looking at Victor and giggling. They were commenting on how tall and handsome he was. Ariana heard Victor's voice from nearby. He hadn't noticed his admirers. "Well played," I applaud your victory. This game, as you call it, really requires thinking, Victor said to the chess player. You are a great strategist. The chess player smiled. Victor had come close to beating him, even though he only learned the game rules a few minutes ago. He suspected that Victor might have even won if the beautiful girl standing near the flower shop hadn't distracted him. Ariana went to Victor and said, "We should go back, Victor." Victor looked at her pale expression with concern. "Is everything all right, Ariana? You don't look well."
"I just remembered that I had to be in the castle right now," Ariana lied.
"All right," Victor nodded. "We will go back to the castle before anyone notices your absence." Ariana was relieved that Victor did not ask her any more questions, or that he suspected nothing. She wasn't sure she couldn't have answered him without breaking down in tears. She would wait until she was back in her room before breaking down completely. Prince Ivan had made a fool out of her. She felt stupid for giving her heart to the mortal prince. Ivan had been busy with preparations for Richard's wedding, but he still noticed Ariana's absence. He felt guilty that he hadn't been paying much attention to her lately, but he promised himself that he would make up to her once the wedding was over. Ivan did not see Ariana for several days. He got concerned when he didn't see her, even once in 3 weeks. Ivan prayed she was well, but he had no way to contact her. Perhaps he could search for the horrible person she often came with, but he couldn't recall his name. Did she say his name was Hector or Victor? The prince didn't need to go searching, as one evening he saw Ariana sitting by the rocks. "Ariana!" Prince Ivan exclaimed. "Where had you gone? I was waiting every day. My eyes were longing for your beautiful sight." Something was wrong. Ariana was not looking at him. Her eyes were downcast, and her expression was sad. She said nothing, but handed him something in his hands. It was the locket Prince Ivan had given her when they first met. "Why are you returning this to me, Ariana?" Prince Ivan asked. Prince Ivan thought that perhaps her father found out about them and had forbidden her to meet him anymore. "I heard the people say the prince was getting married, so I wanted to return you the locket," she said sadly. Her eyes were still facing down. Prince Ivan looked at her closely. He thought this must be the reason Ariana didn't come to see him. "Yes, it is true. The Prince of Kingsbourne is marrying someone." Ariana still didn't say a word. She sighed, and a few tears dropped down her cheeks. Prince Ivan lifted her face so that their eyes would meet. Her beautiful eyes were full of tears, and Prince Ivan could not bear to see her crying. He spoke again. "The prince is marrying. My brother, Prince Richard, is getting married very soon." Prince Ivan saw Ariana's expression turn from sadness to shock to pure joy. "Your brother is the one getting married?" she asked, almost giddy. "Yes, he is the one getting married," Prince Ivan said. He returned the locket in Ariana's hand and said, "I want you to keep this." Ariana's heart was fluttering. She felt like it would burst with happiness. Prince Ivan was not the one who was marrying. It had all been a misunderstanding. Prince Ivan held her hand and said, "After my brother's wedding, I will talk to my father about us." Ariana blushed deeply. Prince Ivan talking to his father could mean only one thing. The prince intended to marry her. "I am sorry that I didn't tell you sooner. I just had been busy with the preparations. We are having a few events before the wedding takes place, and then I will be free again," Prince Ivan said. "Is there really going to be a ball soon?" Ariana asked. "Yes, it is tonight. I was looking for you as I wanted to tell you about it, but you didn't come for weeks," Prince Ivan said. Ariana blushed. She had been avoiding him because of the misunderstanding. "Meet me at the ball tonight, Ariana? I would love to dance with you," Prince Ivan said. "I would love to dance with you too, Ivan, but I can't meet you at the ball," Ariana said sadly. "Victor's magic does not work too far away from the ocean." "Then meet me at the castle's west garden, closest to the ocean," Prince Ivan said. "I will come find you as soon as I can." Ariana promised to come that night. The entire kingdom was excited for the ball, young girls especially. They had a chance to dance with handsome Prince Ivan. They dressed in the most elaborate dresses. All the tailors in the kingdom were fraught with nerves and frantically working to meet with their changing demands. Some wanted tighter clothes. Some wanted even bigger trains. More sparkle, more glitter. Anything to make them stand out in front of their dream prince. Prince Ivan watched in amusement the girls in their elaborate costumes and obvious infatuations to him. The royal ballroom was filled with glittery and beautiful people, but he felt it was missing the most beautiful person of them all. Although Prince Ivan smiled and danced with many girls, his mind and heart were thinking only about her. He couldn't wait until he could dance with Ariana that night. He wished again she could come inside the castle, but knew he could only wish. "This ball is as magnificent as any wedding, father," Prince Ivan said to King Stephen. "The wedding will be grander yet. Nothing is too good for Richard," King Stephen replied proudly. He turned and said to King John, "We will spare no expense for the wedding." King John of Rivershelm, former enemy and newest ally, smiled and nodded his head. "Our daughter Sarah is most fortunate to have such a man for her husband, and such an attentive and generous father-in-law." "Cheers to the upcoming union," Prince Ivan said with enthusiasm, and King John looked at him with approval. Prince Ivan looked content on the surface, but he spends his time counting down the seconds. He thought since he had danced with nearly all the girls in the ball, now was his chance to go find Ariana at the outskirts of the West Garden. He was leaving when he heard a soft voice.
"Prince Ivan, are you leaving?"
Prince Ivan turned to see who the voice belonged to. It was Isabel, King John's younger daughter. Isabel was not adorned like the other girls. She only had a diamond necklace that was sparkling on her beautiful neck. Other than that, she had no other accessories. She didn't need any other accessories. They would have only distracted from her beauty. She bowed to Prince Ivan and asked,
"Would you like to dance with me, Prince Ivan?"
Her bold gesture surprised Prince Ivan. The other girls giggled, batted their eyelashes, or smiled broadly, hinting him to ask them to dance. They would send their mothers, fathers, uncles, cousins, brothers, etc., to ask the prince to dance with him. None of them had the courage to approach him or ask him directly. Isabel was unlike the other girls, Prince Ivan thought. Ariana could wait a few more minutes. "It would delight me to," he replied. They both glided effortlessly together on the dance floor. All the people stopped to look at the stunning couple. They started chattering amongst themselves. "Perhaps there will be another royal wedding before long," they said to one another. Prince Ivan and Isabel both reveled in the attention. "You dance wonderfully, Princess Isabel," Prince Ivan said to his beautiful dance partner.
"I have you to thank, Prince Ivan, for I am simply following your lead,"
Princess Isabel replied. Prince Ivan laughed. Not only was Isabel beautiful, but she was witty too. He thought it would be rude to leave early. Perhaps he should dance one more time with the princess before leaving. Prince Richard found his future fiancée Sarah alone on the balcony. The people in the court said the younger sister, Isabel, was the more beautiful of the two sisters, but he disagreed. If Isabel's beauty was like the blazing sun, Sarah's was the quiet beauty of the night. "Princess, what are you doing here by yourself?" Prince Richard asked. It surprised Sarah to see him there, but she quickly gave him a curtsy.
"I hope I have not worried you, Prince Richard. I couldn't resist coming here as it looks so tranquil,"
the princess replied. "People seek tranquility when they have a lot on their minds. They search for any place to calm the storm of their inner thoughts," Prince Richard said. "I hope I am wrong, and that nothing has offended you?"
"Not at all. I was just thinking about a few things before our engagement tonight,"
Princess Sarah replied. "Anything I can do or say to ease your concerns?" Prince Richard asked kindly.
"I had a question I wanted to ask you, but I had been looking for my courage to speak it,"
Sarah said, blushing. "I hope once we know each other better, you will never hesitate to ask me. Please, what is it you want to ask? Do not fear asking it," Prince Richard said.
"I was wondering if in the future, if you will ever regret not marrying for love,"
the princess asked. "I know myself well, so I can say with confidence I won't ever regret my decision. But now I am even more assured of it, as your concern shows me you have a kind heart, and your question tells me I am marrying an intelligent partner," Prince Richard replied. "I will ask the same question, Princess. What are your thoughts?" Princess Sarah blushed.
"I do not regret it now, but I can speak for the future. My thoughts are our marriage does not have the foundation of love, and that worries me. I want our union
to be a lasting one, not just for ourselves, but our kingdom's future as well.
Every second I spend with you, I feel like the most fortunate man in the kingdom. Not only are you wise, but you are selfless as well, Sarah. Our marriage may not have the foundation of love in the beginning, but it has something as strong: shared values and respect. Prince Richard said with passion, "Both you and your family have my utmost respect and gratitude. Your father has my respect for ending the war and choosing diplomacy. You have my respect for placing your responsibilities as a daughter and as a princess first, before your own heart." Sarah blushed again.
"I am glad we have a strong foundation to start our relationship with as well," she replied. "I am glad that you are easy to talk to, Richard."
Richard bowed to his future fiancée and extended his arm. "We should go before the others look for us. The engagement ceremony will begin soon." Sarah smiled and took her future husband's arm, feeling both happy and secure about their growing relationship. Chapter 13. Ariana snuck out of her bedroom. She had pretended to go to bed early to avoid her absence being noticed by her father. Victor had promised to disguise her as a servant when he snuck back into the castle later when they returned. Ariana felt guilty, but reminded herself that it was only for tonight. She was doing it for a very special reason. Ivan wanted to dance with her. "Where are you meeting Ivan today?" Victor asked.
"He said to meet him at the outskirts of the west garden of his castle."
Ariana asked Victor,
"Do you think you can take us there?"
Victor was unsure about his magic's reach, but he said, "Yes, I think I can." Ariana was so happy to hear this that she embraced Victor. Victor was flustered by Ariana again, his heart pounding at her embrace. Ariana blushed too.
"I am sorry. I got carried away. Thank you, Victor."
"I have done nothing yet, so no need to thank me," Victor replied quickly, embarrassed at being flustered. As they emerged out of the water, Ariana was wearing a beautiful gown, powder blue in color. The gown had small pearls with intricate patterns throughout the bodice. Victor was dressed more formally, too, and looked princely in his sapphire blue clothes, with shells embroidered in silver thread. Both smiled and bowed to one another before Victor offered his arm. Ariana slid her hand on Victor's arm, and they made their way to the garden that Ivan had promised to meet her. Victor left Ariana saying he would be close by if she needed to return home. He had to be nearer to the ocean water for his magic to hold. On the night of the ball, Ariana spent a long time waiting for Prince Ivan in the West Garden. They had decorated the garden with twinkling lights for the ball, even if it was miles away from the main castle. The topiaries shaped in the figures of dancing couples looked lifelike under the moon's glow. There were arches of hanging white flowers that bloomed as night came and filled the air with their sweet fragrance. Fireflies danced around Ariana's feet, inviting her to dance with them. Ariana waited for Prince Ivan under the marble gazebo, listening to the sound of water coming from the beautiful fountains. The hours passed slowly until it was past midnight. Ariana was about to go back to the ocean disappointed and with a heavy heart when she saw Prince Ivan coming towards her. He looked handsome in his royal clothes. Ariana found it strange that she didn't hear Prince Ivan's horse approaching. Perhaps he left the horse at a far distance and walked the rest of the way here, Ariana thought. "You look beautiful, Ariana," Prince Ivan said, smiling. Ariana blushed and smiled. "Will you dance with me, Ariana?" Prince Ivan asked. He extended his hand towards her. Ariana felt her heart fluttering. Prince Ivan remembered, and he came to dance with her, Ariana thought. It was the happiest moment of Ariana's life. She accepted his hand, and Prince Ivan swept her away in the waltz. They moved in sync, gliding on the stone floor. Prince Ivan gazed into Ariana's eyes, not once faltering in their dance. Ariana blushed as she had never seen him look at her like that before. She felt like she was floating on air. That is, until she saw the ring on Ivan's hand. She stopped and tore herself away from his arms.
"Victor?"
Ariana said, horrified. She had seen his immortality ring, the gray pearl on a black band. She watched as Victor transformed from the mirage of Prince Ivan to himself.
"Why did you deceive me like this?"
Ariana demanded.
She was furious at Victor for fooling her. "He was not coming," Victor said simply, "and you had wished to dance with him." Ariana wondered how Victor knew this. Was he spying on her conversations with Prince Ivan?
"Then it would have disappointed me, but I would have understood. Ivan said he would try his best, so something must have come up. I dislike being deceived, Victor,"
Ariana said, trembling with anger. "I would have asked you to dance with me, but would you have accepted then, Ariana?" Victor asked. Ariana blushed at first, but then she said,
"You don't know if I would refuse, Victor. You should have asked, rather than deceive me."
"Forgive me, Ariana. It will never happen again. I will ask as myself. Will you dance with me?" Victor asked as he extended his hand towards Ariana. Victor was only trying to stop her from being disappointed, Ariana thought. Her anger had gone. Though she did not like what he did, Ariana accepted his hand, knowing that Victor meant well. Victor took the lead, and it surprised Ariana at how effortlessly they danced together. Ariana was wrong in thinking that Victor was spying on her conversations. Victor did, however, drop by her bedroom again. Victor had originally intended to wake her up to apologize. He wanted to tell her he didn't want to ask Ariana anything she didn't want to give, including her time. When he got there, Ariana was fast asleep. Victor cursed his luck and his timing. He noticed Ariana was talking in her sleep again. She was saying how she wanted to dance with Ivan. Perhaps, Victor thought, he could make it up to Ariana by making sure she got her dance with the prince. Victor decided he wouldn't wake Ariana up then. He thought she might not like him being there, and it might make things worse between them. Ariana was right in thinking Victor had meant no harm by transforming into Prince Ivan and dancing with her. "What are you thinking about, Ariana?" Victor asked.
"I was thinking even though you were trying to protect me, Victor, you cannot always save me from being hurt,"
Ariana said. "I will do all that I can to protect you, Ariana," Victor said.
"Then be truthful to me always, Victor,"
Ariana said.
"I can accept anything at all, except deceit."
"Then I will always be truthful to you, Ariana. You have my eternal promise," Victor said. Although Prince Ivan did not come that night, Ariana had found a good dance partner with Victor. Ariana was young and had not experienced heartbreak in love, so she didn't stay mad at the prince not coming that night. She was sure in her heart they will dance together before long. Ariana was also not the one to remain resentful, so she forgave Victor. Ariana danced with the dark prince under the moonlit night. Ariana saw Victor was looking at her in a way he never looked at her before. She blushed, but didn't look away. There was something softer about his expression tonight. Did Victor look happier? Ariana thought. Perhaps it was the effect of the moon glowing above them. Perhaps she was wrong to distrust him. It wasn't his fault that he was Ursula's son. She had heard of Victor's wickedness, but saw nothing in the way he danced with her tonight. Did Victor have a change of heart? Ariana wondered. Was she the reason Victor seemed different? Prince Ivan had spent the night dancing with Princess Isabel. He became considerably less enchanted with Isabel at the end of the night than he was in the beginning of it. The ring ceremony took place, and the people in the ballroom saw Richard place the ring on Sarah's finger.
"My sister is much different from me. She does not like the spotlight,"
Isabel observed as she saw her older sister blushing. "As are Richard and I," Prince Ivan replied.
"How are you different from Richard?"
Isabel asked curiously. "Richard is the golden son. He can do no wrong. People look at him differently, with different expectations, seeing that he is older, and first in line to the throne. I suppose I should be grateful. It takes pressure off of me," Prince Ivan replied, joking.
"Would you have thought different if you were the older of the two?"
Isabel asked. "Perhaps, but it is no use speaking theoretically. Richard takes his role seriously, and for that the kingdom is grateful," Prince Ivan replied.
"I am glad I am not the older sister. I don't think I can marry for politics alone,"
Isabel said.
"I get restless if both my heart and mind are not involved."
"In that we are much the same," Prince Ivan replied, smiling.
"I love my sister. I am protective of her. We may be different, but our bond is stronger for it,"
Isabel said passionately.
I wouldn't be second to anyone in the world but to her. I am sure that you feel the same about Richard?
Of course, Prince Ivan replied.
Truth be told, I don't think that is how you really feel,
Isabel said.
Am I right, Prince Ivan?
Isabel's question surprised Prince Ivan, but he said nothing else, except giving her a polite bow. Perhaps Isabel was only teasing him? She is opinionated, and probably used to having her way, Prince Ivan thought about Isabel. She is not like Ariana at all, he thought, who was much more gentle and trusted him. Prince Ivan wished he could have met Ariana that night, but he never found the right opportunity to do so with Isabel by his side. Prince Ivan apologized to Ariana for not meeting her the night before. I thought about you every minute last night, Ariana, but I couldn't come meet you. My future sister-in-law's younger sister detained me. She wouldn't let me leave her sight. Ariana giggled.
Oh no! I hope she didn't steal your heart, Ivan.
That is impossible, for my heart is already full of you, Prince Ivan replied. Ariana blushed. I brought you something as a token of my apology, Prince Ivan said, as he handed her a flower. Ariana had never seen it before. It was red, the deepest of color. What flower is this? Ariana asked. The petals of the rose looked so soft. Again, Prince Ivan was surprised to learn what Ariana didn't know. This is a rose, Ariana, he replied, the most beautiful one from my garden. Ariana thanked him as she held the rose's stem, but she gave a small cry when one of its thorns pricked her finger. She watched in surprise as a single drop of blood fell to the ground. Careful, Ariana. I should have warned you about the thorns, Prince Ivan exclaimed. Why does this flower have thorns? Ariana asked. It is for its protection. When people see beautiful things, they want to keep it for themselves, so the rose is protecting itself from those who want to take it. But you didn't keep the rose for yourself. You brought it for me, Ariana said. I would bring you an entire garden of roses, Ariana, Prince Ivan said. Ariana blushed again. Tell me more about the ball, Ivan, Ariana requested. Prince Ivan smiled. He went into detail about all that he had seen in the night and how the ring ceremony happened. I am happy for my brother, Prince Ivan said. I hope to see our kingdoms prosper once again. Ariana smiled. Prince Ivan had filled her head with visions of the ball. She hoped she could attend in person one day and dance with Prince Ivan on the ballroom floor. Prince Ivan's father asked to see him in private. He wondered what his father wanted to talk to him about. Your brother Richard is getting married soon, King Stephen said. Yes, father. I am happy for his marriage. I hope everything goes well, Prince Ivan replied. Yes, yes, we all wish it. The kingdom depends on this union, his father said. Son, I called you here for a reason. I wanted to ask you, have you considered your own marriage? Prince Ivan was silent. He wondered if he should tell his father about Ariana. Perhaps it was a little too soon to tell him he was thinking about marrying the Sea King's daughter. I noticed Sarah's younger sister Isabel taking a liking to you, King Stephen said. Although Richard's marriage with Sarah would secure our kingdom, your marriage to Isabel would cement our ties even further. He would be second in line in the other kingdom, too, Prince Ivan couldn't help but think. Second place to Richard, the same way it has been throughout their lives. I will consider it, father, Prince Ivan replied. First, I would like Richard to get married. I wouldn't want to take away from his big day. You are quite right, my son. Richard wouldn't mind a double wedding. I am sure of it. It would have saved us additional expenses. But let him have his grand wedding. He worked hard at the diplomatic efforts, and he deserves a grand celebration, King Stephen replied with pride. Of course, father, Prince Ivan said. I wouldn't have it any other way. Prince Ivan bowed to his father before leaving. Twice he had been asked about his thoughts on marriage. Perhaps it was time that he decided. Prince Ivan would tell his parents about Ariana as soon as Richard had his grand wedding. He just hoped he would have enough time to do so. He just hoped he wouldn't be forced like Richard to choose between love and his obligations to the kingdom. If they forced him to decide, his choice would not please his father. Prince Ivan was sure of that. Chapter 14. The days after the ball went by quickly. Prince Ivan thought about the question his father had asked him, but had made no decision yet. He thought he would have time to think about it. Richard's wedding was over, and the two neighboring kingdoms were at peace once again. His father summoned Prince Ivan once more. He thought perhaps his father had given up on his marriage idea, so he wondered why he was being called. "You asked for me, father?" Prince Ivan asked. "Yes, I did. Now that your brother is married, I would like to talk about your future," King Stephen replied. "What future are you talking about, father?" Prince Ivan asked. Perhaps, he thought, his father was sending him on another expedition. "King John, Richard's father-in-law, was hinting at how his younger daughter, Isabel, had taken a liking to you. He was wondering if you were engaged or had plans to," King Stephen asked his son. "And what did you tell him, father?" Prince Ivan asked. "I stalled it for now, but King John was saying how he would be delighted at such a choice for his younger daughter. He talked about a handsome dowry that he would give to Isabel's husband," King Stephen hinted to his son. "Tell me, Ivan, do you have anyone in mind you would like to marry?" Prince Ivan thought he would surely be refused if he said he wanted to marry a mermaid, so he stayed silent. "Your silence shows you do not. So you will have no objections to being married to Isabel?" King Stephen asked again. "I cannot marry her," Prince Ivan mumbled. "You don't have anyone you want to marry. Isabel is interested in marrying you, and she is a fine choice," his father retorted. "What is your objection, I want to know?" "I do not love her," Prince Ivan replied. "Love? Your brother chose his country over his heart. He did not marry thinking just about himself," King Stephen exclaimed. "I am sorry I disappoint you, father. I am sorry I am not like my brother," Prince Ivan replied. King Stephen shook his head. "The next time I ask, I expect a good reason from you, Ivan. Either tell me the real reason you are opposed to the union, or I will have your engagement fixed to Isabel. I don't want to hear any excuses about not being in love. You can go now." King Stephen dismissed his youngest son. Prince Ivan worried he had little time left. He had to talk with Ariana about what they could do next. When Prince Ivan told Ariana of what his father demanded, she looked at him in shock. "Are you going to marry Isabel then?" Ariana asked, sadly. "I want to marry for love, and I don't love her," Prince Ivan said. "Your father expects an answer. What will you tell him?" Ariana asked. "That I am in love with someone already," Prince Ivan said. "I can marry no one but her." "Who are you in love with?" Ariana asked, her heart pounding in her chest. "You. I love you, Ariana," Prince Ivan said. "But how can we be together? The fates are against us." Ariana trembled as Prince Ivan took her hand. He gently kissed her forehead. "I love you, Ariana. I wish there was a way for us to be together," Prince Ivan said. "I love you too, Ivan," Ariana exclaimed. Prince Ivan smiled and took her in his embrace. "I will find a way for us to be together, Ivan," Ariana said. "I promise." Now that Prince Ivan had told her about how he felt about her, Ariana promised to do everything and anything to be with him. Even if it meant doing something she hadn't considered before. She was going to find a way to become human permanently. Ariana asked Victor to see her, knowing that it might be for the last time. She had something important that she wanted to tell him. Victor didn't suspect that anything had changed, so he didn't notice that Ariana looked solemn, or that her hands were trembling with nervousness. Victor seemed to be preoccupied with questions of his own about Prince Ivan. "What do you see in him? What do you see in the prince?" Victor asked. "You mean Prince Ivan?" Ariana asked. "Yes," Victor said. "He is kind," Ariana replied. "Is that all?" Victor asked, trying to understand what Ariana liked about the prince. "Or is it because he is human?" "No, it is not because of that. Why are you asking, Victor?" "I just want to know," Victor said. "He doesn't seem any different to me from any other prince in the ocean. Just that he is mortal." "He is kind, and he saved my life," Ariana replied. "He saved your life? You mean he cut you from the fish net and dropped you in the water? Anyone could have done that," Victor said with disdain.
He caught me, but he let me go. He didn't capture me,
Ariana said. And that is important to you, Ariana? That he let you go? Victor asked.
Yes,
she replied. Victor still didn't understand why Ariana liked the prince, but he didn't ask her any more questions about him. When are you seeing him again? When should I come by? Victor asked.
You don't have to come anymore, Victor,
Ariana said, blushing. Why not? Victor asked. Despite everything else, Victor felt hopeful that perhaps Ariana didn't want to see the prince anymore.
I talked with your mother. We came to an agreement.
My mother? You struck a deal with Ursula? You know her magic requires a price, Victor exclaimed. Ariana, what deal did you make with her?
She forbade me to tell the terms to anyone, especially not to you, Victor,
Ariana said. Victor was speechless, so Ariana spoke again.
Thank you, Victor, for all you have done for me. I won't bother you any further or take any more of your time from now on.
Victor knew she meant she wouldn't be bothered by him anymore, but he said nothing. He politely nodded to Ariana as he left. He had to talk with the sea witch Ursula, his mother. Ariana had gone to see the sea witch at her castle. Her heart was beating fast. She had an ominous feeling as soon as she entered the Darklands. The guards halted her at the borders.
You cannot enter here without Ursula's permission,
the scary-looking guard said to her. He was a merman, but he had shark teeth. Like an experiment or enchantment gone wrong. Was Ursula experimenting on her servants? Ariana didn't linger on the thought. She had no time for such fear.
Let her know that Ariana, the Sea King's daughter, wishes to speak to her,
Ariana replied. Ariana waited by the front gates until the guard took her message to the sea witch. Finally, the gates were opened, and she could go inside. She could see Ursula's castle in the distance. Ariana thought, unlike her father's castle, which was bright and airy, the sea witch's castle looked like a giant fortress. Ariana passed through Ursula's garden before reaching the front steps of the castle. She wondered if she even could call it a garden. It was a twisted version of one. Ursula decorated the lawn with life-size stone statues of many sea creatures, including mermaids and mermen. The statues were so lifelike, Ariana thought. They had terrible expressions on their faces, like they were screaming in agony and pain. Ariana shuddered and quickly went inside the castle. Again, she felt like she was walking into a prison rather than a grand palace. The windows were barred, like the sea witch didn't want anyone to escape from here. Ariana felt sorry for Victor, seeing that this dark, dismal place was his home. Ariana finally reached the central court and saw the sea witch sitting alone on her throne, her sea serpents twisted around her arms. The Dark Empress wore a crown of dark pearls made purely of magic. It was pulsing, with what seemed like constellations and darkness. Ariana wondered how much of her soul Ursula had given to keep that powerful crown of magic. She wondered if she had any of her soul remaining. Victor was not around, and for once Ariana was glad he wasn't there. She wasn't sure she would have the courage to ask Ursula, with Victor listening.
Ariana, what a pleasant surprise.
I hope that all is well in your father's kingdom, Ursula said.
My father didn't send me here. I came on my own because I wanted to ask for your help,
Ariana said.
My help? You know I don't give that freely, Ursula said. My magic comes with a price.
Yes, I am aware,
Ariana said.
I am most curious to know, what does the Sea King's daughter need that her own father couldn't give her?
Ursula asked with a smile. Ariana blushed.
I want to become a human.
A human? That is surprising indeed,
Ursula exclaimed.
Do you realize you will give up your underwater kingdom if you do?
Ariana blushed again.
Can you do it?
Of course I can. It is not a matter of me being able to do it, but if you could pay the price,
Ursula replied haughtily.
What is your price?
Ariana asked. She had a terrible feeling, but since she had come so far, she couldn't stop now.
If you can marry the prince in 3 days, all I would need from you is a promise,
Ursula said.
What promise?
Ariana asked.
You can never return to the underwater kingdom again, Ursula said. Your transformation to a mortal will be permanent. I will never see my father again?
Ariana said.
That is your choice, Ursula replied. Either never see your love again, or your dear father. What happens if I don't get married in 3 days?
Ariana asked.
You can return to the sea, but you and your magic will belong to me,
Ursula said. Ariana heard her mother's warning in her head.
Guard your freedom above all things, Ariana. Promise me.
If Prince Ivan didn't marry her in 3 days, she will become a slave for the Sea Witch. She will remain a prisoner in her fortress forever.
I forgot to mention, in case the mortal refuses to marry you, and you don't return to me in 3 days, you will turn to stone,
Ursula said.
But that is only an extreme scenario. I am sure it wouldn't come down to that.
Ariana was quiet. She didn't know what to think. Would she choose love and never see her father or her world again? If she couldn't marry in 3 days, would she give up her freedom?
Have you decided? I haven't got all day,
Ursula said impatiently. Ariana still couldn't decide. Things were moving too quickly for her.
Don't tell me. You don't believe in the mortal's love for you. You are still giving up your immortality for him?
Ursula cackled. Prince Ivan loved her. Ariana was sure of it. Didn't the prince say if he didn't have an answer for his father soon, they would marry him to someone else? Ariana couldn't bear the thought of Prince Ivan being in someone's arms.
I agree with your terms,
Ariana replied to the Sea Witch. After Ariana told Victor she made a deal with the Sea Witch, he went to see his mother. Ariana said she couldn't tell him the deal herself, so he would go to the source to find out.
What was the deal you made with Ariana, mother?
Victor asked Ursula.
You take too much interest in this girl, my son. She is undeserving of it.
The Sea Witch replied.
Tell me, mother, please.
Victor pleaded. Ursula hated seeing her son beg, so she told him.
If you must know, I have given her a potion. If she drinks it, she can turn human for 3 days.
3 days? Victor asked.
It will take the Sea King that long to search the 7 seas before he realizes his dear daughter is not in the water. Ariana has until the sun sets on the last day to marry that human,
Ursula replied. What happens if she marries the prince? What do you get out of helping Ariana? Victor asked.
She can stay with him as a human forever, and the king will lose his only heir,
the Sea Witch replied with glee. So his mother was plotting to ruin the Sea King, Victor thought. What happens if she doesn't marry the prince? Victor asked, dreading to know the answer.
Then Ariana will belong to me,
Ursula replied.
Again, the king can lose his daughter, or in exchange, give all his kingdom to me.
Is it only the human she can marry, or could it be anyone else? Victor asked, trying to find the weak spot in his mother's contract.
My dear son, you amaze me. If she can get the prince to marry her, who else could she marry in 3 days? It doesn't matter who she marries,
Ursula said. So there was one way, Victor thought. 3 days. The prince was likely to fall in love and marry her long before then, Victor thought. You will lose, mother, Victor said. It was impossible the prince wouldn't marry Ariana, Victor thought with bitterness. But he will see to it. She hadn't drunk the potion and turned human yet, so there was still time. He will find some way to change Ariana's mind. Victor was leaving to find Ariana when his mother's words stopped him.
There is one last condition,
Ursula said. There was something else that Ariana agreed to, Victor thought, worried. What is that? Victor asked.
If she doesn't return to me after failing to marry the mortal in 3 days, Ariana will turn to stone,
Ursula replied. The Sea Witch's words terrified Victor. He knew Ariana would never give up her freedom, but he could never let her turn to stone. She will not be your prisoner, mother. Ariana will marry before the 3 days are over, Victor said.
You never know what the fates have planned, Victor,
Ursula said with a smile.
I have lived long enough to know this, my son, that human nature can surprise you.
Victor couldn't find Ariana anywhere, but before he could find her, a royal messenger came looking for him. Brutus, the Sea King, had summoned Victor to the royal court. It was unusual that only he was summoned, and not his mother. Had the king discovered something? Victor's heart was beating fast. The king would not like his daughter meeting a human behind his back. He certainly would not like the person who facilitated her visits to the surface world. Victor took a deep breath before entering the court. The king looked mighty on his throne. Was he angry? It was hard to read his expression.
Do you know why I called you here, Victor?
The Sea King's voice boomed in the empty court.
No, my king,
Victor replied.
You are the Sea Witch's son. Soon you will be entrusted to take over her tasks. My question is, are you ready for the responsibility? Will you do your work honorably?
Yes, my king, Victor replied. The king had not yet mentioned Ariana.
Will you protect the oceans and all that live in it?
Yes, my king, Victor replied. Brutus looked at Victor with a grave expression on his face.
I want you to protect Ariana, my daughter. Can you do that? Brutus asked.
Victor's heart pounded. I will do all I can, my king.
Is there something you would like to share with me? I sense you are hiding something,
Brutus said perceptively. Victor remained silent. He didn't know what the king knew, but he would find out soon enough. Victor expected the king to drop his gauntlet, but Brutus spoke to him kindly.
I perceive great sadness in you, Victor. My son, are you nursing a broken heart?
Yes, my king, Victor replied.
Are you in love? The Sea King asked.
It doesn't matter, for she doesn't love me, Victor said.
I grieve for you. I know something about loss, the Sea King replied sadly.
Victor thought Brutus must be thinking of his wife, Queen Helena.
But you were with your love?
Victor asked.
I may have been with her, but I never had her love, the king said sadly.
How can that be?
Victor asked.
She might have loved me if I hadn't forced her to accept my love, Brutus said. It was the biggest regret of my life. In my obsession to make her mine, I lost Helena forever.
What do I do then?
Victor asked hopelessly.
Give her your love, but do not demand it back,
the Sea King replied.
How will I know if she will ever love me back?
Victor asked.
You won't know until she does, Brutus said.
How could I do that? It sounds so hopeless.
Victor asked.
Do it knowing you are placing her happiness before your own. Do it knowing this is what love is, Brutus said.
I think I understand, my king,
Victor replied with a bow.
You are a kind soul, my son. I hope whoever you have given your heart to is worthy of your love, Brutus said. I see so much of your father in you. He was a great man, and you are becoming one too. Vladimir would be proud of you.
Brutus's words about his father touched Victor. He was too speechless to say anything. He only hoped that he could become worthy of Ariana's love one day. Victor couldn't tell the Sea King that it was his daughter, Ariana, he had given his heart to. Chapter 15. Ariana was saying goodbye to the ocean. She was sitting by the rocks near the ocean, watching the waves. She was looking at it one last time before she drank the potion and became human forever. Ariana didn't know if it was the right decision, but felt that time was not on her side. She wished that her mother Helena was there to guide her. What would she tell her to do? Ariana wouldn't know because her mother was long gone. Ariana never felt so alone in her life. Ariana didn't tell anyone, of course, not even her father. She thought her father would stop her. Ariana thought he would never understand how she felt about Prince Ivan.
Are you going to go through with it?
Victor asked, appearing out of nowhere. He was relieved to see that Ariana was still a mermaid. Perhaps he could still change her mind.
Yes,
Ariana replied. She looked pale and her hands were trembling. It was not a simple decision for her. She could lose everything in a few moments, and there will be no turning back from it.
Think of all that you will lose, Ariana,
Victor said.
Please don't do it.
But I will have my love,
Ariana replied.
I can be with Ivan.
Victor cursed the day Ariana met the mortal prince. Victor wasn't sure if Ivan was even worthy of Ariana.
What do you know about him anyway? You don't even know if he loves you, Victor said, losing control of his temper.
I know that Prince Ivan loves me. He told me he does,
Ariana said. It shocked Victor that Ivan did what he couldn't, that he told her how he felt about her. Victor never found the moment to tell Ariana he loved her, and now it seemed too late. He was still determined to change Ariana's mind. He couldn't let her take the potion. Do you even know how his lips feel on yours? Victor asked, more to himself than Ariana. Ariana heated. She tried not to think about when she had kissed Victor, or that she dreamed about it many times after that. She had been under a love spell.
I will find out soon enough,
Ariana said.
And my kiss with Ivan won't be because I was influenced by magic.
Victor looked at Ariana as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He hasn't even kissed you?
Ivan said that he was being watched, so he couldn't risk us being found out,
Ariana said. He is a miserable coward then, Victor said.
He is honorable, but you wouldn't understand that,
Ariana said angrily. She remembered how Victor had laughed, mocked her in front of the Siren Sisters. He doesn't love you, Ariana. No matter what he said to you, Victor said.
I believe him. That is all that matters,
Ariana said. What has he done to prove it? You are risking everything for him while he has done nothing. You are making a big mistake, Victor said.
I will not argue with you, Victor,
Ariana said.
I know he is true.
Have you told your father? Victor asked, already knowing her reply.
He will never approve of a human,
Ariana said. We can find another way, Ariana, Victor pleaded. Please reconsider.
There is no other way, Victor,
Ariana replied.
Perhaps one day you will understand. When you truly love someone, you want to give up everything for them.
You will give up your kingdom? You will give up your people, Ariana? Victor asked.
The merfolk already have a ruler, my father,
Ariana replied. Victor felt he would go crazy. He couldn't let this happen. Every passing moment he felt like he was losing Ariana. Since you are not seeing reason, I will tell the king myself, Victor said. But as soon as he said it, he knew he made a mistake. Ariana knew that if her father found out, he would lock her in the castle forever. She would suffocate and die, just like her mother.
You have lost my trust forever, Victor. Do what you want, and I will do what I must for my love,
Ariana said, trembling with anger. Ariana took out the potion the sea witch had given her, the one that would transform her into a human, and drank it. Ariana, no! Victor yelled, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as Ariana transformed into a human. Ariana tried standing on her human legs, but couldn't stand up. It was not like her other transformations with Victor. This time it was permanent, as she went from an immortal being to a mortal one. It was taking a toll on her body. She tried standing one more time before fainting. Victor caught her before she fell on the ground. Victor had never seen Ariana so weak. He knew that in her state, she would never make it to the castle. He lifted her in his arms and gathered all his magic as he took them both inside the castle. He had never been so far away from the ocean. He felt as if his body would break into pieces. Victor took Ariana to the king and queen's bedchamber. They were alarmed to see them appear out of nowhere. How did you get inside? Guards! Guards! King Stephen cried. Do not call for the guards, Victor said, barely a whisper. Save her. Please. I beg you. He placed Ariana on the bed, and the queen rushed to see her.
Who is this girl? She looks like an angel.
Victor gave them the locket, the same locket their son Prince Ivan had given Ariana. Ask your son, Victor said before vanishing. Ask Ivan what he promised her. Both the king and queen were shocked as Victor disappeared. The king and queen saw the familiar locket with the royal insignia. It was the heirloom they had given their son. The locket only meant one thing. This girl was their son's beloved. Their son Ivan must have promised to marry her. Already, Victor felt his magic stretching thin this far away from the ocean. But he had one last thing to do. Where are you? Show yourself! Victor roared. He was in Prince Ivan's room.
How did you get inside my...
Prince Ivan started.
but Victor had grabbed him up by his collar and lifted him in the air.
Tell me what spell did you cast over Ariana?
Victor roared. Prince Ivan was choking, but he managed to say,
I am not the one who uses magic.
Victor knew he was right. He didn't sense any magic around the prince. He felt his heart sinking.
Ariana is giving everything up for you, and yet you toy with her heart,
Victor screamed.
I don't know what you're talking about. I love her, and she loves me. I want to marry her.
Prince Ivan screamed back at Victor. Victor let go of the prince, and Prince Ivan gasped, finally able to breathe again.
My intentions are honorable. You know that. Ariana loves me. You would see it too if your own desires didn't blind you,
Prince Ivan said. Every word uttered by the prince was like a sharp knife in Victor's heart, but he was right. Ariana loved Prince Ivan and wanted to be with him. Perhaps he couldn't see the truth because he didn't want to believe it.
If you are true, then save Ariana before it is too late,
Victor said, finally defeated. He felt he was giving his heart away on a silver platter.
What do you mean? What has happened to Ariana?
Prince Ivan asked.
She has struck a deal with the sea witch Ursula, my mother. She has 3 days to marry, otherwise she will turn to stone, Victor said.
Where is she? Where is Ariana now? I must see her, Prince Ivan exclaimed.
She is in the castle. She is with the king and queen, Victor replied.
She is with my parents? Do they know about her? Prince Ivan asked, surprised.
Yes,
Victor replied. He couldn't stay another second on the surface. His magic had depleted.
Save Ariana, please.
That was the last thing he said to the prince before returning to the ocean. Victor slumped on the floor. He returned to his bedroom in Ursula's castle. He felt his heart was breaking, but he had done all he could for Ariana. He cried in agony, unable to stand the pain in his heart. Prince Ivan rushed to his parents. Ariana was with them, and he had to know that she was okay. He ran all the way to his parents' bedchamber.
Ariana, where are you?
Prince Ivan said, frantic with worry.
She is sleeping in the guest chamber. It must have been quite traumatic for her. I suggest you let her rest until the morning.
His mother, Queen Martha, replied.
Oh, thank heavens,
Prince Ivan said in relief.
Who are they, son? The angelic boy, and with him this beautiful girl. The two of them appeared out of nowhere. All he told us was to ask you, and he gave us this,
his father, King Stephen, said, showing Prince Ivan the necklace.
Is she your beloved?
His mother asked.
She must be, for you gave the locket to her. But why is she in such a weak state?
Son, I will ask you again, who is she?
King Stephen asked. She is Ariana, the Sea King's daughter, Prince Ivan replied.
The Sea King's daughter? Does the Sea King know?
His mother asked.
He doesn't,
Prince Ivan replied. Ariana wants to marry me, but her father does not like our kind.
This is grievous news indeed,
his mother said.
How could you marry her without her father's approval?
The Sea King. Do you realize what this means?
King Stephen said, shaking his head.
You are declaring war with the master of the oceans. He will drown all of our ships. He will flood all of our land and people near any body of water. So many will die. Think of the devastation. My son, what have you done?
I love Ariana, father. She has given up her immortal life for me. What else could I do? Prince Ivan asked.
Then you should give up your royal life for her. Take her and go as far away as you can. Go where no one can find you, not even us. Live your life as a normal man with the one you love, and never think of returning back,
King Stephen replied. Am I to be exiled? Is there no other option? Prince Ivan asked.
I am afraid not, my son,
King Stephen replied. You should have consulted with us before. Now, I am afraid this is the only course that you can take. The queen cried at the thought of losing her son forever. King Stephen looked grave. I have some time before the Sea King finds out. Surely we can find a way until then, Prince Ivan said. I suggest you make preparations for your exile.
You must find a safe place to go to, King Stephen said. I will do as you say, Father, Prince Ivan replied, but already his mind was working out a plan. I will start as soon as dawn. Do that, my son. I pray the heavens protect you, my child, King Stephen said sadly.
Prince Richard heard what happened from his parents in the morning. He quickly went looking for his younger brother.
Ivan,
Prince Richard exclaimed and embraced him in a hug.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have helped you.
What could you do, big brother? This is not the affair of mortal men, but immortal beings, Prince Ivan replied.
Have you tried speaking to the Sea King? He would listen to reason, Prince Richard said.
Ever the diplomat, Richard. I'm afraid that won't work here, Prince Ivan replied.
Don't knock it until you have tried it, Ivan. The Sea King must love his daughter. He wouldn't want her to suffer, Prince Richard said.
She is already suffering. She's human now. There is nothing the Sea King could do for her. If Ariana couldn't talk to her father, what hope do I have? He will surely despise me, for I am the person she is leaving her world for, Prince Ivan said.
I am sorry, brother. I wish I could do something. Is there anything I can help you with? Prince Richard asked with concern.
I have secured us a place far away from here. I'm just waiting for her to wake, and then we can leave, Prince Ivan said.
Is she not awake yet? Richard asked. Mother said that she came to them in a weak state.
Yes, the transformation into a mortal made her weak. Mother is in the bedchamber with her now, Prince Ivan said. Richard, it is likely I won't ever see you again. I hope you will remember me.
My brother!
You have to bear so much, Prince Richard exclaimed.
If there is a way to meet you again, I will find it.
Before you go, I wanted to give you this. Prince Richard gave him the heirloom ring.
Consider this your wedding present. I couldn't find anything in the time that I had.
Prince Ivan smiled. I am sure that Ariana will love this. Thank you, big brother. Ariana woke up in the castle's guest room. She wondered how she got there. The last she remembered was being by the beach when she took Ursula's potion. Ivan! She had to find Ivan, she thought. She called out his name, but there was someone else there with her in the room. My dear child, you are finally awake, Queen Martha said. I am Ivan's mother, Martha. And you are Ariana? Ariana nodded her head. How did I get here? You don't remember? It was that beautiful boy from the ocean who carried you here, Martha replied. Victor? How did Victor carry her this far? I had fainted. Where is Ivan? I must see him. I must tell him. We have little time, Ariana said. He already knows, and you are much too weak right now. You need to rest for the long journey ahead, Queen Martha said kindly. Ariana tried standing up, but again she was too weak to do it. Where is Ivan? I want to see him, Ariana said. He has gone to make preparations for his exile, Queen Martha said sadly. Exile? Ariana asked. We will leave from here? Queen Martha cried. It is unlikely that I will ever see my son again. Promise me, Ariana, that you will protect him from your father. I will protect him with my life, Ariana promised. I won't let anyone harm him. Queen Martha embraced Ariana and kissed her forehead. She left Ariana to rest in the bedchamber and went looking to see if her youngest son had returned. Ariana was still weak from her transformation to a mortal. She soon drifted off to sleep again. The next time she woke, Queen Martha wasn't there. There was another person in the bedroom, one she hadn't met before. She was younger, around Ariana's age. She is beautiful, Ariana thought, whoever she was. Where is Queen Martha? Ariana asked, her voice still sounding hoarse. She was here just moments ago. She was reluctant to leave your side, but I told her I would take care of you, and told her to get some rest, the stranger said. Thank you, Ariana said. Queen Martha is gentle and caring. I am sorry for the trouble I am putting her through. My dear, I apologize. That is not what I meant. You are going through a great deal yourself, the stranger said kindly. I am Sarah, Prince Richard's wife. And Isabel's older sister, Ariana thought. She was admiring Sarah's beauty before, but now it was tinged with envy. It was Isabel that Prince Ivan's father wanted him to marry. Ariana thought it was because of Isabel the set of events unfolded as quickly as they did.
Has Ivan returned? I wish to speak to him,
Ariana asked.
Not yet, I'm afraid, Sarah replied. Is there anything you need? No, I don't want to burden you. I am sure that I have taken enough of your time,
Ariana replied coldly. She wished Sarah would leave her alone in the bedroom by herself. She didn't want any help or favors from Sarah. Right now, Ariana did not want to be reminded about Isabel. Ariana was relieved when she saw Sarah got her hint and headed towards the door. She stopped there, though, and looked back at Ariana. It seemed she wanted to say something, but was hesitating.
Do you have a question?
Ariana asked.
Yes, but I don't know how to approach the subject. I am only a stranger, and it is a private question,
Sarah replied, blushing. Ariana felt sorry for being cold towards Sarah earlier. It wasn't her fault who her sister was. They were going to be family soon, Ariana thought.
We shouldn't be strangers, Sarah. You can ask me anything,
Ariana said, more warmly this time. Sarah came closer to Ariana and sat at the corner of her bed. She held Ariana's hand before speaking.
Queen Martha told me you are the Sea King's daughter, and that you gave up your immortality to be with Ivan?
Sarah asked.
Yes, that is true,
Ariana replied.
Queen Martha also told me that your father is against the union?
Sarah asked.
My father doesn't like mortals,
Ariana replied.
Queen Martha said she is afraid for her son's life, but I don't understand how that could be. Are you marrying Prince Ivan against your father's wishes? Has your father said that he will harm Prince Ivan?
Sarah asked.
I don't know what my father will do. He does not know about Prince Ivan, nor does he know I am mortal now,
Ariana replied.
He doesn't know?
Sarah asked, shocked.
No. I made a deal with the Sea Witch in order to transform, but my father remains unaware,
Ariana said.
How could Ivan let this happen?
Sarah asked, more to herself than Ariana.
Did he not consider the danger he put you and himself in? I make my own choices. Ivan had nothing to do with it,
Ariana said, annoyed.
Has Ivan spoken to your father? He should at least try to speak to him,
Sarah said.
Maybe all this misunderstanding will get cleared up. Perhaps then you wouldn't need to go in exile. We could work towards a more peaceful resolution for everyone.
Ariana was silent. She didn't like how Sarah was talking about Ivan. She didn't like her implication that Ivan was irresponsible.
Ivan cares about me, and he wouldn't want any harm to come to either me or his family. I trust his decision,
Ariana said.
I am still feeling ill, and I would like to rest now. I understand, dear. I only wanted to share my thoughts. I still think that Ivan should talk with your father,
Sarah said.
I am sorry you are not feeling well. I will leave you to rest. It is my hope that things get better for everyone, especially for you, Ariana.
Perhaps Sarah meant what she said, Ariana thought, but she still didn't trust her. She wasn't sure if Sarah was trying to stop her because of Isabel, or if she really was concerned about what Queen Martha had told her. Ariana sighed in relief when Sarah left the bedroom and closed the door behind her. Ariana didn't want to be around anyone who spoke against Ivan. Chapter 16. Prince Richard watched with concern the storm clouds gathering over the distance. The Sea King was furious, and he was looking for his daughter. His younger brother was in danger, but Richard was too helpless to do anything. His parents told him that Ariana was still too weak to move that day, so Prince Ivan was waiting for the morning. Ivan should talk to Ariana's father. He would not interfere in his daughter's happiness, Prince Richard thought. The storm clouds grew darker with each passing hour. It was going to be daybreak soon, but Prince Richard could not sleep. Sarah had gone to sleep waiting for him. He watched her small figure sleeping on the bed. Ivan had put them all in danger. Prince Richard thought of returning to his bed when he noticed, from his window, a shadow lurking near the stables. He saw someone take off on his brother's horse. Was it Ivan? Where was he going at this hour? Richard wondered. Just before dawn arrived, Prince Ivan went towards the ocean. Tomorrow was going to be the third and last day, he thought. This was his last chance to change his fate. He didn't know if it would work, but he went to the ocean and called out her name. She appeared the third time he said her name. "Ursula?" Prince Ivan asked as she appeared in front of him. "Why did you call for me, mortal?" The sea witch replied. She was beautiful, but her beauty was feral, a wild thing, like overgrown rose bushes. She looked a lot like her son, Victor. Ursula wore a crown of dark pearls that looked like it was made of the constellations and darkness. "I want your help," Prince Ivan asked. "I don't want to lose my family or my kingdom, but I will if I marry Ariana." "Then don't marry her," Ursula said simply. "But then I will lose her," Prince Ivan exclaimed. "Isn't there a way I can have both? Help me. I know you are powerful enough to do so." "And why would I help you, mortal?" Ursula asked. "You will have my eternal gratitude. I am sure you can find a way which will help us both." "You know that my magic comes with a cost?" Ursula asked. "I am prepared to pay any price," the prince replied. Ursula cackled. She knew this would happen. Humans were weak and easily tempted. "Take this potion, and it will solve all your problems," the sea witch said to the prince. "What will it do?" the prince asked. "When you drink it and marry Ariana, you will gain all of her father's power and magic. You can rule the 7 seas. You can marry your love, please your father's wishes, and keep your kingdom," Ursula replied. It sounded too good to be true. The prince knew such happiness would come with a hefty price. "And what will happen to the Sea King?" Prince Ivan asked. "He will lose his immortality eventually, and he will wither and die. But you need not worry too much about him, for he already has lived a long life," Ursula said. "But it will hurt Ariana. I cannot do that," the prince said. "She will never find out, and even if she did, she will forgive her beloved," Ursula said with a smile. "Unless you don't believe she loves you enough to do so?" The prince was hesitating, and for once, the sea witch thought perhaps she misjudged him. But when he put the potion in his pocket, she knew she had been right all along. The prince took the potion the sea witch gave him with no further questions. Ursula knew he would, but she didn't give him a potion to gain wealth or magic. She had given him poison. Maybe the girl will finally see what the human really is, Ursula thought. He is weak and easily tempted. Either he would die by taking the poison, or she would abandon him once she finds the truth of what he wanted to do. Since time is running out, she will turn to stone. Once she does, the king will give all his kingdom to me to change her back. Prince Ivan had just spoken with the sea witch. His thoughts were racing in his head. He had to return quickly to the castle before anyone notices his absence. Prince Ivan didn't notice the shadowy figure ahead of him. "Ivan." "Who's there?" Prince Ivan asked, surprised. "It is your older brother," Prince Richard replied. "Richard? Thank goodness it is only you. You startled me." "Who were you talking to just now, Ivan?" Richard had seen him with Ursula. It was no use lying to him. "I was talking to the sea witch," Prince Ivan replied. "You were talking to the sea witch. Did you send a message with her to Ariana's father?" Prince Richard asked, hopefully. "Have you considered what I told you then?" "No, I did not," Prince Ivan replied. "You did not? Then why did you meet her?" Prince Richard asked, perplexed. "I wanted to know a way to defeat the Sea King," Prince Ivan replied. "Defeat the Sea King? Does Ariana know what you have planned, Ivan?" Prince Richard asked, shocked. "She does not. You will not tell her either, if you care about me," Prince Ivan replied. "But why? I don't understand. You love her. Then why are you doing this, little brother?" Prince Richard asked. "Because I cannot lose my family and my kingdom," Prince Ivan said. "If that is the case, then you should let Ariana go. Do not hurt her this way," Prince Richard pleaded. "I love her. I will never let her go," Prince Ivan exclaimed. "This is madness. Why would you do such a thing?" Prince Richard asked. "You don't get it, do you? All your life you got the best of everything, while I had to fight for your scraps.
Ariana is the best thing that happened to me. I will not let her go, nor will I lose what should be mine, Prince Ivan yelled. You speak of Ariana like she is an object, like a shiny new toy you used to obsess over as a child. This is not love, Prince Richard exclaimed. You are just jealous that she chose me. She is someone you can never have, Richard, Prince Ivan said. I am ashamed, brother, to see you like this. Come to your senses, please. I beg you. You will hurt more than one life if you go through with this. You will hurt the one you love, Richard exclaimed. Prince Ivan no longer was listening to his brother. Do not stop me, Richard. I am being driven by desperation, but I do not expect you to understand, Prince Ivan said. Prince Richard was caught by surprise when Ivan knocked him down. Ivan wanted to make sure that Richard couldn't follow him, so he took his horse with him. He saw his brother lay unconscious on the ground. Ivan left him there as the heavy rain started. Ivan was long gone before Richard woke again. After Richard gained consciousness, he slowly made his way back to the castle. He had a tremendous headache where Ivan had hit him on the head. Richard was completely drenched in rain and was shivering. It took him hours to get back home. Prince Ivan had left the castle with Ariana before Prince Richard could get back to warn his parents. His brother had gone mad. Richard thought Ivan would destroy everything in his madness. Ariana startled when Ivan came to get her first thing in the morning. He was in a hurry. It made sense. Today was the last day. She had regained some strength. She wanted to say farewell to his parents, but Ivan surprised her when he told her not to. We really must leave now, Ariana, Prince Ivan said. Are we to go without saying goodbye to your parents? Ariana asked, surprised. They will understand. The more they know about our whereabouts, the more danger they could be in if the Sea King comes after them, Prince Ivan replied. Where are we going? Ariana asked. I have found a lodge, deep in the forest, away from any body of water, Prince Ivan said. We will be safe there for a while, and then we can move again. But first, we are going to the beach. The beach? Why would we go there? We will be discovered there for sure, Ariana exclaimed. We will exchange our vows there, Ariana. I wanted to exchange our vows where the land meets the sea, to symbolize our union, Prince Ivan said. He was lying, but he couldn't tell Ariana the truth. The sea witch had told him that the potion would only work if they were close to the water. Ariana thought with each passing moment, Prince Ivan was making less sense, but she said nothing. She thought perhaps he wanted to make their union memorable by doing a symbolic gesture. She was getting a strange, ominous feeling, but thought it was because of her nerves. Ariana left with Ivan without saying goodbye to anyone. She was quiet while their carriage took them to the location where they would exchange their vows. I wanted to exchange our vow here, Prince Ivan said. They were standing in a small forest-like area. The beach was a few hundred meters away. Ariana could hear the sounds of the water from here. She thought with dread that they were too close to the water. Surely her father could find them here? There was nothing around except trees. There were no buildings except a statue of a stone angel. The stone angel looked serene, her eyes looking down, with both her hands clasped together as in prayer. She had a set of magnificent wings spread out on her back. The heavy rain had died down from earlier. Still, water droplets were falling from the sky. The rain fell down the stone angel's face, like tears falling to the ground. The stone angel would watch over us. She will be our guardian, Prince Ivan said to Ariana. Ivan cared so much about meanings and symbols, Ariana thought fondly. He had a poet's soul. It is beautiful here, Ivan, Ariana said with a smile. I am glad that you like it. I am sorry that I couldn't give you a grand wedding, Ariana, Prince Ivan said. I don't want all that. I just want to be with you, Ivan, Ariana replied. All our worries will soon go away. I will make sure of that, Prince Ivan said. Ariana didn't know what he meant, but she thought perhaps he was talking about the wedding ceremony. Theirs was going to be a simple one. They would say their vows and exchange rings. Ariana wished that Ivan's family was there to witness their special moment. I wish your brother and parents were here, Ariana said. I know my parents would love to be here,
"I am sure Richard would not," Prince Ivan replied rather angrily.
Why not?
Ariana asked, surprised. "Richard is against our marriage. I suspect it to be out of jealousy," Prince Ivan replied.
He is against our marriage?
Ariana asked, surprised. Queen Martha had spoken fondly of Richard. Ariana even suspected that Richard was popular in the kingdom, even more so than Ivan, so it was surprising for her to hear that he was jealous of his younger brother.
I am sure it is a misunderstanding, Ivan,
Ariana said.
What reason would he have to be jealous?
"There is no misunderstanding," Prince Ivan replied coldly, which surprised Ariana. Seeing Ariana's face, Prince Ivan apologized. "I am sorry that my brother's behavior caused me to be so negative on what will be the happiest day of my life. Forgive me, Ariana. Let us start our lives on a happier note." Ariana was still trying to understand Prince Ivan's odd mood swings, but she nodded in agreement. There was no point dwelling in negative, she thought. It was a long, challenging road ahead of them, and they should start at the right foot. Ivan smiled at Ariana as he took her in his embrace. Ariana felt warm at his touch. He smiled again as he lifted her chin and pressed his lips over hers. The kiss was warm and sweet, but hurried. Ariana felt that Ivan seemed distracted. Maybe he was nervous, Ariana thought. She was a bundle of nerves herself. They stood in front of the statue, the stone angel being their sole witness, to exchange their vows. "I, Ivan, take you, Ariana, to be my wife. As long as my heart beats, and until my last breath, I promise to love you," Prince Ivan said. Ariana's heart was overwhelmed with happiness. She and Ivan were to be finally together.
I, Ariana, take you, Ivan.
Ariana started her vow, but stopped when she saw Ivan hold his throat and stumble. Something was very wrong with him. Prince Ivan was choking and couldn't speak. His face was turning blue. He quickly dropped to the ground, near the feet of the stone angel. Ariana cried and held him in her arms.
"What is happening to you?" she screamed. "Ivan, say something!"
Ariana called for help, but there was no one around. Prince Ivan said to Ariana,
Forgive me, Ariana. I deceived you." "What are you saying, Ivan?"
But Ivan had said his last words. He spoke no more. Ariana cried as Ivan died in her arms. She watched helplessly as Prince Ivan took his last breath, and his body went cold. Ariana thought she was in a nightmare. It couldn't be real. She couldn't lose Ivan just as they were going to be together forever. Ariana was in shock. She cried for help again, but no one was coming. Ariana still had Ivan in her arms. She watched as something dropped from his hand. It was a potion. Someone had poisoned Ivan. Ariana could only think of one person, and she screamed out his name. Victor was staying as far away as he could from Ariana, partly to respect her wishes, partly to keep himself from going insane. He had gone to the coldest part of the ocean, where his blood turned to ice. Still, the water felt warmer than the coldness and misery in his heart. It was an isolated location. There were few creatures around here. There were icebergs here that floated from long distances. The towering giants of ice were his silent companions. Victor would stay here as long as it took. He would stay to ensure Ariana's happiness. Victor hoped she would be happy with her prince. He wished, rather than hoped, for his own happiness someday. But that was a far distant thought. Victor wouldn't give himself the luxury of hope or happiness. Victor had thought his exile would last longer, that he would live in isolation for years. But then he heard her call his name. She was the first person who came up in his thoughts, but the last person he ever thought would call him. Why was she calling him? When Ariana summoned Victor, it surprised him. He thought she would have married the prince by now. When he reached her, he saw the dead prince in her arms, and a blazing anger in Ariana's eyes.
"You poisoned him, Victor! I didn't think you were capable of such a thing! How could you?"
Ariana screamed.
He was poisoned? But how?
Victor asked. Victor had nightmares similar to the sight he saw in front of him, but in the nightmare, he was the one who would be dead, not Ivan. Ariana gave him the potion that the prince had in his hands. It was his mother's.
I didn't do this, Ariana. Believe me, Victor said.
My love is dead,
Ariana cried.
and soon I will join him.
What are you saying, Ariana? Victor asked.
It is the third day, and when the sun sets, I will turn to stone. My heart is already dead.
Don't do this, Ariana. Think about your father. I will go to my mother and she will reverse it.
She cannot bring back the dead. No one can,
Ariana said.
I have lost Ivan forever.
What she said was true. Victor couldn't bear to see her sadness, but he couldn't let her turn to stone. There was only one way Victor could save Ariana now.
We don't have much time. Don't end your life like this. Marry me, Ariana. Just say that you will, Victor pleaded.
Ariana was silent. Victor knew Ariana would never give herself to be at the sea witch's whim and command. Marrying him was the only alternative Ariana had left, or she would turn to stone.
Become mine and avert your doomed fate, Victor cried.
I will not,
Ariana replied.
You will be turned to stone. All will be lost, Victor pleaded.
It will not, for I shall remain free,
Ariana said.
I have lost everything, but I will not lose my freedom.
Take my hand, Ariana. You don't have much time,
Victor pleaded again as he looked at the setting sun. Victor saw the last of the sunlight disappear over the horizon. Those were Ariana's last words as her body turned to stone.
What have you done?
Victor said as tears fell down his cheek.
You rather turn to stone. You rather choose this fate rather than be with me.
Victor grabbed Ariana's hand, which had turned to stone. He kissed it fervently, his heart breaking as her hand was cold.
Oh, Ariana,
he cried. Victor thought he must be in hell. He saw the dead body of Prince Ivan at the feet of a stone angel. He saw the stone statue of Ariana a few feet away from him. This can't be happening, Victor thought. He thought he would lose his mind. He turned over the bottle of poison in his hand. Victor knew that the poison belonged to his mother. She must have used the poison of the magical sea serpents. Even if Victor had come here earlier, he would not have been able to save Ivan, for there was no cure to the serpent's venom. He couldn't leave Prince Ivan's body like this. He checked Ivan's pulse again, but with no hope of a miracle. Victor's arch-nemesis was dead, and all he felt was anger and grief at his death.
I didn't want you gone this way, Ivan. I am sorry that it was my mother's poison that took your life,
Victor said to the dead prince. Victor carried Prince Ivan's body in his arms. Tears were falling down his cheeks as he enchanted the stone angel's statue. The stone angel floated above his head, appearing even more ethereal and beautiful floating in midair. Victor didn't use magic to dig a hole for Prince Ivan's body. He gently placed the prince's body in the hole he dug and covered the soil with his bare hands. Tears kept rolling down Victor's face as he apologized to the prince again and again. After he was done, Victor gently placed back the stone angel back on its spot. Victor buried all his jealousy, resentment, and hatred of the prince with his body. Victor felt pity for the prince. Ivan had gotten everything that Victor wanted, but had lost it all in moments.
This is my promise to you, Ivan. I will not lose Ariana. I will do anything. I will give up everything I have to bring her back, Victor promised. She will breathe again. Ursula! Ursula!
Victor yelled as he reached his mother's castle. He was ashamed to call her his mother, not after what she had done to Prince Ivan, not after what she had done to Ariana.
Have you lost your mind, Victor? Why are you yelling like you have gone mad?
The sea witch asked.
I have gone mad. Ariana has turned to stone, and it is all because of you,
Victor yelled.
So the mortal didn't marry her, and she refused to return to the sea. How is that mortal's deception and the Sea King's daughter's stupidity my fault, son?
Ursula asked dismissively.
I am not your son. I am ashamed to be linked to you in any manner, Ursula. You poisoned the prince, and he died before he could marry Ariana,
Victor yelled again.
I gave him a potion, and he took it, thinking it will defeat the Sea King, Ursula cackled. Again, how is the mortal's deception and greed my doing? He did what?
Victor asked, confused.
He called me, that mortal, asking for a way to defeat the Sea King. You know it can't be done. I gave him a potion saying that if he drank it, he can claim the Sea King's power for his own,
Ursula replied. Why would Ivan do that? Victor asked.
You are so naive, son. The mortal did it for greed. He did it for power. He did it as he was afraid of the consequences, of what the Sea King might do to him,
Ursula said.
The mortal wanted to keep Ariana and not lose his kingdom.
But Ariana, she has turned stone,
Victor said, his voice hollow.
Well, she is not completely gone. She might turn back yet, if her dear father exchanges his life for hers,
Ursula said with glee.
Is that your price? A life for a life?
Victor asked.
Yes, that has always been the rule,
Ursula said.
Then she shall have mine. I will give up my immortality,
Victor said.
Change her back.
Have you lost your mind? You would give up your immortality for that stupid girl,
Ursula screamed.
I will give up everything for her,
Victor said.
This is my will. Take my immortal life and give it to Ariana. Bring her back.
Victor took off his immortality ring and smashed the pearl into dust.
Victor!
Ursula screamed, but it was too late. Victor had made the sacrifice, his immortal life to give to Ariana. Ursula was too shocked to stop him. Victor swam out of the castle quickly and whistled for the whale. He didn't have much time before his body started changing. Already he was struggling to stay afloat. All his life he had been a sea creature. Now he couldn't swim. All his life he had lived in the water. Now he couldn't breathe. The whale arrived and saw Victor struggling to get to the surface. He took Victor in his mouth and slowly rose to the surface.
Thank you, my old friend,
Victor said weakly. It was the last thing he said before darkness claimed him. Meanwhile, Ursula was searching frantically for Victor in the castle and the surrounding areas. She called on every creature and guard to find her son.
Find him. Leave no stone unturned. Search in every corner of the ocean,
the sea witch screamed hysterically.
Find my Victor. Find my son.
Chapter 17. On the surface, Ariana felt her heart beat again. She no longer was a stone statue.
What happened?
She wondered. She remembered her last moments before she turned to stone. Ivan, he had died. And there was Victor. Did he have something to do with this? She called Victor's name, but he didn't answer.
I have to go see Ursula,
Ariana said, determined.
Ursula! Ursula! Where are you?
Ariana called for the sea witch in her castle. Ursula's throne room was in disarray. Everything had been smashed and laid broken on the floor. There was no one on the gates or even inside the castle. Ariana saw no signs of any servants or guards. Ariana saw a slumped figure in the corner. It was Ursula.
Ursula?
Ariana asked, unsure.
Ariana?
Ursula asked weakly. Despite all she had done to her, Ariana felt sympathy for the sea witch's state. Her hair was disheveled, and it looked like she had been crying. Her dark crown was nowhere to be seen.
What happened to you, Ursula? And where is Victor? He is not answering me,
Ariana asked. Hearing Victor's name, the sea witch cried.
My son! My son! He is blameless for everything, yet he suffers it all. You were the one who poisoned Ivan?
Ariana asked.
No, he poisoned himself. I simply gave him the potion,
Ursula said. Ivan poisoned himself? Ariana refused to believe it.
Why would he poison himself? First you take his life, and now you are lying,
Ariana cried.
You know I don't lie, silly girl. He took the potion out of greed. He might have loved you, but he craved power,
Ursula said. She told him everything about the prince and the false deal they made.
How do I know you are not lying?
Ariana yelled.
The mortal gave me this,
Ursula replied. She had the ring in her hand, the ring Prince Ivan was going to marry Ariana with. The white diamonds surrounding the large blue stone in the center. The heirloom ring that his old brother had given to him for his wedding.
He wouldn't do that. You must have tricked him,
Ariana cried.
The only person who was fooled was you. I did you a favor. I just wish it didn't cost me my son, Ursula wept. I already lost my husband because of my recklessness.
What happened to your husband?
Ariana asked. I opened the dark lands to the dark creatures of the sea. I thought I could get the sea army under my control and rule the oceans with them. But I was foolish, and I couldn't control the hideous beasts, Ursula said in agony. I lost Vladimir that day. I could do nothing to save him, and now I will lose Victor too.
What do you mean? Where is Victor?
Ariana asked. My son gave up his immortality to save you. He is nothing but a mere human, and soon he will die like one too, Ursula said.
He gave up his immortality for me?
Ariana said. She was trembling with shock. She accused Victor of poisoning the prince, and he gave up his immortality for her.
Why would he do that?
Ariana asked. You still don't know? Or you refuse to see what was clear all along? The sea witch said bitterly. Ariana didn't answer. She was too numb to say anything. He broke his pearl. He has turned mortal. But he will live a year at most, Ursula begged. I want you to save him. Can you do that for me?
How could I do that? I know no magic. I don't know where he is,
Ariana said. Find him and give him this. Victor doesn't want to be found. I believe only you can find him, Ursula said as she gave Ariana her immortality pearl. It was black, and inside were swirling mists, like a thunderstorm.
But this will kill you,
Ariana exclaimed. I cannot live without my son. I cannot live knowing the injustice he faces because of me, the sea witch wept bitterly. My innocent son, my Victor.
He will not forgive me if I took it from you,
Ariana said. Then he will find it next to my corpse if he returns. But he won't return, and he will perish as well, Ursula moaned. Ariana didn't take the pearl, but she stayed by the sea witch's side. Ariana comforted Ursula as best as she could, but the sea witch had lost her will to live. Without the ring, her remaining magic would have given the sea witch a few more years to live. Without her will to live, however, she died much faster. Ariana stayed until the sea witch withered and died, leaving her pearl behind. Ariana wept for all that she had lost. She wept for losing Prince Ivan. She wept at his betrayal. Ariana even wept for Ursula. She grieved at what Victor sacrificed for her. Ariana thought about Victor, and it shattered her heart completely. Ariana returned to her father's castle. She found him pacing in his throne room. He looked like he hadn't slept or eaten in days.
Father,
Ariana cried. Ariana, my child, where have you been? Brutus the Sea King exclaimed. He quickly embraced her in his arms.
I am sorry, Father. I have made a grave mistake.
Ariana wept. Tell me what happened. I couldn't find you anywhere in the seven seas, the Sea King exclaimed.
I wasn't in the waters, Father. I was on the surface,
Ariana said. The surface? Did the humans capture you? The Sea King said, enraged. I will cover their lands in storms and perish them all in floods.
No, Father. It was my fault.
Ariana wept bitterly.
It was all my fault.
The Sea King's heart broke to see his daughter crying. He held her tighter in his arms and kissed her forehead. Ariana's body was trembling in grief. Tell me what happened, Ariana. I promise I will not be angry, the Sea King said.
I fell in love with a mortal,
Ariana said. You are in love with a mortal? The Sea King asked. You should have come to me sooner, my child. Ariana, you know I loved your mother, who was a mortal.
Yes, Father, I should have told you. He was a human prince, but he betrayed me,
Ariana said. He betrayed you? The Sea King asked. Ariana told her father all that happened with Prince Ivan. She told him about the deal she made with Ursula to become a human. Ariana told him how Prince Ivan betrayed her and died drinking the poison the sea witch gave him. She told him how she was turned to stone. The sea witch deceived you. She will pay for what she has done, the Sea King exclaimed.
Ursula is gone, Father,
Ariana wept.
She gave up her life for Victor.
Victor? What happened to him? The Sea King asked.
He sacrificed his immortality for me. He did it so that his mother would turn me back in exchange for his sacrifice,
Ariana said. Victor, Ariana, my child, you have been through a terrible trial, the Sea King said sadly.
Victor has gone through a worse one for me. I have to find him, Father. It was his mother's dying wish. I need to give him her immortality ring before we lose him forever,
Ariana said. Yes, my child. Find him before it is too late. Find Victor. I owe him my gratitude for saving your life, the Sea King said. I owe him everything.
I will find him wherever he is,
Ariana promised. I will try to do what I can, though I am afraid I can't do much, the Sea King said. With Ursula gone, our kingdom's borders are more vulnerable than ever before. Ariana nodded her head. Ariana promised Ursula she would find Victor. She searched the lands near every corner of the oceans, but could find no trace of him. She asked the Siren Sisters for help, but they had heard what Victor did for her. They did not speak to her out of hatred and jealousy. She asked the sea animals to look for a human like Victor, but they didn't see anyone like him. She asked the albatross and all the seabirds to search for him, but they found no clue. It will take Ariana an entire year before she finds Victor again, and much will have changed in the oceans by then. Part 2. Chapter 18. For she was life, he heard death's whisper. For she was hope, he was but ash and dust. The first few days as a mortal were the worst days of Victor's life. The whale had brought him to the surface, and somehow he washed onto shore. He crawled on the sandy shore and soon fell into unconsciousness again. A passing fisherman saw a strange, beautiful boy lying unconscious on the beach. The boy didn't seem to have any external injuries, but wouldn't wake when he tried to wake him up. The fisherman couldn't leave him in the state he was in. So he carried Victor on his back and took him to his hut. His wife attended to the boy and saw that he was burning up with high fever. The fisherman and his wife didn't know if the boy would survive the night. The boy spends the first few nights shivering and often calling out for someone named Ariana. Maybe it was a case of heartbreak, the fisherman and his wife thought. They reminded him of their son, who had moved to the city. They tended Victor until he opened his eyes on the third day. Victor was surprised that he was still alive. He was even more surprised when he woke in the fisherman's hut. The fisherman and his wife were relieved at the boy's recovery. "How did I get here?" Victor asked. "I carried you on my back. How are you feeling now?" the fisherman asked. Every part of Victor hurt, his heart most of all, but he replied, "I am alive." "For that we are grateful," the fisherman's wife replied. "My son, how did you end up at the beach? What happened to you?" The mortal's kindness touched Victor, but he couldn't tell them the truth. He couldn't tell them what he had been through. He couldn't tell them they shouldn't have bothered saving him, for he didn't want to be saved himself. "I don't remember," Victor lied. It wasn't a complete lie, he thought, for he wished he could forget. "That's all right, my son. You will remember in time. We are sure of it," the fisherman replied kindly. "Come eat something. You have eaten nothing in 3 days. Victor thanked them for their kindness. He politely passed on their offer of food, but drank some water instead. Every second on the surface took effort. Victor even had to learn how to breathe. His lungs felt bruised and sore with the effort. Victor soon fell asleep again. Hours later, he woke up and heard a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. Why was this strange noise coming from his stomach? Victor wondered. Why did his stomach feel empty, like it was on fire? Victor soon learned what the pangs of hunger were. He had to eat. It is a good thing this body won't last long, Victor thought. He couldn't bear living like this. The fisherman and his wife were kind and patient with Victor, as he tried different foods as a toddler would. Most things caused him to throw up, all except the porridge with honey. Victor was grateful to eat anything, just to make the pain in his stomach go away. It was amazing, Victor thought, how hunger can be so devastating. He felt sorry for the mortals until he remembered now he was a mortal too. Not for long, Victor said reassuredly to himself. I won't have the lifespan as other humans. Victor thought he would be lucky to even last a few months. As soon as he gained some strength, Victor wanted to leave the hut, as it was too close to the water. The sea witch or Brutus might look for him.
He tried not to think about Ariana.
I have to go now,
Victor said to the fisherman and his wife. Where will you go, my son? The fisherman asked, concerned. It was funny that the fisherman called him with such familiarity. Victor didn't know that mortals could have such kind hearts.
I am not sure, but I want to go far away from the water, Victor replied.
You can go to the city. Find our son Joshua. Tell him we send you there, the fisherman's wife replied.
I already am grateful for all that you have done for me. I can't possibly burden you or your son, Victor said.
We were missing our son. We had forgotten what it was like to be needed. It was no burden, my child, the fisherman said. We will continue to worry for you, unless you promise us you will meet Joshua.
I will not worry you then. I will seek him in the city,
Victor replied. The fisherman and his wife gave him an address and some food for the journey. They gave him the foods that he could eat. They reasoned perhaps Victor came from a faraway land and had not had the foods that were common to them. It amused Victor when they told him that. They do not know how far away I really am from, Victor thought to himself. After a week at the fisherman's hut, Victor took the first steps toward the city. He had no goals, no destination, and his only motivation was to keep going as far away from the water as he could. He would walk until he could no more. He would live until his body turned to ash and dust. The mortal world was so different. In the ocean, each hour was like the next, stretched into a glorious eternal summer. Here, it was broken by unfamiliar elements. It was like they were trying to break Victor down. Things that didn't matter in the ocean, like wind, rain, sun, night, made such a difference on the surface. Victor felt the scorching sun on his face during the day. At night, he would shiver with the winds. His body reacted in ways that it never did before, as it adjusted itself to mortality. Victor's heart and mind, however, were numb. Victor easily tired of walking. He would sit by the road, waiting for his limbs to recover. He ate whenever he heard his stomach rumbling. Sometimes Victor wished that his body would forget, but it never did. The fisherman said that the city was 2 days' journey. Victor thought he would be happy if he made it there at all. Victor knew the city was getting closer, as there were more humans around. He had to stop his old habit of hiding. You are one of them now. There is no need to hide, Victor reminded himself. It won't kill you to go far away from the water either. Even though Victor felt it tearing his soul. He asked a few people before finding Joshua's address. Joshua was in his 20s with short brown hair and amber eyes. He was handsome under all the soot and grime. Victor noted how powerful Joshua's grip was as he shook his rough, calloused hand. Joshua, Victor found, was as attentive and kind-hearted as his parents. It is so good of you to bring news of my parents. I am happy that they are well, last you saw them, Joshua said. I want to go see them, but my work increasingly delays my visit.
I am indebted to your parents for their kindness,
Victor replied. I know the feeling. My parents are too kind. You can't imagine how indebted I am to them, Joshua said, laughing.
You feel indebted to your parents?
Victor asked. Yes, I have been since birth, even if I am their son, Joshua said. My parents gave their life savings so that I could come to the city to become an apprentice. Now I open my shop to make money, but I can barely support myself. It will take me years to have enough.
What is your work?
Victor asked curiously. He saw many tools in the one-room workshop. There was a bedding on the floor in one corner. That was where Joshua most likely slept at night. I am a blacksmith. It isn't much, but I make tools, knives, and swords, Joshua said.
Which is better? What pays more?
Victor asked. I sell tools and knives for survival. It makes me enough money for clothes and to feed me. I sell swords to add to my savings.
You could sell more swords to make more money?
Victor said. Yes, but customers for swords are wealthier and harder to come by. I don't have enough time to work on both. Knives are faster and cheaper to make, but a good sword can fetch 6 months' worth, Joshua said.
How about a great sword?
Victor asked. A great sword can make up for a few years of earnings, Joshua replied. But I have only 2 hands and not enough hours in the day.
I will help you if you teach me,
Victor said. Joshua laughed.
Did I say something funny? Victor asked. You look like a nobleman for a grand castle rather than one for the workshop. Do you see the scars on my hands? This is what a blacksmith's hands look like, Joshua replied. I wish you didn't judge me by my appearance. I have scars too, but they are harder to see. They lie much deeper beneath my skin, Victor said. You have nothing against my working here except my appearance? No, though I must warn you, it is hard labor. Your body will get tired, and your mind too exhausted to think of anything else but metal and fire, Joshua said. That is exactly the work I need, Victor said with a smile. Joshua agreed to take Victor in his shop, but he didn't expect him to work longer than a day or two. Over the next few weeks, Victor helped Joshua with all that he could. His mortal body was not strong, but he didn't get as easily tired now. Joshua would wake up at the first break of dawn and start working on his sword. Victor took on preparing the fire in the forge and making the knives once Joshua showed him how to. Every day, it was metal clanging on metal. Every day it was heat, fire, and sparks. Victor tried to forget about everything else. He worked until his body was too tired to move, and his mind too tired to think. He pushed past the pain and agony of his weakened body. Victor worked through the burns and the cuts. He learned how long it took for his mortal body to heal. He didn't care about his injuries, but Joshua attended to them even if Victor didn't. Soon his delicate hands resembled that of Joshua, with scars, burns, and calluses from his hard work. Victor learned how even black metal could be hot to touch. It wasn't just the bright yellow-orange color that showed forging heat. He saw himself in the glowing color of the metal as he tried to shape his mortal body to something more useful. Tried as he much, Victor couldn't forget. He was living on borrowed time. All Victor saw now was fire, metal, and soot. He forgot what the outside world looked like. His eyes strained when he was outside the dim workshop. Victor would forge, weld, and strike. He would swing the large sledgehammer as Joshua held the hot iron at the anvil with tongs. Joshua would tell him where to strike, and Victor would hit the spot with a heavy blow. Joshua would warn Victor, keep your fingers out of the way, keep your fire controlled. Most of all, don't touch the metal directly, as any metal can be hot, even if it looks cool. Even black metal is hot metal. Victor wasn't always careful. Joshua swore loudly at Victor whenever he forgot. Victor didn't care about the dangers, as long as he kept working, as long as he kept striking. He hammered on metal until hot sparks would fly. He heated steel until it became soft enough to shape. Victor worked on creating smaller tools as Joshua worked on the swords. Victor tried to burn his sorrow in the forge. Even his soul was filled with burning coal. Victor had been working several months alongside Joshua. He woke up at dawn and worked past midnight. He did anything to delay sleeping, anything to delay seeing the nightmares when he closed his eyes. One day, someone knocked on the workshop's door. Joshua went to answer it and returned elated. Who was it on the door? Whoever it was, they seem to have lightened your mood, Victor inquired. Yes, it was the royal guards. I convinced one of them to buy one of my swords. I will have a few months' worth, and I can work on additional swords, Joshua said. It was the break I needed, and I got it because of your help. It was my pleasure. I needed the work as much as you did, Victor said humbly. Why were the royal guards here? You said that wealthier customers were harder to come by? The royal guards are searching for the prince, Joshua replied. They are asking all the villagers if any had seen the prince. They are offering a king's ransom for any that could give them information. The prince is missing? What is his name? Victor asked, but he knew the answer. He is the younger son, Prince Ivan. It is a pity. We don't know as much about him as we do Prince Richard, Joshua said. Prince Richard is the older son, I presume? Victor asked. He tried not to let his voice waver, but his mind was already reeling. Prince Ivan's family didn't know. Victor had to let his family know what happened to him. Yes, Richard will make a great king one day. He is just and fair, Joshua said. Victor thought about the times he had asked other mortals about the prince. He was asking about Prince Ivan, trying to find some dirt on him. He didn't realize that Prince Ivan had an older brother, and that all the good things he had heard from the people were about Richard and not Ivan. Victor wondered if it would have made a difference
if he found out the truth earlier. "I need to go to the castle," Victor said. "How far of a journey is it from here?" "By horse cart, it won't take long, maybe a few hours. There is one leaving early in the morning. He is a friend of mine and owes me a favor. You can take it to go to the castle," Joshua said. "I will do that. Thank you, Joshua," Victor replied gratefully. "Will you return, Victor?" Joshua asked uncertainly. "I am not sure when or if I will be back, Joshua. It seems fate has given me a task to complete," Victor said. "Before you go, I wanted to give you share, Victor. Please don't deny it. I wouldn't have been able to sell that sword without your help. It isn't much. I wish I could give you more," Joshua said as he handed Victor a bag of coins. "This means more to me than any treasure in the world. Thank you, my friend. I will keep it," Victor said with a smile. Victor left for the castle early next morning. He left Joshua not knowing if he will ever see him again. Victor had an uneventful journey and reached the castle by mid-afternoon. Victor informed the guards he knew of Prince Ivan's whereabouts and that he had come to see the king. One guard immediately took the message to King Stephen, and Victor could go inside the castle. He reached the royal court and saw King Stephen, Queen Martha, and Prince Richard waiting anxiously for his arrival. Before Victor could speak, King Stephen did. He had recognized him from the last time he saw him. "You are the one who brought Ariana. Do you know where they are?" King Stephen asked, referring to Ivan and Ariana. Victor remembered with pain how he brought Ariana into the castle after she had transformed to a mortal. She could barely walk on her own. "Do you know how my son is?" Queen Martha asked. Victor was silent. He didn't know how to tell Prince Ivan's parents about his death. Richard was observing Victor and saw his hesitation. "Please tell me that Ivan did not take the potion. Tell me that no harm came to Ariana's father," Richard asked. Victor looked at Richard with surprise. How did he know about the potion, he wondered. Victor wondered what Richard meant about the Sea King. "I will answer all of your questions, though I wish I had better news to tell you," Victor said. "Ariana's with her father." "And where is my son?" Queen Martha asked again. "I am afraid that he is no more," Victor replied. "What do you mean?" King Stephen asked. "Prince Ivan has died. He lost his life several months ago," Victor said. "I wasn't aware that you didn't know. I came as soon as I found out." Queen Martha gave a cry and fainted. King Stephen slumped in his chair, hearing the news of his son's death. The servants rushed the queen to her bedchamber. Richard was shocked at the news. "How did he die?" he asked. Prince Richard was trying to remain calm, but his voice was trembling. "Did he die in battle?" "No. It was the potion he took. The sea witch poisoned it," Victor replied. "So it wasn't a potion to defeat the Sea King." "Oh, Ivan," Richard exclaimed. "Little brother, you lost your life lusting over greed and power. If only you had asked me, I would have given you everything." Victor felt terrible for being the bearer of such bad news. "I am sorry that I couldn't do anything for him," Victor said. "I didn't know he had made a deal with the Sea Witch. Otherwise I could have warned him." "Where is my son's body?" King Stephen asked. The king's voice sounded distant and hollow. "I buried him close to where he died. There was a stone angel nearby. His body lies underneath the statue," Victor said. Victor had buried Ivan's body before he left to see Ursula. He had used the stone angel as a marker, and there it stood as a guardian over Ivan's last remains. "I am indebted to you, my son. You didn't leave Ivan lying there. You gave him a burial," King Stephen said. "Do not thank me. It was my mother's potion that took his life," Victor cried. King Stephen was in shock at Victor's revelation. "You are the Sea Witch's son?" Richard asked. "I refuse to call her my mother, but she once was. I have broken all ties with her," Victor said bitterly. "I am no longer an immortal creature of the sea. I am an ordinary mortal now. If you mean to take my life, as revenge for your son's death, a blade through my heart will stop it from beating." "The children must not bear the sins of their parents," King Stephen said. "You are blameless, my son." Victor was astonished, but said nothing. "We are indebted to you, both for letting us know of Ivan's sad fate and for laying his body to rest. Is there anything we can do for you?" "There is nothing anyone can do for me,"
Victor said. You will get the reward for letting us know of Ivan's whereabouts. A promise is a promise. We cannot take back our word, Richard said. I have no use for money, Victor said. You might not need it, but you could give it to someone who does, Richard said. There is a man named Joshua, whose parents I am indebted to for life. If you insist on giving me the reward, give it to them, for it is because of them I am still alive, Victor said. For it is because of them I could come here and still tell you about Ivan. We will send the reward to Joshua and his parents. Is there anything that I can do for you, Victor? Richard asked. My mortal body is weak, and it tires easily. If you could give me a horse, one who will return to you when it is not needed anymore, Victor asked. He didn't want to tell Richard about his own doomed fate. Yes, one will be provided to you. I sense that you have been through a lot. Perhaps you will share all that you know of Ivan's last moments one day, Richard said. If there is a moment in the future I could be of help, please let me know. Victor was tired and did not want to argue, so he nodded. He couldn't possibly think of any situation where Richard could help him. Come back to us again, son, King Stephen said. Fate has linked us together by our tragedies. Perhaps we can heal our hearts together. Their kindness was more than Victor could bear, so he left feeling more hollow than ever before. Richard looked for the spot Victor had told him. Richard found the stone angel under which Prince Ivan's remains laid. He didn't move the statue, but built a marble mausoleum around it. The top of the building contained a plaque which read, Prince Ivan of Kingsbourne, beloved son and brother, love knows not its own depth until the hour of separation. As Victor left the castle grounds, he took his horse through the forest nearby. He did not want to go through the open roads, the well-worn paths of travelers before him. His own path was uncertain now. He hadn't been long in the forest when he heard an arrow fly near his head. It missed him by a few inches. He'd rather it hadn't missed. He'd rather it pierced through his heart.
I nearly killed you, stranger,
a young lady cried.
What are you doing on the hunting grounds? Do you mean to be a prey to my arrow?
It was Isabel. She had come to visit her sister Sarah. Staying too long in the castle made Isabel restless. It reminded her of Prince Ivan, who she would rather forget, so she had been camping on the hunting grounds for a week. Isabel knew that Prince Ivan had fallen in love and married. She knew he was in exile, though she did not know the complete reason for it. Isabel felt that somehow Prince Ivan's exile had something to do with her, so along with the nursing a broken heart and having her proposal rejected, she also felt guilty about the whole situation. Isabel tried to forget her anger and guilt by keeping herself busy. Still, it felt that her anger laid close to the surface nowadays, ready to erupt at any moment. Sarah had yet not told Isabel about who Ariana was. Isabel still did not know of Prince Ivan's death.
What do you mean by sneaking around the forest grounds? Speak, stranger,
Isabel demanded angrily. She saw the stranger was handsome and looked too much like a prince for her liking. He also looked pale, like he had some sort of illness. I had meant the forest to be my reprieve, though I feel that only death can give that to me now, the stranger replied. Perhaps she was right, Isabel thought, that the stranger was suffering from an illness. Isabel softened at Victor's reply.
I am sorry. I did not mean to be unkind. Your appearance startled me, that's all,
Isabel said to Victor.
I am Prince Isabel. What is your name?
Victor.
And what do you do, Victor?
Besides being good at annoying princesses, you mean? Nothing. Victor replied with some of his former sarcasm. Isabel smiled.
You sound like a prince, even if you don't mention it, Victor.
Would that annoy you or please you? Victor asked.
Isabel sighed. I am not fond of princes at the moment,
she replied truthfully. I am an exiled one, unlikely to ever return to my kingdom, Victor replied. Victor reminded Isabel of Prince Ivan.
Were you exiled because you fell in love with the wrong person?
She asked. I am exiled because I fell in love in the first place, Victor replied. So Victor was more like herself than Prince Ivan, Isabel thought. He seemed to suffer from a broken heart, just like she was.
I know not what to tell you, Victor, for your fate in love seems the same as mine. We both are suffering from it,
Isabel said.
I hope that fate is kinder to you, Isabel. Even if I know, it will be useless to hope for mine, Victor said.
How will I proceed from the wounds still fresh on my heart?
Isabel asked.
Perhaps I could gain insight from either your wisdom or folly?
Victor thought about the last moments when he saw Prince Ivan, when he buried him with his own hands.
I buried my anger, resentment, jealousy underneath the soil. I have no wish to revisit it again, Victor said.
Then I shall gain from your wisdom. I should do the same,
Isabel said with a sad smile. Yes, and perhaps you should continue to improve your marksmanship, Victor said, smiling slightly. Isabel laughed.
I am more adept at a sword than a bow and arrow, though mine has broken. I will have to go back to my kingdom to have my sword repaired.
Sometimes it is easier to start anew than repair something that is broken, Victor said thoughtfully. There is a swordsmith named Joshua, who is quite adept at making swords. Perhaps he can be of service to you, Princess Isabel.
Joshua. I like the name. I will find him,
Isabel said.
Perhaps his sword would keep me from shooting wayward arrows at strangers?
Victor laughed. Your aim is terrible. One can only hope. Victor bowed to Prince Isabel before taking his leave. He left on an unknown path, though he knew what his final destination as a mortal was going to be.
Isabel felt better after speaking to Victor. There are more hearts than just my own that hurt, Isabel thought.
She prayed Victor finds his happiness one day, just like she hoped to find it for herself. Chapter 19. Isabel didn't want to go back to the castle just yet, so she set to find the swordsmith Victor had told her about. Isabel found Joshua at his workshop. She was curious to meet him, as Victor had praised him fondly. Isabel didn't think that Joshua would be so young, or handsome. He looked like he was made of steel. His powerful arms looked like they were forged and chiseled like any weapon.
Are you Joshua?
Isabel said quickly when she realized she was staring at him. Yes. Is there anything I can help you with, my lady? Joshua replied. He is so soft-spoken, Isabel thought. Her heart was beating fast.
I am looking for a new sword. I was wondering if you can show me some of your work?
Isabel asked, trying to calm her thoughts. It would be my honor to, Joshua said, his face more handsome as he smiled. Please, follow me. My workshop is modest, Joshua said as he saw Isabel looking around with curiosity. I am surprised that you didn't send one of your servants. I could have come if you had summoned. You didn't have to journey all the way here, my lady. Isabel was taken aback at his small workshop. She liked Joshua's humble demeanor and was amazed at his sword-making skills.
I met a stranger who highly recommended your skills,
Isabel said to Joshua.
I wanted to see it for myself.
Who was this kind stranger? Joshua asked.
He said his name was Victor,
Isabel said.
Do you know him well?
Victor! It is a name I will never forget. He changed my life, Joshua said.
Then he changed more lives than one,
Isabel said, smiling. Joshua told Isabel how Victor had changed his life, and his parents' life, by sending him the king's reward. Joshua was able to get a better home and life for his parents, but kept his small workshop as he needed nothing else for himself. Isabel looked at the display of swords and chose one from the impressive collection, but Joshua refused to name a price. He said that she could keep it, but that he wanted to make her a special sword made just for her. Isabel smiled, the first time she had done in ages, and said that she couldn't wait to see what Joshua will make for her. Isabel was still smiling when she returned to the castle, but she quickly noticed the grim atmosphere. Something had changed. Everyone was so quiet. Even the servants were not talking to one another, as they moved like phantoms in the castle. Maybe they finally had some news about Prince Ivan? Isabel wondered. She dreaded to know what they had heard. She went to find her sister Sarah and saw her in her bedroom. Sarah's face was grim.
Is there something the matter, sister? The castle is so quiet today. Where is Queen Martha and the king?
Isabel asked.
They are in mourning. We heard about Prince Ivan while you were gone,
Sarah replied.
They are in mourning? What happened to Ivan?
Isabel asked, alarmed.
I don't know how to tell you, sister. Prince Ivan is gone. He died several months ago,
Sarah said.
Ivan is dead?
Isabel said, numb with shock.
But how?
He was accidentally poisoned, Sarah replied.
How could one be accidentally poisoned?
Isabel asked, confused.
What happened to his fiancée? Was she killed too?
She is back with her father, Sarah replied.
Does Richard know?
Isabel asked. She didn't know what to think.
Yes. He has gone to make arrangements for where Ivan is to be buried,
Sarah said. Isabel felt Sarah was keeping secrets from her and not telling the complete story.
Nothing about Ivan's death makes any sense,
Isabel exclaimed.
What are you not telling me, Sarah? I am afraid that is not my place to tell, even if I could tell you,
Sarah said.
I have to go see if Queen Martha needs me. Isabel, please don't ask others any questions. We need to be discreet about what happened. But why? First the exile and now his death. How could anyone stay quiet about this? Why isn't there an uproar over his death? Why aren't the king and queen looking for who or what caused his death?
Isabel asked, but Sarah remained quiet.
Why won't you tell me, Sarah? You are always ready to jump into danger, Isabel. It makes me afraid to tell you anything,
Sarah said.
I don't want your protection,
Isabel said.
I can protect myself. I know why you want to risk your life, Isabel. But doing it won't bring her back. It won't bring back our aunt,
Sarah said.
I am doing this because I love you, and I don't want to see you hurt. I don't want to be coddled,
Isabel screamed.
It was what got Aunt Matilda killed in the first place.
Sarah just looked at her younger, sadly. She left the room without looking back. Isabel thought she would wait for Richard to return to get her answers. He came back late at night from wherever he went to. Isabel stopped him at the castle gate.
Richard,
Isabel said quietly. Richard startled at her voice. He had been lost in his thoughts. You are still up at this hour, Isabel? Richard asked.
I couldn't sleep after what I have heard. Is it true that Ivan is dead? That someone poisoned him?
Isabel asked. She saw a pained expression on Richard's face and knew that it was true.
But how? How did it happen? Sarah is not telling me anything,
Isabel said. She is doing it for your protection, then. Trust us when we say that it was an accident, Richard said. There is nothing anyone could have done.
Where did you go today, Richard? You were gone all day,
Isabel said. I had to see where Ivan was buried. I had to make sure his final resting place was secure, Richard said, his voice hollow.
I am so sorry, Richard,
Isabel said.
I am so sorry for your loss.
His body is under the Stone Angel, close to the shore, if you want to visit him, Richard said simply before leaving for his bedroom. He looked so tired, Isabel thought. Isabel would have to trust Sarah and Richard that Prince Ivan's death was an accident. But that still didn't answer the mysterious circumstances around how it happened. She would go to the Stone Angel in the morning, both to pay her final respects and to find any clues about what had happened in his last moments. The next morning, Isabel found the Stone Angel and the newly constructed marble mausoleum. Richard had ordered it to be built and had spent yesterday seeing it finished. She saw the plaque that read Ivan's name, and her heart sunk. He really was gone, Isabel thought sadly. She placed the flowers that she had brought and did a silent prayer for Ivan.
I wish I knew what happened,
Isabel said to herself. Isabel felt a gentle breeze from the trees nearby, and then she heard another sound. Isabel thought she heard crying from a distance. She followed the voice and saw a beautiful girl sitting by the rocks near the water. The girl didn't notice her footsteps. Isabel heard her crying and talking to herself. I can't find him. First, I couldn't save Ivan, and now I can't find you, the girl said. Ivan? Was she talking about Prince Ivan? Isabel wondered. Who was the girl looking for?
Why are you crying? And who are you looking for? Maybe I can help?
Isabel said to the beautiful girl. The girl looked surprised. Isabel couldn't see tears in her eyes.
I lost someone too. I don't even know how he died,
Isabel said.
I came here searching for answers too.
Who did you lose? The girl asked.
He was a prince. His name was Ivan,
Isabel said.
Ivan? You knew Ivan?
The girl asked.
When I broke from the sea witch's spell, his body was gone. Who found it?
Where is he now? Sea witch? What was the girl talking about? Isabel wondered. It was only then that Isabel noticed her tail dangling in the water. The girl was a mermaid. You are a mermaid. Who are you? What do you know about Ivan's death? Isabel asked. I am Ariana. I was Ivan's fiancée. We were to marry when everything went wrong, Ariana said to Isabel. Ariana told Isabel about herself and of all that had happened in Ivan's last moments. It shocked Isabel. So this was what Richard and Sarah were hiding. This was the reason Ivan had gone in exile. He was going to marry the Sea King's daughter against his wishes. Richard found Ivan's body, but he won't tell me how. It is under the stone angel that you see over there, Isabel said, pointing in the direction. Isabel watched as Ariana shuddered and shed a few tears. Who are you looking for, Ariana? You said you were looking for someone, Isabel said. I am looking for Victor. He saved my life, but it cost him his immortality. I am afraid I don't have much time to find him. If I don't, he will perish forever, Ariana said. Victor? I met someone named Victor a few days ago, Isabel said. How did he look like? Ariana asked. Isabel described her Victor's appearance. It could be him. Do you know where he went? Ariana asked. Isabel shook her head. I don't think he is in Kingsbourne anymore. I saw him going toward the mountains. You have given me some hope when I had none before. I will find him. I have to before it is too late, Ariana said. Thank you, Isabel. Chapter 20. Victor traveled through the lands, and the humans' hospitality surprised him at every turn. All it took from Victor for them to open their heart and houses to him was a smile and a pleasant conversation. Perhaps I haven't lost all of my charm, Victor thought wryly. It was a small consolation for the former Dark Prince of the Seas. Victor would offer to do chores as a small payment for their kindness. Most refused, while some said yes to minor tasks, so that Victor wouldn't feel indebted. What's that? Victor asked his human hosts one day. That over there. You mean Clear Mountain? Legend has it that whoever climbs it on foot gains wisdom for the path ahead. Interesting, was all that Victor said in reply. He thought it was curious how humans had their own personal lores and legends. Victor had never seen the mountains before. He left his horse in a stable at the foot of the mountain. As he made the journey on foot, Victor wasn't sure he would have made the journey had he remained immortal and a creature of the ocean. He would have no interest to see mountains then. Every step he took felt like it might be his last. Every breath seemed more fragile than the one before, but Victor made it to the top of the mountain. It wasn't the highest in the land, but it was a monumental feat for Victor. The view of the land stretched out before him, blending into the ocean. There were no boundaries, just a palette of vibrant browns and greens, meeting the jewel blues of the ocean and the skies. I can't believe I'm seeing this, but I'm glad I lived to see this sight, Victor said to himself. Being immortal comes with its own wonders, it seems. Humans don't have an entirely meaningless existence, brief as it may be. Victor felt the fresh breeze of the mountain ruffling his hair. He saw the birds in flight above him. You live such short lives, mortals, but you are precious, Victor said. It took becoming immortal to finally understand it. Victor had a sudden desire to see Helena's village. He wanted to see what her life would have been had she stayed on the surface. Might as well satisfy my curiosity. I might not get another chance to find out, Victor thought. It had been a year since Brutus brought Helena to the underwater kingdom, and even now she felt like she was drowning at any moment. She hadn't seen a glimpse of the sun for a year. Her lungs craved the air that it didn't need underwater. Helena desperately wanted to know how her family was. She wanted to know her father was faring with her gone. Brutus didn't let Helena out of his sight, or even out too far from the castle. He said that it was for her own protection. There were dark creatures that would look to harm her, as she was the queen. Helena didn't feel malice in his intent. When Brutus asked what she wanted for her birthday, Helena only had one request. She wanted to see the surface one last time. Helena had already accepted her fate. She wouldn't fight it anymore.
I will give you what you wish, if you promise to return to me, Brutus said.
I have nowhere else to go. I will come back to you, Helena said. The Sea King sent 2 sentries with her to take her to the surface. She was quiet as she made her way to the surface. Helena took in the sun and the sandy shore, willing herself to look past to where her village had been. The surface looked serene and unchanged. Helena supposed she was the only one to be altered so completely. She didn't notice the small boy near the beach, who stood transfixed at the sight of a mermaid. Helena said farewell one last time as she returned to the Crystal Palace under the sea. There was no point in going back to her family. They would likely consider her dead. The neighbors will not be as kind to her reappearance. They would consider it as witchcraft, and they will hunt her down. They will hurt her entire family too. Helena hoped that her family wasn't looking for her anymore. For all purpose, she was dead to the surface world. She didn't know how long she would survive underwater with a broken heart. Helena returned to the Sea King and never requested to go back to the surface again. Victor woke up drenched in sweat. For a moment, he didn't know if he was still in his nightmare. He had fallen asleep in a field with his horse nearby. What was his nightmare about? What was his nightmare about? He only remembered glimpses of it. He was holding the dead prince's body. Ariana had turned to stone. A voice was luring him to the caves. He saw his mother's face as he broke the pearl of his immortality ring. It was not anger on her face, but fear. Why hadn't Victor noticed that before? What you saw wasn't real, Victor. Ursula hasn't come looking for you at all. Ariana is no longer a stone statue. As for Prince Ivan, it was not you who killed him. Victor mulled over these thoughts, but it didn't give him any relief. Why was Victor having these nightmares now? Why hadn't Ursula come looking for him? She might hate him, but she would still want to punish him for defying her orders. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Victor thought something must have gone very wrong, but he pushed it aside. The only way to stop thinking about the past was to keep moving, Victor reminded himself. He recognized the wagon even before he saw the fortune teller. Victor groaned. He already was having a terrible morning because of the nightmares of last night. Victor didn't want another thing to add to his annoyance. He contemplated just moving ahead and ignoring the wagon, but something stopped him from going further. Victor thought about how the fortune teller had been right about his fortune before. Perhaps he could just see what she had to say this time. It couldn't change what he already knew was in store for him. The fortune wouldn't change his outcome. Victor knocked on the wagon door and waited for the fortune teller to open it. "You have returned as I knew you would," the fortune teller said. Victor thought it was likely a rehearsed greeting, but he kept his sarcasm to a minimum when he said, "I would like to have my fortune read again." "Come inside, son. Let me see what the fates tell me," the fortune teller said. Victor moved inside the wagon and saw it was crowded as before. She had stuffed every corner with odd trinkets, but unlike the last time, the fortune teller didn't look at her crystal ball. She asked Victor to bring his hand forward. "What do you want with my hand?" Victor asked. "Are you not going to see into your ball this time?" "I want to read the lines on your palm," the fortune teller said. "The crystal ball has been foggy lately and not showing me anything." "And what would these lines on my palm tell you?" Victor asked again. "Your destiny," the fortune teller replied. "It will tell me what is in store in your fortune." Victor gave his hand to the fortune teller and watched as she pored over the lines. He saw her expression change multiple times, from horror to deep contemplation. When she was quiet for a long time, Victor asked her what she had seen. "Your life will end soon," the fortune teller said. "I didn't know how to tell you that." It impressed Victor. The fortune teller had no way of telling what he already knew. To her, he must look like a young mortal in the prime of youth. There wasn't any way she would know about his condition or what plagued him, unless she was gifted with foresight. "You might be right," Victor replied. "In fact, I am not surprised to hear that at all." "I don't see beyond your time here, but there is something else you must know. the fortune teller said. Victor was surprised.
What should I know?
The winds of change are in the air and around you. You can change the lines of your fate,
the fortune teller said. She pointed to the lines of his hands.
You can change the lines of your destiny.
I could change the lines of my destiny?
Victor said.
Yes, for you, your destiny is not set in stone,
the fortune teller said. Victor thought it was an interesting choice of word, but said nothing to her. He didn't know what the fortune teller meant, but he thanked her. Victor wanted to give her the last remaining bag of coin he had, but the fortune teller refused.
I don't want money,
the fortune teller told him.
Then how can I repay you? I don't like being indebted to anyone,
Victor said.
I want a promise from you, son,
the fortune teller said.
What kind of promise?
When the fates of the worlds are in your hand, I want you to remember all that is good,
the fortune teller said.
I want you to save my world. That is all I want as payment.
Victor was perplexed, but he nodded. He left the wagon, mulling over the fortune she gave him. If he were to die soon, what was the point of changing his destiny? The fortune teller also said something about the wind of change in the air. Victor felt it too, without her saying it. Something was changing in the world, something big. The fortune teller had been right before. We will have to see if she will be right again, Victor thought. For now, I can't do anything except keep moving. Perhaps I will find the answer before my death arrives. The marshes stretched before Victor. The humans had warned him not to take the path at night. It was midday, but the area still had an ominous feeling. There was a wide stretch of road, surrounded by both sides by the marshes. For a mortal Victor, this area, where the land and water were as one, would have felt familiar. But now, every instinct of Victor told him to get away as fast as possible. His horse was skittish too. It took Victor a long time to make it move.
We need to cross this area as soon as possible. We can't wait for nightfall. Do you understand, my friend?
Victor said to his horse. The horse nodded in return, and finally took the first step. As long as Victor stayed in the middle of the road and didn't look at the marshes, he would be okay. Victor swore as a thick mist rolled onto the road ahead. He could barely see a few feet ahead of him. The horse stopped again and refused to move through the fog. Victor had to dismount and walk beside the horse. It was so quiet. There were no birds around here. The entire area was dead to sound or to life. Victor heard a voice coming from the marshes. His horse moved nervously, but Victor patted it to calm down. Victor heard the voice again.
Victor. Victor.
He couldn't ignore the sound anymore. Victor left his horse and followed that sweet voice. He ignored the neighs coming from the horse. Victor walked to the edge of the marsh where she was standing.
Ariana,
Victor said, breathless. Ariana looked beautiful. She looked sadly at him and started walking in the marsh.
Wait, Ariana,
Victor said. Ariana shook her head and walked deeper into the marsh. Victor followed her, his steps faltering on the muddy ground. Victor kept walking. Ariana was moving deeper and deeper in the marsh. Victor's instincts were warning him to stop. His horse's neighs finally reached Victor's ears.
I shouldn't be here,
Victor realized. Ariana stopped. She walked closer to him, and Victor froze. She finally spoke.
Why have you been hiding from me, Victor?
Ariana asked sadly.
Ariana,
Victor said.
Come back to me,
Ariana said. She was standing next to him now. Her breath was so cold.
I can't come back,
Victor said.
We can make it work. Come back to me, Victor,
Ariana said.
You know I can't,
Victor said. Ariana came closer and reached out her hand to Victor's face. She stroked her fingers gently along his chin. Her fingers were so cold. She leaned closer, her lips inches away from his.
Kiss me,
Ariana whispered. Victor stood still. All he wanted to do was lean in and kiss her.
I love you, Victor,
Ariana whispered again. Victor wanted to believe her. He did. But instead, he took out his hunting knife and plunged it in Ariana's heart. Her scream echoed in the empty marsh. Victor scrambled his way onto the path again, away from the marsh. He watched as the dark creature that pretended to be Ariana transformed back to its hideous self. Victor was shaking. The creature was from the Dark Sea Army. What was it doing in the mortal lands in the middle of the day? There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong going on in the oceans, Victor thought. But as a mortal, he couldn't do anything about it now. Victor missed the creature's heart by inches. The wound he gave it would heal soon enough. He could kill the creature by beheading it, but Victor couldn't bring himself to do it. Not when it had Ariana's face. Victor would have been the dark creature's victim if he hadn't said those last words. It most likely would have eaten Victor after drowning him. It would have eaten his flesh and then sucked on his bones. Ariana never loved me, Victor spat. Go find yourself another victim to torture. I won't be your meal. The creature made a terrible sound, but stayed where it was. It lurked in the marshes as Victor scrambled back to his horse. Victor kept walking until he left the marshes, far behind, never once looking back. Chapter 21. Isabel met with Joshua as he worked on her sword. His warmth struck her. Isabel always felt flustered around Joshua for some reason. Her heart would start racing and her thoughts jumbled up. It didn't help that Joshua had an intimidating manner of working. He asked to attend Isabel during her practice. He would study her with a keen artist's eye, carefully drawing sketches of her movements. Isabel was used to men staring at her beauty. She even invited their flirtations. Joshua's gaze was different, as it made her blush deep down to her core.
Why do you look at me like that, Joshua? It looks like you are trying to map my very soul,
Isabel said, blushing. That would be an impossible task, Joshua said with a smile. Isabel blushed again. Does my gaze divert you? I will not bother you again if it does, Joshua said. I want to see what weapon would suit you best, but I feel I can't.
Why is that?
Isabel asked. It is because you are holding yourself back during practice. Isabel's heart beat faster at Joshua's words. How did he know she was holding back?
I think you overestimate my abilities,
Isabel said. I think you underestimate mine, Joshua said. Care to prove me wrong? Joshua grabbed a sword and stood in front of Isabel. Was he challenging her to a sword fight? Isabel smiled, accepting his challenge. All the soldiers she practiced with held back when they fought with Isabel, as she was the princess. All but Joshua. Isabel laughed as Joshua dealt blow after blow without stopping. He meant what he said about not holding himself back. Isabel stopped fighting defensively and finally fought like she meant it. Their duel ended with both of them covered in sweat and gasping for breath. It was Isabel that made the winning strike, placing her sword inches from Joshua's throat. Joshua just smiled at her victory. I know what to make for you, Princess Isabel, Joshua said, still trying to catch his breath.
Call me Isabel,
Isabel said with a smile.
Where did you learn how to fight?
Okay, Isabel, Joshua said, and Isabel's heart fluttered at hearing her name from his lips. I wouldn't be much of a swordsmith if I didn't know how to wield a sword myself. I offered to make a sword to a soldier for lessons, Joshua replied. After a month, Joshua presented her with a beautifully finished sword, one she had never seen before. From a distance, the sword looked plain and unadorned. Up close, the sword had intricate carvings throughout, with a single gem on the top of the sword's hilt. It was a sapphire, the same color as Isabel's eyes. When Isabel first used the sword, she immediately felt that her swings were deeper and her strike deadlier. He made the sword for her and responded to her commands like another extension of her body.
I need a swordsmith of your skill in my kingdom. Will you become my royal swordsmith?
Isabel asked Joshua. It would be my honor to serve you, Isabel, Joshua replied. Being a princess was lonely even at the best of times. Now with her sister Sarah married and keeping secrets of her own, Isabel felt the need of a trustworthy companion. Isabel found Joshua easy to talk to. Their budding friendship and trust would continue to grow until one day, It sparked the embers of love. Even though Victor tried to stay away from the water, somehow he would get closer to it again. He came by the fishing village where he and Ariana had looked for the owner of the locket. Victor wished that they never went searching. Victor wished they never found Ivan. Victor found the bookshop again. He debated whether he should go back inside. The bookseller saw Victor by the window and came out to greet him himself. "It is you, the boy who was skeptical about mermaids. I thought you had gone back to your country, and that is why I didn't see you again." The bookseller greeted Victor with a smile. It seemed to Victor that he met the bookseller a lifetime ago. In some ways it was true, he thought. He had met the bookseller in a different life. "Are you okay, my friend? You don't look too well. Please come inside from the cold," the bookseller said with concern. "I have some news that might interest you." Victor nodded his head and went inside. "You were quiet today, and I'm the chatty one," the bookseller said, laughing. "Did you have time to look over the book? What did you think of it?" Victor remembered the bookseller had given him a book about mermaids and sea creatures. Victor has used a spell to keep it safe from water. He had used a language spell to understand it. "I am afraid I left it in my home, and don't have it with me," Victor replied. It was an old habit, Victor thought, as he remembered he didn't have a home anymore. "That is fine. Did it change your mind about mermaids? I wanted to ask," the bookseller asked, curious. Victor remembered the book was mostly inaccurate. It said that mermaids ate kelp and fishes, and that sirens were half women and half bird-like creatures. Victor thought the Siren Sisters would likely claw out the eyes of those who insisted they were birds. There were some parts in the book that were true, but it had no references to the more terrible sea creatures. "It certainly had a lot of information, and opened my mind to different possibilities," Victor replied politely. "That is wonderful to hear, especially with what I wanted to tell you next," the bookseller said. "I saw a mermaid again, near this very village. As soon as I saw her, I thought about what you had said. You said, 'I hope you may encounter another mermaid yet,' and I did just that." Victor was surprised by what the bookseller told him. Surely it couldn't be anyone he knew. What did the mermaid look like? Was she the same as the one you saw in your childhood? Victor asked. "You remember, eh?" the bookseller said, smiling. "No, she was different. The funny thing is that she looked a lot like the girl you came with last time. I thought I must have been imagining it." Ariana? Victor's heart started beating faster. What was Ariana doing here? Oh, really? What was this mermaid look-alike doing when you saw her? Victor asked, trying not to falter in his voice. "Nothing. She was just sitting by the rock and looking at this fishing village. It was nighttime, and I had gone out for a walk. When I spotted her, I dropped my lantern in surprise, and she saw that and quickly dove back in the water. I am sure that I saw a tail. It is amazing, isn't it? A mermaid right here," the bookseller said excitedly. Victor wasn't listening to the bookseller anymore. What was Ariana doing back here again? Victor thought. It was unlikely that she was looking for him, Victor thought bitterly. She was probably missing Ivan, and came to see the place where she found him again. "So what do you think?" the bookseller interrupted Victor's thoughts. "I am glad for you, my friend. That must have been amazing," Victor said. "It was. I had been dying to tell someone, and I am so glad that you came by," the bookseller said, smiling. "Is there any book you want today? Perhaps this book about ships and sailing would interest you as a traveler. You can consider it a gift." "The first time I came to your shop, you gave me a book as a gift," Victor said to the bookseller. "Let me purchase it this time. Please, I insist." Victor remembered last time he had some money from the robes he had stolen. This time, he earned the money by working in the workshop with Joshua. The bookseller relented, seeing that Victor was adamant to buy it. Victor thanked him for the book, but he knew he couldn't stay there any longer. If Ariana was close by, Victor couldn't afford to be spotted. "Thank you once again for your book, my dear friend," Victor said. "I was wondering if I could ask you something. Where did you see the first mermaid?" Victor had a feeling that the mermaid the bookseller saw in his childhood might have been Queen Helena. "Near where I grew up, a village named Haven," the bookseller replied. "Haven?" "Yes. Are you going there?" "I think I might. I have a question that I need answer to." Victor said. Will I see you again? How long are you staying in the village? The bookseller asked. Today is the last day of my stay, Victor replied. You are rarer than a mermaid sighting, the bookseller said, joking. I hope we meet again. Victor smiled, but he didn't make any promises to the bookseller. He didn't know if he would still be alive to keep his word. Take care, my friend, the bookseller said. May our paths cross in the future. Take care, Victor said warmly. I shall cherish your memory until then. Victor went miles and miles without stopping. He only stopped to rest when he saw his horse was getting tired. I am sorry that I burden you so, Victor said to the animal. I will let you rest as long as you want. The horse neighed happily in response. He liked Victor, for he sensed his wants and cared for him. Victor brought out the book the bookseller had given him. He needed a distraction to stop him from thinking again. Victor was grateful the spell he used when he was immortal gave him the ability to read. He was even more grateful that he didn't forget it when he became immortal. The book was mostly about the history of ships and sailing. It contained first-hand accounts of the sailors of ships, sometimes from those ships lost to sea. Victor marveled at the humans' ingenuity. Without magic, they floated great objects like the ships on water. He was reading the section on shipwrecks when a section caught his attention. It was a first-hand account of a fisherman who had witnessed the sinking of a magnificent ship. It said, Out of the water rose huge tentacles that wrapped around the ship. The mighty ship looked like a toy that had been strung together by ropes. The creature roared and tightened its grip, breaking the ship in half. That was the last thing I saw of the ship and the people on it. There were other accounts of similar sightings. Was this the Kraken? Victor wondered. His mother, Ursula, Victor reminded himself, had said that the Kraken would go missing for days, until one day it returned with a great injury. Did the Kraken go to the surface during those days? Victor thought. Was it the humans that injured it? Victor read some more pages before he got his answer. There was a royal decree which stated that all big vessels should gather together to defeat the new threat at sea. They must be talking about the Kraken, Victor thought. There were no other mentions of ships sinking or sighting of monsters after the account of the royal decree. If the ships were successful in injuring the Kraken, that must be when his mother trapped it with her spells. It would make sense if no further ships were damaged, or the humans didn't see the Kraken anymore. The Kraken was fast asleep and was trapped under a spell in the deepest trench, Victor thought. Victor had possibly solved the mystery of the Kraken's disappearance and its injury, but he had no one to share it with. Victor was forever an exile from the waters. What use is this information anyway, rather than to soothe my ego? Victor said to himself. The Kraken is unlikely ever to be free again, with my mother watching over it. After his horse was well rested, Victor started his journey again. He was going to find the village of Haven. From there, he would find the answer he was looking for about Helena. Victor would find out how her mortal life would have been if Brutus hadn't taken her. Chapter 22. Victor found the village of Haven, but it wasn't where Helena used to live. Her village was the one next to it, but Haven was closest to the water. As a mermaid, Helena could only reach as far. Victor felt sure that the Queen had visited all those years ago. Victor asked if anyone was looking for or knew about a missing girl named Helena. That is when he found Arthur, Helena's younger brother. Arthur was 7 years old when his older sister Helena disappeared. Victor recognized him even before he told him about his older sister, as he looked like her. Victor had found Ariana's uncle. He was thankful Ariana looked more like her father, for his heart could not bear seeing even her resemblance right now. Arthur told Victor about his missing older sister and how it changed their family. My father never got over the grief. He remembered her until the very end, Arthur said sadly. I am so sorry. It must have been a terrible loss, Victor replied. It was. I never told him what I saw the last night I saw my sister, Arthur said. What did you see? Victor asked. Helena seemed different after returning from her trip to the ocean. She was happier, but also looked like she was hiding something. I asked her, but she never said anything. It turns out I was right. Helena was keeping a secret. I saw the great shadow that took her in the middle of the night. He looked like he was made of storms and oceans. But I never told Father that. I was afraid to lose him too. Arthur confessed. My father would have searched every corner of the ocean for his daughter. Victor remained silent. He didn't want to tell Arthur that he guessed right about Brutus's origin. There was a rumor about a mermaid sighting nearby. Have you heard about that? Victor asked, curious to know what Arthur might say. I heard about that. It was a year after Helena had gone missing, and it was around her birthday. It was too much of a coincidence. So I went there on her birthday, when I was old enough. I still go to the ocean on Helena's birthday each year. I take any of the village kids that want to go with me, Arthur said. How did you learn about my sister's disappearance? Victor had prepared himself if Arthur asked him that question. He lied smoothly. I am a traveling scholar. I am researching mysterious disappearances, and someone told me about your sister. Yes, it created quite a commotion back then, especially in a small village where everyone knew one another. People still remember. No one saw her or heard anything about her since then, Arthur said sadly. Victor debated whether to tell Arthur, but decided that it shouldn't be his decision. It would be Ariana's. His heart hurt thinking about her. Can you show me your house and your farm? I would like to learn about Helena's life, Victor said. I would love to show you. Anything to keep my sister's memory alive, Arthur said. Victor saw how Helena's life would have been if Brutus hadn't taken her from her family. She would have lived a simple life at a farm. She would have gotten married and likely stayed in the same village all her life, rather than become the queen of the seas. Ariana might have had siblings to play with. Her life would have been equally peaceful and serene as Helena's. A mortal's life without complications. Ariana wouldn't have to rule the seven seas. She wouldn't have to fight off terrible monsters. She wouldn't have been betrayed. Ariana's life would have been safe and not shattered completely by the sea witch. Victor was sad for what happened to Helena. Brutus took her mortal life away from her. It felt much brutal to Victor after he saw what her life could have been. Victor resented Brutus, but he hated himself. He tried to corner Ariana's freedom too, even if he was doing it to protect her. It didn't make him any better than the Sea King. But without Brutus, Victor thought, he never would have met Helena or Ariana. Without Ariana, Victor's life would have been the same as the sea witch's. Victor's life would have been an unending thirst for power and control. Victor didn't mind vanishing into oblivion, didn't mind ending as a mortal, for he had experienced the best of life. In his heart, Victor had felt love, and no one could take that away from him. They say that time heals all wounds, but Victor's had become even deeper. It was a constant dull ache that refused to let go of him. He wanted to die, but his body refused to wither. He imagined himself wandering until finally his body turned to dust. The last remaining willpower in him might make him live for a while, but it couldn't stop the inevitable. Arthur was going on his annual trip to the village of Haven to go see the ocean. He asked Victor to go with him, but Victor refused. Victor had charmed the village kids with songs and the stories he told them. They insisted him to go with them. Please come with us, Victor, the village kids pleaded. Victor looked at them and smiled sadly. I don't like the ocean. It reminds me of bad things, Victor told the kids. The kids found his reason strange, but promised to bring something back for him. When Arthur and the kids returned, a small village girl handed him a seashell. I know you don't like the water, but you can hear the ocean if you listen in to a seashell, she said. Victor smiled and thanked her for her gift. He didn't think he would ever understand humans. They showed kindness in the smallest of ways. It had been so long since he was away from the ocean. Victor thought it was unlikely he would see it again before he died. Despite everything, he picked up the shell and listened to hear the ocean once more. His heart stopped as he heard a familiar voice singing in the seashell. Go, my dear, to the land above the sea. Go to where the sunshine and moonlight meet. The moon chases first, then comes the day. Watch them dance, watch them play. Though they chase, day after night. Neither could stay in each other's light. Go, my dear, to the land above the sea, to watch their eternal waltz and melody. It was ironic, Victor thought. All his life he wanted to hear Ariana sing her mother's song. Now he could hear her voice singing it to him. She must have thrown away the shell, so any human who picked it up and listened to it would hear her sing. It wasn't meant for him. A small voice in Victor's head protested. But you are a human now, Victor. She is singing it for you. It was a slight comfort, but Victor took any relief he could find. While he waited to turn to ash and dust, he felt that his time was coming near. He could hear death whispering in his dreams. Victor was grateful for the kindness he received from humans. He felt a sense of peace accepting his fate. He didn't mind that he might spend his last remaining days in the village where Helena once lived. That was what Victor planned to do until one day he found a mother crying for her lost son. "When was the last time you saw your son?" Victor asked the grieving mother. "It was last night, before he went to bed." "Did anything happen before he went missing?" "No, nothing out of the ordinary." "Please try to remember. Was there anything new he might have said?" "It was strange because he is afraid of the water. He said he had heard a song calling for him. I thought it was his imagination being overactive again," the mother said. "A song that came from the ocean?" Victor knew it was the Siren Sisters' call. It surprised him that they were calling for children, and at this distance from their lagoon. The mother's grief moved Victor strangely. He didn't know mothers could be like that. Victor didn't know if he could do anything in his condition, but he vowed to help her. Victor found the villager's son roaming on the cliffs, inches from falling to his death in the waters below. He returned the child to his grateful mother. Over the next few weeks, Victor heard of more missing children. Some he could locate, but others he couldn't find. All those he found spoke of hearing a song coming from the ocean. Victor could no longer ignore what he knew. Something was going amiss in the oceans. Dark sea creatures were freely roaming the mortal realm, and now children were going missing. For the first time in a year, Victor headed towards the water to find out the truth for himself. "Victor!" He heard her say his name. It felt like a dream. It was her. It had been a year which felt like an eternity. Ariana still took his breath away. "I have found you, Victor. I had been searching for you," she said. Ariana was shocked to see Victor as a mortal. Victor was only 2 years older than her, but in his human form, he had aged. Victor's electric gray eyes were no longer the same. His once immortal marble face now had lines and looked wary. His midnight hair had streaks of silver. There were scars on his arms and burn marks on his long, delicate fingers. Victor looked so fragile as a human, unlike the powerful dark prince he once was. Victor had stayed far away from any ocean or large body of water. It reminded him of her too much. Now that he came to the ocean after so long, there she was in front of him. "Why were you searching for me?" Victor asked, his voice distant and hollow. "Because of your mother. The sea witch is gone. She told me to find you as her last request," Ariana said. His mother was dead? Victor didn't think it was possible, for she was immortal, unless she decided to end her life. "She is gone?" Victor was numb with grief. Ariana looked at him with concern. Victor looked ragged, like he was edging closer to his own death. "How did it happen?" Victor asked. "She couldn't grieve anymore, being separated from you," Ariana replied. "She told me to give you this." Victor often wondered why his mother didn't come looking for him. He thought perhaps she had forsaken him, like he had forsaken her. The truth, he found out too late, was more heartbreaking than that. Ariana handed him a black pearl, the source of his mother's immortality. "Oh, Mother, you really are gone," Victor said. His heart had gone numb. "I am sorry, Victor. I am sorry to bring you such sadness," Ariana said sadly. "I do not want your pity," Victor said. "You don't have to feel sorry for me." "Please, come back, Victor. I was there. It was your mother's last wish," Ariana pleaded. "So you were there in her last moments?" She didn't die alone. That might have given her some comfort. Thank you for not abandoning her despite what she did to you, Victor said.
Will you not come back to the ocean, Victor? You will die,
Ariana cried. If this is my fate, then I accept it. And you should too. Farewell, Ariana, Victor said. His voice had no hope left in it.
Please, Victor,
Ariana pleaded, but Victor gave no reply. Ariana watched helplessly as Victor left, and she couldn't say a single word. Ariana had thought about Victor often as she went looking for him. She remembered the small kindness that had gone unnoticed by her. She remembered the moments of joy together, when they were almost cordial towards one another, and how they were together. It had been a year since Ivan's death. Ariana still wept for Prince Ivan, for he had been her first love, but she had grown after her heartbreak. With age comes wisdom, and with time, the ability to see things more clearly than before. After Ariana saw Victor so broken, defeated, and vulnerable, it stirred another feeling inside of her. She understood the depth of feelings he must have felt for her, as he sacrificed his own happiness for hers. Ariana now knew what he had given up for her. She now knew what Victor will give up for her. Ariana saw how Prince Ivan had given her pretty tokens, pretty words, and shallow affection, but it was false, tinged with his desire and needs first, before anything else. He never thought of Ariana. Ariana saw how Victor had given her time, faithfulness, and love. He remained truthful to her. Victor gave up everything for her, all without asking anything in return, all expecting nothing from her at all. Victor was not the heartless creature she imagined him to be, but she was. Victor's outer facade was gone, and his inner self laid bare in front of her. It was like Ariana was seeing Victor for the first time. Love is a force capable of changing the most stubborn of heart. Ariana felt the full force of it at that moment, and felt herself trembling. Victor's love shook her to her very core.
You'd rather die than go back in the ocean. Why would I expect you to listen to me, Victor? I who turned my heart to stone and my eyes blind to your love,
Ariana said.
Please forgive me.
Ariana wept, but Victor was no longer there to hear her words or see her tears. Chapter 23. While Ariana searched for Victor, much was happening on the ocean floor. The sea witch was gone, and with her, gone were her spells that kept the ancient terrors locked in the deep recesses of the ocean. Ursula had been the lesser of a much more terrible evil. The Sea King did all he could to stop the darkness from spreading, but even he was losing control. With the sea witch gone, her spells on the Kraken was broken. The monster woke up from its slumber of 1,000 years and gave a terrifying roar. The Kraken was finally awake, but it still couldn't move as the chains kept it in place. In the deepest trench, it could hear its master's voice. She was coming. His master would release her beloved pet from the cruel shackles her voice promised. The Kraken stopped resisting the chains and laid quiet. It would wait for the Siren Queen to release it. Ariana and neither the Sea King knew what terrible things were afoot. After Victor had gone, the Siren Sisters had barred Ariana from their lagoon. They also banished their cousin because they didn't want the Sea King to know what they had planned. With Ursula gone, the Siren Sisters were free to move beyond their lagoon. Initially they resisted, but more and more, they couldn't resist the voices coming from outside.
Ursula is dead, and so are her spells that bounded us,
Onyx said.
Victor said that the spells were for our protection?
Amber asked uncertainly.
More likely, they were to protect the humans from us. Victor is gone too. We are on our own now, sisters,
Scarlet said. The Siren Sisters drifted toward the caves again. They couldn't see it, as Victor's spells guarded the entrance, but they could hear a voice from within. A seductive, hypnotizing voice that compelled them to linger by the caves. The voice haunted their dreams and became stronger each time.
Find me and free me. I am what you are searching for. I am what you have forgotten.
The Siren Sisters stood by the cave entrance, uncertain.
We can't see where you are,
the Siren Sisters said to the voice that called them.
Follow my voice. You are so near.
The Siren Sisters held each other's hands and went through the entrance that they couldn't see. They went through the cave tunnels blindly, following the voice as it got nearer. Finally, they felt the cave opening with their hands.
Destroy the wall that stands between you and me,
the voice commanded. The Siren Sisters all called out together, their siren's call reverberating throughout the cave. They sang until they heard a wall collapsing. The wall was the last barrier before the sight of the Siren Queen. The Siren Queen was encased in a giant pearl. They could see her giant talons, her snake-like body. The Siren Sisters shuddered at the sight.
Do not be afraid, children. I am your queen,
the voice said to them.
Why were you trapped here?
Onyx asked.
It was a grievous injustice. I sought to rule both the oceans and the surface. Free me and we can do it together.
You mean to rule over the humans? Amber asked.
I mean to destroy them for good,
the Siren Queen said.
They won't ever harm you again.
The Siren Sisters thought about Victor. They hated the mortal world for taking him away from them.
We will free you, our queen,
the Siren Sisters promised.
What do we need to do? My powers are weak. Bring me the souls of 1,000 mortals,
the Siren Queen said.
Only then can you perform the ritual to resurrect me again. 1,000 souls,
the Siren Sisters cried together.
Hurry! Find me those souls,
the Siren Queen said. The Siren Sisters planned to resurrect the Siren Queen, but that required a terrible price. They only took souls of those who got lost and wandered too close to their lagoons. Now, with the Sea Witch's magic no longer restricting them, they left the lagoon and searched for new victims. The sisters were busy collecting 1,000 souls in order to resurrect the Siren Queen. With her, they could rule the oceans and no longer fear the humans destroying the oceans.
I hear her voice night and day, sisters,
Amber said.
I can't sleep any more. It is taking us too long to collect the souls,
Scarlet said.
I feel we are still not strong enough. Should we ask the Sea King?
Onyx thought.
Perhaps we can talk to Ariana? My sister, have you forgotten? They both are human lovers. They will never help us,
Scarlet hissed.
But a human betrayed Ariana. Surely she would take our side?
Onyx asked again.
It is because of her we lost Victor. She is so weak that she got seduced by a human. She and her father are both alike,
Amber said furiously.
Once the Queen returns, we will never lose one of our kind again. She will take care of the terrible humans for good,
Scarlet exclaimed.
Poor Victor. How terrible is his loss to us,
Onyx cried, and her sisters joined her. It took them an entire year, but they completed collecting 1,000 souls. With their collection complete, the Siren Sisters performed the ritual that would free the Siren Queen.
The darkest storms, the darkest of night, fire and flame, power and might, 1,000 souls, 1,000 fates, let the Siren Queen's prison obliterate.
The Siren Sisters watched as the pearl that encased the Siren Queen cracked and then shattered. The Siren Queen slithered out of her broken prison. The Siren Sisters quickly bowed their heads in front of their queen.
My children, I am free at last,
the Siren Queen hissed. Her voice was ancient and as terrible. The Siren Sisters shuddered. The surrounding air suddenly felt oppressive and dark.
We did what you asked of us, our queen,
the Siren Sister said.
Yes, but there is something that remains,
the Siren Queen said.
There is one last task for you to perform.
The Siren Sisters looked to one another, surprised.
What do you require of us, our queen?
Onyx asked. Onyx, Amber, and Scarlet had freed the Siren Queen, and so she was obliged to them by the rules of magic. The Siren Queen knew she couldn't enchant them with her call. The Siren Sisters had their own agenda, and so could turn on her at any moment, she thought. The three sisters together had the power to destroy the Siren Queen, especially now that she was so weak. The Siren Queen didn't trust them. She trusted no one. She would find another way to test the Siren Sister's loyalty to her.
Prove that you are loyal to me and me alone,
The Siren Queen said.
We will swear an oath, our queen,
The Siren Sisters replied.
Words are useless to me. Tell me who is the most powerful creature in the ocean,
The Siren Queen asked.
It was the sea witch Ursula, but now she is dead. The Sea King Brutus remains,
Onyx replied.
What is the Sea King's weakness?
The Siren Queen asked.
His daughter, and our cousin Ariana,
Scarlet replied.
Then prove your loyalty to me. Carve out Ariana's heart and bring it to me,
The Siren Queen said.
She is our sister. How could we do that?
Onyx cried.
She is one of us,
Scarlet said.
You promised us to kill the humans. You said nothing about killing our own kind,
Amber exclaimed. The Siren Queen smiled.
If I don't have your loyalty, then you shall suffer her fate,
The Siren Queen said. For all their dedication, 2 of the Siren Sisters were the first to be slaughtered. The Siren Queen slashed Scarlet with her talons. She then crushed Amber with her serpent-like tail until her body turned limp. Onyx, the 3rd Siren Sister, was gravely injured, holding on to her last few breaths. She escaped death by swimming back to the lagoon. The sisters hadn't known about the Siren Queen. They didn't know her violence knew no bounds. The Siren Queen killed everything, whether it belonged to land or sea. With the Siren Sisters all but dead, the Siren Queen sought those who imprisoned her for 1,000 years. The Sea Witch was gone, but the Sea King remained. The Siren Queen needed her monstrous creature by her side. She needed her pet, the Kraken, to destroy the king and his kingdom. The Siren Queen gave out a terrible call that echoed in the darkest corners of the ocean. It shook the lands above the ocean. It broke the chains of her hideous pet, the Kraken. Her call also reached the dark sea creatures. All the terrible, hideous sea monsters that were hidden or asleep awoke. The Siren Queen had returned, and she meant to destroy the mortal world. They gathered together to form her army. It had gone too far. The Siren Sisters were taking the souls of children and young men. It had been a year since he last stepped on the Siren Sisters' home. Victor grabbed a small boat and went to see them in their secret lagoon. The lagoon was quiet today. He couldn't hear the Siren Sisters' voices. He couldn't hear their singing. He saw one sister, the oldest, Onyx, lying peacefully on the rock ahead. Victor thought it was strange to see her alone.
Where are your sisters?
Victor asked Onyx.
I don't see Amber or Scarlet. Where are they?
She didn't reply.
Onyx, I came to know why are you and your sisters killing children?
Victor asked again.
You never took the lives of innocents before.
Victor, is that you? I must be in the other world,
Onyx replied weakly. Victor noticed the large gash on her back and her blood spilling in the pristine water.
Onyx, I am still alive, but who gave you this wound?
Victor cried.
Oh, Victor, we did a terrible thing and paid a terrible price. We couldn't resist her voice,
Onyx said.
Whose voice couldn't you resist? Who hurt you?
Victor asked.
The Siren Queen. We resurrected the Siren Queen,
Onyx said. She looked so pale and weak, Victor thought, alarmed.
Where are Amber and Scarlet?
Victor asked.
My sisters are dead, and I will soon join them,
Onyx said, her words barely a whisper.
Stop the Siren Queen. She has gone after the Sea King. Save our cousin Ariana.
Onyx had said her final words to Victor. She rested her head on the rock and fell into an everlasting slumber. The Siren Queen had gone after the Sea King, Victor thought, which meant that Ariana was also in danger. Victor's heart pounded. What if he was too late? He couldn't let Ariana face the Siren Queen alone. Victor couldn't imagine her getting hurt or something worse. He took out the ring that Ariana had brought him, the last token of love from his mother.
Mother, I am sorry I was not there, for I would have stopped you. But I will not let your sacrifice go in vain. I will save the ocean from this terrible nightmare,
Victor said, as he put on his mother's ring. Victor had no choice but to return. Victor felt his powers return. Victor watched as his hands healed, now free of the calluses and burns he earned in his mortal life. He had gotten back his immortal strength. He looked at Onyx sadly. I am sorry I didn't save you and your sisters. I will kill the hideous monster that took your lives. I promise that the ocean will be safe again. Victor headed towards Ariana's castle, hoping that he wasn't too late to stop the Siren Queen. He hoped that he could save his king and his kingdom. Chapter 24. The floating kingdom had fortified itself with a barrier, an extension of the Sea King's power. The underwater city had turned black, for it was a war that the Siren Queen was waging against Brutus, both for his trident and his throne. With her pet kraken by her side, the Sea Queen unleashed her attacks on the floating kingdom. The crystal palace shook as the monster lashed itself on the floating city. Ariana watched her father helplessly through the barrier. She could hear screams and crying of others. Only the barrier and her father stood in the way of the attacking monsters. Ariana watched in horror as a crack appeared in the barrier above. Her father's powers were failing. Brutus knew the stakes as he unleashed his power on the Siren Queen. He had to save his daughter. He had to save his kingdom. Soon the battle was over. The Sea King had injured both the Siren Queen and the Kraken. They retreated to their lair to recover. The king knew he had not much energy left in him. He returned to his castle, already having made a grave decision. He called for his daughter Ariana to his chamber.
Father, they hurt you!
Ariana exclaimed. Yes, my child. But don't worry about that. I want you to listen to me. Take my ring and hide on the surface. Go far away from the ocean, Brutus said to his only daughter. The Siren Queen thinks the trident is the source of my power. She doesn't know about my ring.
I cannot do that, Father. I cannot leave you like this,
Ariana cried. The Sea Witch is dead, and I cannot fight the Siren alone for much longer, the king said urgently. You need to protect the oceans, and you need to save yourself.
Then give me the ring, and I will go fight her myself,
Ariana said. Promise me you will not. I will not lose you like your mother. Go to the surface, and live your life as a human, the king pleaded. Do not let the Siren Queen get her hands on this ring. Ariana wanted the ring, and her father wouldn't give it to her until she promised. So she did the only thing she could. Ariana knew it was wrong, but she lied and promised that she would do as her father said. Thank you, my child. I can be at peace knowing you will be safe. Let me rest now, the Sea King said. Let me rest before the Siren Queen returns. Ariana left his chamber with the ring. Had he known, what she had planned next would have devastated her father. Just facing it alone was madness, but Ariana set off to face both the Kraken and its master, the Siren Queen. Where are you going? Said a familiar voice. Ariana stopped. She couldn't believe that it was Victor there before her. He was wearing his mother's immortality ring.
Victor, you are back?
Ariana asked. She wanted to know she wasn't seeing a ghost. Yes, I had no choice but to return, Victor said. Onyx told me about everything that was going on before she died.
Onyx is dead?
Ariana asked, numb with shock. All the Siren sisters are dead. The Siren Queen killed them, Victor replied.
My sisters are gone? The Siren Queen killed them all?
Yes, they told me to come find you and protect you, Victor said.
My dear sisters, I could do nothing for them,
Ariana cried. Why did you not call for help? Victor exclaimed.
How could I? I have taken so much from you,
Ariana replied.
I did not want your pity.
Then you shall have none, Victor replied coldly. What will you do to stop the Queen?
I have my father's ring. I will use it to defeat the Siren Queen,
Ariana said.
Do not stop me, Victor. I don't care for my life.
You think I will stop you to save your life, Ariana? Victor asked coldly. If you go there now, you will lose the only chance we have of defeating the Kraken and the Siren Queen. Ariana knew Victor was right. If her father couldn't stop the Siren Queen, what chance did she have when she could do no magic?
Tell me what I should do, Victor. I cannot see a way to defeat her,
Ariana said. We cannot hope to defeat the Kraken and Siren Queen together, but we might defeat them each alone, Victor said.
How can we do that?
Ariana asked.
Nothing penetrates the Kraken's skin, no weapons, and no magic.
There was a time when the creature was injured and weakened. I think I know how it happened, Victor said. The Kraken goes to the surface every few days. I found an account in a mortal book about ships being wrecked by a giant creature. The mortals rallied together and slammed one of their ships into the Kraken's belly. That was the injury that caused it to be weakened, and my mother then could trap it in her spells.
We would need the mortals' help then. But who would help us?
Ariana asked. We will have to talk to Prince Richard, Ivan's older brother, Victor replied. Ariana thought she would never hear the names Ivan and Richard again, but here they were, spoken by Victor.
You know Richard?
Ariana asked, surprised. Yes. He told me to come find him if there was ever a time I needed help. Victor said, I believe he was speaking the truth, so I will go to him.
We will go together. This is my fight as much as it is yours,
Ariana said. You want to meet Richard? Are you prepared to face your past? Victor asked.
Yes, it is time I faced everything,
Ariana replied. Victor and Ariana returned the ring to the Sea King. For the first time in months, Brutus felt hopeful after seeing Victor. Victor did not tell him what Ariana had planned to do alone. He did, however, share with him the plan to defeat the Kraken with the help of the mortals. I never thought I would see the day when we had to ask the mortals for help, the Sea King said. Victor waited for the king's refusal, but was surprised when Brutus said, I only agree because you believe them, Victor. Thank you. I will not let you down, my king, Victor said. You never have, my son, the Sea King replied. I trust you more than I even trust myself. Go talk to the mortals. Maybe both our worlds can save each other together. While immortal, Victor learned how humans send messages to one another with messenger birds. He enchanted a bird, an albatross, to send one of his message to Prince Richard. Bird of flight, take my word. Find the prince. Let the message be heard. He sends a message to Richard to come meet him by the shore. He mentioned Ariana would be there too, and that it was an urgent matter for both worlds, as countless lives were at stake. While Ariana and Victor waited, they heard the sounds of two horses approaching. On the first horse, it was Richard that dismounted. On the second was a young woman. Richard's appearance startled Ariana, for he looked so much like his dead brother. They had the same blonde hair and blue eyes, but no, they were quite different, Ariana quickly realized. Where Ivan was openness and smiles, Richard was reserved and somber. Ariana remembered painfully that Richard was not the one who deceived her. You are Ariana. I never thought we would get the chance to meet. Though my brother paid with his life, I am sorry for the pain he put you through, Richard said solemnly.
Perhaps it would not have happened this way if I had understood Ivan better,
Ariana replied. Victor was quietly listening to Ariana's words, but his face didn't reveal what he was thinking.
There will be a time for healing. Right now we have more dire matters to consider,
the young woman who came with Richard said. It was Sarah, Ariana realized. Ariana hadn't seen Sarah since she was in King Stephen's castle, the days before it all went to chaos, the days before Prince Ivan's tragic death. Richard bowed to both Ariana and Sarah before leaving with Victor. He left Ariana with Sarah as he went with Victor to discuss what was at stake.
Ariana, I was afraid I might never see you again,
Sarah said. Ariana immediately felt guilty. She didn't want to see anyone that reminded her of her foolishness, and Sarah had tried to warn her.
Sarah, I am afraid to ask how Ivan's parents are, especially Queen Martha,
Ariana asked.
They are grieving his loss and wish it didn't happen,
Sarah replied.
It breaks my heart. It happened because of me. I couldn't protect him,
Ariana exclaimed.
There isn't much you could have done, Ariana,
Sarah said.
I should have listened to you, Sarah. I should have told Ivan to talk to my father,
Ariana said sadly.
Then perhaps the sea witch would not have tricked Ivan, and he would still be alive. My dear, do not blame yourself. You could not have done or said anything to Ivan that would have changed his mind,
Sarah replied.
I should have at least tried to talk to my father,
Ariana said with regret.
I am afraid even that would not have stopped Ivan's death,
Sarah said.
What do you mean, Sarah?
Ariana asked.
Is there something you know about Ivan? I do not want to speak ill of those that have gone. Ivan has already paid with his life, and I am dearly sorry for his loss. But I cannot let you live your life in regret, without you knowing all that Ivan did,
Sarah said.
All that Ivan did? What did he do, Sarah?
Ariana asked, surprised.
Before you abruptly left the castle, Ivan went to see the sea witch,
Sarah said.
Yes, I realize he must have met Ursula before our wedding took place. Was to take place. That was when she gave him the poison, disguised as a potion. This was after he met the sea witch, and before you two left the castle. Richard followed Ivan. He saw him with the sea witch, and confronted him about meeting her,
Sarah said.
Richard saw him with the sea witch?
Ariana asked, alarmed.
Yes. Richard asked Ivan about the potion, and he told Richard that it was to defeat the Sea King. Richard begged him to think about you. He begged him to think how hurt you would be if you found out, but Ivan didn't listen,
Sarah said. The sea witch told Ariana that Ivan took the potion of his own free will, that he wanted to defeat her father, but she hadn't completely believed her. Here Sarah was telling Ursula's exact words. The sea witch had been telling the truth. Ariana was in shock. I know it is hard to hear this, Ariana, but it gets worse. Richard told Ivan to speak with your father, to come up with a diplomatic solution, Sarah said. Richard told him to speak to my father? Ariana asked, numbly. Yes. Richard told Ivan to do the right thing, or if he couldn't do that, then he should let you go, Sarah said. What happened after that? What did Ivan say? It was no use. Ivan had gone mad. Ivan said he wanted to marry you and keep his kingdom. He wouldn't let anyone stop him, not even his older brother. He hit Richard, left him unconscious in the heavy storm. Ivan left him for dead. Ivan took Richard's horse with him so he wouldn't follow, Sarah said. By the time Richard came back to the castle, both of you had left the castle. Richard wanted to find you, to warn you, but he blacked out again. He had caught a high fever walking back to the castle in the storm. He was too feverish to move. Ariana was trembling. Her heart broke knowing Ivan's complete deception. Not only had Ivan tried to hurt her father for greed and power, but he hurt his older brother too. Tears fell down Ariana's cheeks. She was too speechless to say anything. Sarah quickly wiped Ariana's tears with her sleeve and embraced her. I am sorry for causing you further hurt, my love, but you needed to know the complete truth. Nothing that you could have done would have changed the outcome. Nothing could have prevented Ivan's death, Sarah said. He was my first love, Ariana cried bitterly. He will always be your first love, Ariana. But that doesn't mean he will be your last, Sarah consoled her. You will live and learn, and even learn to love again. The hurt is too much to bear, Ariana said. Let it hurt, my love, but don't let it break you. You have much to do. There is so much you could do, Sarah said. What could I do? Ariana asked bleakly. You can save our worlds. You can stop the sea monster and the Siren Queen from taking more lives, Sarah said. Why are you so kind to me? Ariana sobbed. You are my sister. It could have been Isabel, and Ivan would have done the same. He would have hurt anyone for power, Sarah said. I will do all that I can. I could not save Ivan, but I will save others. Can you do one favor for me, Sarah? What is that, my dear? Can you return this locket and this ring back to King Stephen and Queen Martha?
It is the last remaining tokens I have of Ivan. They would want it back, Ariana said. Tell them I am sorry, and please tell them to forgive me. They know everything about Ivan, and they do not blame you. I will send them your message, if it will lessen the burden in your heart, Sarah replied. Thank you, Sarah, Ariana said. Thank you for everything.
Sarah nodded. She saw Richard and Victor returning to them. Victor and Richard returned to discuss the strategy they had planned. Their plan was that Ariana and Victor were to distract the Kraken away from the Siren Queen. They would bring the Kraken toward the surface, where Richard would wait with a dozen or more ships. The ships will attack the monster from above, and hopefully injure it enough so that they could trap it with spells again. Once they defeat the Kraken, Ariana and Victor would think of a way to defeat the Siren Queen.
Do you think it could be done? Richard asked. Do you think it is possible to defeat the monster this way?
Yes, I believe this is the only chance we have, Victor replied.
I will get my ships ready. Bring the creature to the surface, and my ships will take care of the rest, Richard replied.
I hope this works,
Sarah said with concern to Victor and Ariana.
You two will place yourselves in great danger. Please be careful. We have to be careful, and the plan has to work,
Ariana replied grimly.
The fates of both our worlds are depending on it.
Chapter 25. Victor, Ariana, and the Sea King were ready for the Siren Queen's and the Kraken's next attack. She brought dark creatures to this battle. They hissed and screeched around their queen. Their eyes were entirely black, like bottomless pits. The Siren Queen glided like a snake, with her monstrous pet right beside her.
You must be the witch's son. It is a pity I couldn't kill her myself, the Siren Queen said. I believe we have met before.
Victor was surprised. Then he remembered the voice from the cave. If only he had told his mother that he had heard it. Perhaps things would have been different now. My mother may not be here, but I am. I will finish her task, Victor replied bravely.
We shall see about that,
the Siren Queen said as she leapt forward to attack.
Leave the children alone,
the Sea King's voice boomed.
You still have me to deal with first.
Then you shall be the first to die,
the Siren Queen screeched. As per the plan, the Sea King took care of the Siren Queen, while Ariana and Victor looked for a way to divert the Kraken. The monstrous creature kept close to its master, weaving around and blocking the Sea King's attacks to the Siren Queen. Sea creatures had gathered to help Victor and Ariana with their plan, but none of them could injure or even get close to the Kraken. The dark army tore at the sea creatures.
We must move it away from her,
Victor said to Ariana.
Leave it to me,
Ariana said as she swam closer to the creature. The Kraken was surprised to see Ariana so close to it. It lashed one of its large tentacles towards her. Instead of moving away, Ariana let the creature grab hold of her.
Ariana!
Victor yelled and swam towards her. He didn't realize that Ariana deliberately let herself be caught by the monster. Once the creature had wrapped its tentacles around Ariana, she swam towards the surface. Ariana did not have magic, but she had speed and strength underwater. She wasn't the same as she was when she got caught in the fishnet. Ariana was older and stronger now. The creature started rising towards the surface with her. The Kraken tried to squeeze and choke Ariana, but she was moving too fast. The Kraken had left its master far below, and with each passing second, it was getting closer to the surface. Ariana reached the surface, and as soon as the ships saw the Kraken, they fired. The Kraken gave a roar when the cannons hit it. He would try to descend, but Ariana would take it to the surface again. Finally, the Kraken let go of its hold on Ariana. Ariana watched with dismay as the Kraken started descending in the water. It was too soon, she thought. Richard didn't get enough time to hit it with cannon fire. If the Kraken submerged itself in the water, it could still destroy the ships from below, and the cannons could not reach it.
It cannot come back down in the water,
Victor yelled. He was shooting magic at the creature, but it was being repelled effortlessly by its thick skin. Magic could not injure the Kraken. It was up to Richard, but he needed the creature up near the surface. For the first time in her life, Ariana desperately wished for her magic to appear. Ariana couldn't let any more souls be stolen. There had already been so many deaths. She thought about the Siren Sisters. She thought about the mortals who perished because of the Kraken and the Siren Queen. Ariana felt a rage she'd never felt before. Ariana was angry at herself. She had promised Queen Martha to protect her son, but she couldn't save Ivan. She promised her mother, Helena, she would guard her freedom, but instead she used it to make a deal with the Sea Witch. Ariana was angry at herself for blindly trusting Prince Ivan. She was angry that she did not recognize her father's love for her. She was angry that she did not trust Victor, who gave up everything for her. Ariana thought of every single mistake she had made and the promises she broke. Not anymore, Ariana said to herself. It was time to make things right, Ariana thought. It was time for her to wake up and face the world on her own. Ariana felt a surge of power in her body. She watched as her body glowed like starlight. Her magic was waking up. She reached out her hand towards the Kraken. At first, there was only a small ripple beneath the creature. Rapidly, it grew in size to a whirlpool. Every second, her magic got more intense, until a giant whirlpool started lifting the Kraken up to the surface.
You are doing it, Ariana. You have magic now. Keep going,
Victor yelled. The magic was taking a toll on Ariana's body. Ariana screamed with pain.
I can't do this much longer, Victor, she said.
Yes, you can. We need to give Richard enough time to hit with the cannons. Keep going,
Victor yelled. Even Victor couldn't do the magic that Ariana was doing. Victor, however, made sure nothing stopped Ariana. He stopped any attacks from the Siren Queen's dark army towards her. Ariana held the whirlpool to keep the Kraken from descending back in the water. On the surface, Richard's heart sunk when he saw the monstrous beast descending. It was only a matter of time before the creature would go underneath the water and destroy their ships from below. Richard could retreat now and save his sailors, or he could give Victor and Ariana enough time to bring the creature back to the surface again. Every passing minute, his ships got in more danger. Prince Richard, we cannot hit the creature with our cannons now. Should I give the command to retreat? The captain of the ship asked. We need to give Ariana and Victor time to bring the creature to the surface, Prince Richard replied. But Prince, if they cannot do it in time, we will be sitting ducks. The creature will take us all down, the captain said. I know. We just have to trust Victor and Ariana. We cannot retreat. Maybe it was his imagination, but Prince Richard saw the monstrous creature slowly rising. In a few minutes, the Kraken was near the surface again. They did it! They did it! Get your cannons ready and fire on my command, Prince Richard yelled. The Kraken was thrashing its dozen arms, but it couldn't go down in the water. A giant whirlpool was lifting it higher and higher on the surface. Prince Richard saw the belly of the beast and knew it was the creature's weak spot. Now, fire! Fire with all you've got! Prince Richard yelled, giving his ships the command to release their cannons. There were the deafening sounds of hundreds of cannons going off from a dozen ships. Most of the cannons hit the Kraken's belly, splitting it into millions of pieces. The giant beast gave one last roar. They did it. They had defeated the Kraken. All the crew of the ships cheered their victory. The Kraken's last cry had reached its master, the Siren Queen. She left her battle with the Sea King and went to the surface.
My pet! My beautiful pet! You destroyed him!
The Siren Queen screamed.
Every single one of you mortals will pay with your lives!
The Siren Queen gave out a terrible screech and started her siren call. The sailors were immediately under her spell and started crashing their ships with each other. As soon as Richard saw the Siren Queen, he stuffed his ears with the cotton Sarah had given him. Richard watched in despair as his men turned to madness, jumping in the water towards the Siren Queen's call. Richard had one chance to make this right before the men destroyed their ships or drowned themselves. He ran to the helm of the ship nearest the Siren Queen. He put his arrow on his bow, aimed it at her neck, and let the arrow fly. The Siren Queen was still singing her terrible song when she saw Richard's arrow fly towards her. She ducked in time, but the arrow hit the side of her neck, bruising it. If she hadn't moved in time, it would have pierced through her neck. The Siren Queen retreated to the ocean, and Richard sighed in relief. He hoped that Ariana and Victor could hold off the Siren Queen, but he couldn't do anything to help them underwater. He signaled his men to take the ships back to shore. Ariana kept the Kraken afloat on the surface with her whirlpool, while Victor protected her from being attacked. They heard the cannons go off on the surface. The creature was thrashing, its body being broken into a million pieces by the cannons. The Kraken gave out a final roar as it died.
They did it! Richard did it! He defeated the Kraken!
Ariana said weakly. She couldn't hold on to her magic anymore. The whirlpool became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely.
Yes, we did it together, mortals and mermaids,
Victor said.
Father, I must go to Father,
Ariana said, as she remembered her father fighting the Siren Queen alone. The Siren Queen had left the Sea King to go to the surface, but both Ariana and Victor were unaware. They found the Sea King tired, but still alive.
Father!
Ariana cried.
Ariana, Victor, you are both alive,
The Sea King said with a smile.
It gives me hope to live to see another day. Where is the Siren Queen?
Victor asked.
She left suddenly. She was going towards the surface, last I saw her,
The Sea King replied.
She must have heard the Kraken's last cries. Richard and his ships might be in danger,
Victor said.
I must go see them.
I will come with you,
Ariana said.
No, stay with your father, and rest while you can,
Victor replied.
Your magic would have taken quite a toll on your body.
Ariana's magic?
Has it awoken?
The Sea King asked, surprised.
Yes, Father. It is all the more reason I should go with Victor,
Ariana pleaded.
You shouldn't face the Siren Queen alone, Victor.
There isn't much time to argue, Ariana. Your magic still needs to rest,
Victor said before leaving. Ariana watched him swim quickly ahead and then disappear completely.
You should follow him, Ariana. End the Siren Queen once and for all,
the Sea King said as he handed his ring.
Ariana, my child, take this ring with you.
Father, what if the Siren Queen returns to you? How will you defend yourself?
Ariana said.
You forget that I still have my trident, but I won't stay here. I will guide all the mermaids far away from here, where it will be safe for them. I have reports of many of the Dark Sea Army heading towards the floating kingdom. I have a feeling the Siren Queen will return with all of her Dark Sea Army. There is an ancient underground citadel, where some ancient magic still holds. We will go there. Take this ring, Ariana. It is no longer my fight,
the Sea King said. Ariana looked at her father and said nothing.
Do you remember when I told you about what makes a true leader?
The Sea King asked. She remembered her father's words.
It is about doing the right thing, even when it is hard,
Ariana replied.
This is the right thing for me to do, Ariana. Take the ring and go to Victor,
the Sea King said. Ariana hesitated. She remembered what Victor had once said to her.
You will give up your kingdom? You will give up your people, Ariana?
Let me do the right thing, Father. Let me stand by my people. I will go with you to the underground citadel, and once they are safe, I will find Victor,
Ariana said to the Sea King. The Sea King nodded and didn't stop her from her decision.
Tanfor has agreed to protect us with his Selkie army, as have the other royal court members. Our allies have agreed to work together. They will stand guard by the underground citadel,
Brutus said. Ariana nodded. She prayed that her help will be enough to stop the Siren Queen's army. Victor went to see Richard on the surface and was glad to see that he was still alive. He lost some of his ships in the fight with the Kraken, but many remained intact.
I am glad to see you alive, my friend,
Victor said to Prince Richard.
I wish to say the same for my crew, but we would have lost many more if it weren't for your spells,
Prince Richard replied.
At least the beast is dead.
Victor had enchanted Prince Richard's ships with spells so that they were faster and stronger in the water. Without his enchantment, Prince Richard would have lost all of his ships and the people on board.
The Kraken is gone, but its master is still alive,
Victor said grimly.
The Siren Queen is even deadlier than her pet.
We saw her. She came soon after we killed the sea monster, Richard said.
The Siren Queen came to the surface. How did you survive her call? Victor said, surprised. Sarah had given me these to block her voice, Prince Richard said, pointing to the cotton. I wish my arrow had pierced her throat, but it only grazed her neck. You shot an arrow at her? Her power lies in her call. It must have weakened her, Victor said. It will give us some time to plan for her next attack. What do you think she will do? Prince Richard asked, now that her beast is gone. The Kraken was one source of her power. The injury on her neck will prevent her from attacking us directly. Thankfully, she doesn't have the Sea King's trident or ring yet, but she has a legion of army filled with terrible sea creatures. I think she will attack on land and to collect more souls, Victor said. What will happen if she collects more souls? Prince Richard asked. She will grow powerful enough to overthrow the Sea King, Victor said. Once she does that, she will flood everything. The entire world will become her underwater kingdom. There will be no human left alive. Prince Richard couldn't help himself from shuddering at the terrible image. When the Dark Army attacks, pierce their hearts or cut off their heads. That is the only way to destroy them, Victor said. Richard nodded grimly. We must prepare for that attack. I will gather soldiers, but I am not sure where I should post them, Prince Richard said. Do you have any idea where her army would attack? She would likely attack near a body of water. Something like a mouth of river or a lake close to shore, Victor replied. Do you know of such a place? There are 3 locations near bodies of water. 2 are in my kingdom, Kingsbourne, and the 3rd is in Rivershelm, Sarah's kingdom. I will seek to arm those areas, though we will need both kingdoms' armies to do it, Prince Richard said. Do what you must. I will try to stop the Siren Queen, Victor said. Be careful, Victor, Prince Richard said. Don't face the Siren Queen on your own. Victor nodded to Prince Richard, but he had already planned to do just that. I have no choice, Victor thought grimly. I can't let Ariana face the Siren Queen. I can't let her get hurt. The Siren Sisters' call never affected Victor, and with the Siren Queen injured, this was his only chance. Victor would use a spell to stop hearing the Siren Queen's voice. She caught him by surprise in the caves, but now he would be ready. Richard, stop her army from collecting souls, but I also want you to promise me one more thing, Victor said. What is that? Richard said. If you ever see me under the Siren Queen's spell, I want you to kill me, Victor said. Victor knew that if he was ever under the Siren Queen's spell, she would use him as another arsenal in her plans. Richard looked surprised, but he nodded his head slightly. It relieved Victor. He knew Richard will not balk from his promise. With Richard's promise, Victor set off to face the terrible Siren Queen on his own. Chapter 26. Isabel had returned to her kingdom of Rivershelm, and Joshua had come with her. He was her royal swordsmith, but more than that, he was her friend. She had heard nothing from Sarah, despite hearing reports of Richard's ships leaving in great numbers to the ocean. Isabel hated she knew nothing about what was going on in her world. You are brooding, Joshua said.
Princesses can't brood. It is against royal etiquette,
Isabel said with sarcasm. That is a ridiculous rule, Joshua replied. You are concerned about something. Tell me what it is, Isabel. Isabel sighed.
My father, the king, and Prince of Kingsbourne are having several meetings lately. Meetings that I am not privy to,
Isabel said.
They are preparing their armies for something.
You think a war is coming? Joshua said.
Yes, but it is not with another kingdom. I think it might have something to do with Ariana's world,
Isabel said. She had told Joshua everything she learned about Ariana, Ivan, and Victor. Joshua had shared what his parents told about Victor. You think the threat has to do with the Water Kingdom? Joshua asked.
There have been many accounts of the villagers encountering terrible monsters. It can't be a coincidence,
Isabel said.
I wish my sister told me what was going on.
What do you intend to do if there is a war? Joshua asked.
I want to fight. I want to defend my kingdom,
Isabel said. I figured you might say that, Joshua said.
Is that wrong?
Isabel said, her temper rising.
Shouldn't I be fighting for my people?
I have no problem with you fighting. I just don't want you going at it blindly. Joshua said, talk to your sister. See if she tells you anything.
Sarah will never tell me. She just wants to coddle me,
Isabel said. Then she's like any older sister, Joshua said. Isabel answered with something that sounded like, Why do you want to be in the front lines? Why is this so personal to you, Isabel? I can't figure it out, Joshua said. Help me understand. Isabel sighed.
I had an aunt. She was my favorite person in the entire world. I looked up to her. My aunt was refinement and beauty, but she was pampered and coddled like any princess.
Was? What happened to her? Joshua asked.
I was coming back with her to the castle when our carriage was attacked by robbers. She hid me in the secret compartment, which was only big enough to fit a child. I heard as they dragged her from the carriage. I heard her screams as the robbers robbed and killed her. My father arrived with more soldiers minutes later, but it was too late,
Isabel said, as tears fell down her cheeks.
My beautiful aunt didn't last the mere minutes it took for her help to arrive. She never learned to defend herself. I could do nothing to save her.
Joshua looked at Isabel with sadness. He wiped the tears from her face. You were just a child, Isabel, he said.
That day, I vowed never to be a helpless princess. I vowed to fight for those that are defenseless,
Isabel said.
I am no longer a child, Joshua.
Joshua nodded his head. No, you are not. You won't fight alone, Isabel. I will be there with you, Joshua said as he held Isabel's hand. Isabel smiled. In her heart, she was glad to have found Joshua and to have him as a friend. Victor found the Siren Queen by her lair. He had taken no one with him. He hoped he hadn't made a mistake by coming here.
You have come alone? Either you are very brave or very foolish,
the Siren Queen said. Her voice was hoarse. Victor saw the injury at the side of her neck, the one caused by Richard's arrow. The Siren Queen could not sing for long, and that would give him enough time to kill her.
I don't need anyone else to destroy you,
Victor said calmly.
Is that the real reason, or is there something else? Afraid someone you love might get hurt?
The Siren Queen cackled.
The Siren Sisters told me what you did for the Sea King's daughter. How they missed you. How they missed their Victor, those silly sirens. It was a pleasure gutting them and crushing their bones.
You are a monster, Victor said. You tricked the Siren Sisters to do your dirty deed, and then you killed them mercilessly.
It wouldn't have happened if you didn't abandon them,
the Siren Queen said with a wicked smile.
All for what? For someone who doesn't even care for you?
Victor was numb as the Siren Queen's words twisted at him like a knife.
Forget the Sea King's daughter. She will never love you. She will always see you as her enemy. Come, join me, Victor. Together we will rule the entire world, the Siren Queen said.
I don't care for power. It only destroys, Victor said. The hunger for power consumed my mother. It will not let your twisted words and manipulation stop me from what I came here to do.
What do you plan to do, Victor?
The Siren Queen asked.
You think you can stop the Siren Queen?
Yes, I plan to do exactly that,
Victor said with a grin. Before the Siren Queen could start her terrible call, Victor cast a spell to stop her voice. He saw with delight when the Siren Queen opened her mouth, but no voice came out. She held her throat in surprise, and then gave a snarl as she leapt forward with her sharp talons. Victor easily dodged her attack. She lashed out her serpent-like tail, but missed Victor again.
Is that the best you can do?
Victor grinned. He sent out a ball of flame with his hand, but the Siren Queen simply batted it away. He tried again, but the Siren Queen remained untouched. The Siren Queen finally gave a menacing smile. She had been toying with Victor. Victor was taken aback when he heard the Siren Queen's voice in his head.
No, Victor. I have only just started. You cannot imagine the depths of my magic,
the Siren Queen said. The Siren Queen was controlling Victor's thoughts. He couldn't do anything to stop her voice in his mind.
You are mine, Victor.
Victor couldn't fight the Siren Queen's voice anymore. The Siren Queen watched with delight as Victor's eyes turned completely black. They looked like two bottomless chasms. Come here, boy. You shall be my new pet. A creature more terrible and terrifying than my last one,
the Siren Queen said to Victor. Like a puppet, Victor swam towards her and stood by her side. Victor could not hear or see anything except one voice, his master's voice. The world disappeared, only to be replaced by shadows. He didn't trust anyone. His master's voice became his eyes and ears.
Go with my army to the surface. Bring me more souls, the Siren Queen commanded. Destroy all that stand in your way.
Yes, my queen, Victor replied.
Richard had been waiting with his army since dawn. The last of the sunlight disappeared over the horizon. There still weren't any signs of the dark sea creatures. Perhaps they wouldn't attack here, Richard worried. As darkness took over, he saw one figure emerge from the water, then thousands more. Richard watched with horror as the army rose from the depths of the oceans. Hideous creatures of all shapes and sizes crawled out of the ocean. They had monster teeth and sharp claws. Their faces were like those of the undead. A thick mist surrounded them, making them appear even more terrible. Their eyes shone red through the mists. Richard had a feeling that they would come to Rivershelm rather than Kingsbourne, where he had sent his father and King John. It was all up to his army now. They had to stop this terror from advancing too far into the kingdom. He would have to stop them from collecting souls and adding to the power of the Siren Queen. The sea army gave a guttural cry as they advanced forward. Richard watched in horror as they ripped the throats of his men with their talons. Their eyes showed no mercy. They were black, bottomless pits. The clash of swords was everywhere as Richard's army fought bravely. Just when he thought they stopped the sea army from advancing, he saw another terrible creature emerge from the ocean. He was not using any weapons. He simply raised his arm, and countless men fell before him. Prince Richard gasped when he realized who it was. It was Victor. There was nothing that remained of his old friend in the eyes of this monster. For the first time in his life, Richard felt all hope fade from his heart. Prince Richard realized that the only way to stop Victor was with his bow and arrow. It would be useless to fight with his sword. He would have to pierce his heart with his arrow. Just as he locked his arrow in place, he saw someone move in front of Victor. Victor swiped his arm at the soldier, and Prince Richard saw the helmet fly off, revealing long golden hair. Prince Richard dropped his weapon. It was Isabel. How did she get here? Richard panicked. He couldn't shoot Victor while she was in front of him. She was trying to stop Victor with her sword.
Isabel, get out of the way, Prince Richard yelled. I can't shoot when you are in front of him.
No, don't shoot him. It's Victor,
Isabel pleaded. Isabel had snuck in with the army. She would not sit idly by while her kingdom was in trouble.
He will kill you. It is not the Victor that you know anymore, Richard said.
He is in there somewhere. We need him to listen and break from his spell,
Isabel said.
Victor, wake up!
Victor wasn't listening to anyone but his master. He gave a menacing smile, and a sword made of crystal appeared in his hands. He advanced towards Isabel. When their swords met, sparks flew in the air. Isabel could only block his attacks. She didn't want to hurt Victor. He is the person who had been so kind to Joshua. She didn't want to hurt the person who brought her to the love of her life.
Victor, this is not you,
Isabel said. Her breath was coming fast. It was hard to keep fighting when Victor was faster and stronger than her. She suspected he was only toying with her, that he could have finished her in seconds if he really wanted to. That gave her some hope that perhaps the real Victor was still alive inside the monster that stood in front of her.
Victor, remember who you are,
Isabel cried. She was terrified when Victor spoke. His voice was harsh as he laughed.
I am my master's most loyal servant,
Victor said with a hiss. His voice didn't sound human. It was cold and menacing.
No, that is not you,
Isabel said.
Who am I then?
Victor asked.
You are a friend. You are under a spell. Try to remember, Victor,
Isabel pleaded.
What is there to remember?
Victor said with a snarl.
That you are good, that you are kind,
Isabel said.
That you are loved.
The monster in Victor roared at the word love. Victor raised his arm and sent a fireball towards Isabel. Isabel saw the incoming fireball and couldn't do anything but close her eyes. She felt someone shove her out of the way and then heard them scream in pain. She opened her eyes and saw Joshua clutching his arm. His arm glowed and turned completely black, like burning coals in his forge. Joshua had pushed her out of the way and took the hit himself.
Joshua!
Isabel screamed. Her sword fell to her side as she rushed to embrace him. Both of them were on the ground, with Victor looming above them.
Victor, my friend, wake up!
Joshua pleaded, still clutching his burned arm. Victor wavered. He saw only shadows in front of him, shadows that spoke of evil things. When the voice talked about love, Victor knew they were trying to deceive him. Only his master, the Siren Queen, loved him. He shot a fireball out of his hand in anger. Victor heard a cry and a different voice speaking to him. He heard that voice before. An image of Joshua's face appeared clearly in one of the shadows on the ground.
Joshua?
Victor thought, as if waking from a dream. Joshua was telling him to wake up. The Siren Queen felt her army was losing on the surface. She felt Victor wavering as well. The humans might break Victor out of her spell, the Siren Queen thought. She summoned her forces back into the ocean. She would have to get the trident from Brutus first, and then deal with the humans later. Victor shook his head as he heard his master's voice summoning him back to the ocean.
The shadows are trying to deceive you,
she said to Victor.
Come back to me. Yes, my queen,
Victor said as he turned back to the water. Isabel watched as Victor retreated to the water, and along with him, the terrible army of sea creatures. She saw him waver at Joshua's voice.
Joshua, why?
Isabel cried.
Why did you risk your life to save me?
Because my life is nothing without you in it, Isabel, Joshua said. Because your life is more precious to me than mine. Before Isabel could say anything to Joshua, she saw Richard running towards them. Richard saw everything that happened, but had been helpless to do anything.
We need to take him to a healer right away,
Richard said to Isabel as he saw Joshua writhe in pain. Isabel nodded. Richard called out to his general to send for help. Isabel watched as the healers took Joshua away on a stretcher. The battle had lasted only minutes, and Richard had lost hundreds of soldiers. Things would only get more dire if the Siren Queen was not stopped. Now that Victor was under her spell, all hope seemed to fade from Richard's heart. Isabel went to the infirmary where they were treating Joshua. She looked at his bandaged arm and saw him laying still on the bed. The healers had given him something to fall asleep and to lessen the pain.
How is he?
Isabel asked one of the healers. We are not sure. This night is critical. He is burning up with fever. If he survives the fever, he may live to see another day, the healer replied grimly. His injury is severe. We did all we could to lessen his pain. Isabel was numb with shock. She nodded her head to the healer to show she understood the gravity of the situation. Isabel walked to the side of the bed and held Joshua's uninjured hand. His body was very warm because of his fever. She heard him moan out her name.
I am so sorry, Joshua. It is because of me you are here,
Isabel said as tears fell down her cheek.
I have always been reckless, but I never thought it would hurt someone I love.
Sarah heard what happened on the battlefield and rushed to see her younger sister. She heard Isabel was in the infirmary, so she ran all the way until she saw her. Isabel was sitting by the bedside of someone who had their arm bandaged. She is uninjured and alive, Sarah thought with relief.
Isabel,
Sarah said, and saw her look up at her.
Sarah,
Isabel said with tears glistening in her eyes. Sarah rushed and embraced her younger sister.
I was so worried that something had happened to you,
Sarah cried.
I am okay,
Isabel said with a small voice.
Joshua saved my life, and I owe him everything,
Sarah said, looking at Joshua.
I am so sorry, Isabel. I should have told you everything.
Isabel now understood her sister's fears. She understood why Sarah kept secrets from her. She was ashamed to meet Sarah's eyes.
Perhaps you were right to keep secrets from me. I acted as you feared,
Isabel said. You might have saved us all, Isabel, Richard said. Both Sarah and Isabel looked up at him, surprised, as he walked in the infirmary.
You are not angry with me, brother-in-law?
Isabel asked.
I acted foolishly.
I saw what happened, Isabel.
I would have killed Victor if you weren't there to stop me, Richard said.
You would have killed Victor?
Sarah asked in shock. He was under the Siren Queen's spell. I was going to kill him, but Isabel stopped me. Isabel saved me from making a terrible mistake. There still might be something of Victor remaining. I pray Ariana can get through to him, Richard said.
She is the only hope we have left,
Isabel said.
Only she can save Victor now. What happened to the monster army?
Sarah asked. They retreated when Victor did. I don't think they will return tonight. I still have my army stationed if anything changes, and they will let us know, Richard said. From now onwards, we will not keep any secrets from each other, especially Isabel. Sarah nodded her head, and Isabel smiled slightly. How is he? Richard asked Isabel about Joshua.
The healer said that this night is critical,
Isabel said.
We all pray that he survives, Isabel,
Sarah said.
I will stay here if you don't mind,
Isabel said. Sarah and Richard left to give Isabel privacy with Joshua. They stayed outside the infirmary all night, waiting to see if his condition improves. Through the night, Isabel held his hand and talked to him. His fever went down gradually, and early in the morning, Joshua opened his eyes.
You are awake! How are you feeling, Joshua?
Isabel asked. With you by my side, how could I not be better, Isabel? Joshua said with a weak smile. Isabel cried with relief.
Why did you do it, Joshua? You could have died.
I did it because I had to. I did it because I love you, Isabel. I will gladly do it again, Joshua said. Isabel cried again.
I will never let you risk your life for me again. I love you too, Joshua. I don't know what I did to deserve your love.
You trusted me, even if I was a nobody. You didn't see me like others did, Isabel. You didn't care about titles and wealth. You cared for me as I was, and made me believe my life was worth something, Joshua said. Isabel smiled as Joshua leaned forward to kiss her forehead. She held on to him as Sarah and Richard came in the room. Joshua, you are alive, my friend, Richard said with a smile. Sarah was smiling too. She had never seen Isabel so happy and was glad for her sister. Any word about Victor? Joshua asked. Do we know anything about what is happening with the Siren Queen? None so far. I am afraid we can't do anything but wait. We will find out the outcome of the battle soon enough, Richard said grimly. I hope for the world's sake that Victor breaks from his spell. I have seen Victor broken. I have seen him pick up the pieces and build himself again, Joshua said. He will find that strength, and he will save us all. Chapter 27. Ariana helped the citizens of the floating kingdom find safe passage to the ancient underground citadel. She stayed with her father until every last of the merfolk were safe. She blasted any dark creature that tried to stop them. Ariana now wanted to find Victor. The Sea King embraced his daughter and gave her his ring. Brutus stayed inside the underground citadel as the last defense against the Siren Queen. The armies of his allies stood guard in front of the citadel. Brutus prayed they would stop the Dark Sea army from infiltrating the underground citadel. Ariana could not find Victor anywhere. She searched in vain, but retreated once she saw the Siren Queen approach with her Dark Sea army. There in the front of her army stood Victor. He was under the Siren Queen's control.
Surrender now and accept what is inevitable,
the Siren Queen said.
The ocean stands against you. We will not let you win. We will not let you destroy our home,
Ariana said. The armies of all the allied kingdoms beat their shields with their swords in solidarity. Ariana felt her courage rise.
We will see how long you all last before the might of my army,
the Siren Queen said. She signaled her army to attack. Ariana heard the cries of battle all around her. Victor stayed where he was, near the Siren Queen, waiting for her command. As the army of the allied kingdoms pushed back, the Siren Queen ordered Victor to attack. Ariana shuddered as his expression turned menacing.
Take care of the Selkie army,
the Siren Queen ordered him. Victor waved his hand and threw a huge portion of the Selkie army away, like matchsticks in a hurricane. Ariana felt all hope drain away from her. Victor had been at her side through everything.
To see him being under the control of the Siren Queen felt like the world was ending.
Now, I want you to finish the princess. Kill her,
the Siren Queen commanded. Victor cast a spell, and a huge ball of flame erupted from his hands. Ariana diverted his attack, but did nothing else. Victor growled and moved forward, and then the dance began. He would launch attack after attack, and Ariana would simply dodge and move out of the way. To those watching them, it seemed like they were doing a dance rather than fighting. Their moves perfectly synchronized to one another. Ariana thought about her dance with Victor under the moonlit sky. He had been in love with her then, but she only saw him as her opponent. She hadn't trusted Victor, even if she agreed to dance with him. Now, it was Victor who saw her as his enemy, someone he wanted to destroy. And Ariana? She would have given her life to see Victor be himself again, to see the light come back in his eyes, rather than the darkness that had taken over.
Please, Victor, it's me, Ariana.
Ariana pleaded, hoping that some part of him would remember. She thought she saw Victor waver. Ariana watched as Victor shook his head, as if trying to shake off the Siren Queen's spell. Whatever it was, it soon passed as she saw Victor send another ball of flame towards her. She had been too distracted. It was too late for her to get out of the way. Ariana closed her eyes and felt the ball of flame pass over her head. Victor had missed? She turned to see that Victor had incinerated one of the Siren Queen's hideous sea creature. She hadn't seen it advancing for her. Had Victor saved her? Ariana thought. Did it mean that he was not under the Siren Queen's spell anymore?
Enough,
the Siren Queen said.
I will finish her myself.
She lunged her claws at Ariana, but stopped short of her throat. Victor was holding the Siren Queen back with his magic. His eyes were no longer black, but had returned to normal. Ariana saw the lightning in Victor's eyes.
Ariana, get out of the way,
Victor said. The Siren Queen screamed. She gave out another terrifying call, and Victor held his ears in anguish. He was resisting her spell, but that was all he could do.
You are a useless creature,
the Sea Queen spat at Victor. This time she lunged towards Victor.
No!
Ariana screamed as she jumped in front of Victor, taking the brunt of the Siren Queen's attack.
Ariana!
Victor yelled and helplessly watched her slump on the ocean floor. The Siren Queen's attack had disintegrated Ariana's immortality ring completely, but she had dropped her father's ring. It rolled on the floor, stopping in front of Victor. The Sea King's ring remained unbroken.
What good is the king's ring without him to yield it?
The Siren Queen laughed. Victor picked up the ring. It felt heavy in his hands.
I shall wear it and I will destroy you,
Victor said with courage.
You think you can destroy me? Greater beings have fallen before me, for I am an ancient and terrible power,
the Siren Queen hissed. Victor put the ring on and felt a power like he had never felt before. He thought that his body could not bear the burden. He fell to his knees, unable to stand anymore. The Siren Queen laughed.
You who cannot bear wearing it intend to use its full power? You do not have the heart or the courage, boy.
Victor thought that perhaps the Siren Queen was right. He was too weak for the ring's power. He would perish long before she could kill him. But then he heard a voice deep inside of him. It was his mother's voice.
Victor, my son, get up.
His mother had sacrificed her life for him. Victor would not let that go in vain. It was the Sea King's voice.
I entrust you with protecting the ocean.
Victor will protect the king's trust in him. He will not forget his responsibility. It was the voices of Onyx, Amber, and Scarlet.
We were too late to see it, but her hunger for destruction is insatiable. Destroy her, Victor, before she destroys the world.
Victor will not forget the Siren Sisters. He will kill the Siren Queen before she goes too far. It was the voices of the human mothers who lost their children. They were crying,
She took our children away from us. Do not let her take any more souls.
Victor will fight on their behalf. He will not let the Siren Queen win. It was Ariana's voice.
Save the kingdom, Victor. Save all you love.
Ariana had saved him from the Siren Queen. She had taken her attack by jumping in front of him.
Oh, Ariana,
Victor thought. The voices filled his heart with courage. Victor stood up to face the Siren Queen. The Siren Queen laughed.
You are determined to die. No one can save you now.
There is no one left to save you.
No one expected the Sea Witch's son to be the hero of the story. Not even me, Victor said with a wicked grin. But here we are. Victor summoned all of his power and unleashed it on the Siren Queen. At first, she laughed, shielding herself from his power. She thought he would get weaker. But as his power grew, the Siren Queen screamed. Victor summoned a great bolt of lightning and struck it at the Siren Queen's heart. She gave a terrible scream until she crumbled before his eyes. Victor had done it. He had used the ring's full power and destroyed the Siren Queen. He took one last look at Ariana before the darkness consumed him. Victor knew he was in the other world when he saw his father Vladimir in front of him. "Father?" Victor said as the darkness cleared. His father still looked like he was made of mist. "My son, my warrior, I am so proud of you, my dear boy." Vladimir beamed with joy. "All of us are." Vladimir pointed to two other figures that appeared. It was Helena and Ursula, Queen of the Seven Seas and Empress of the Dark Lands. Both had come to see him. They, too, like his father, appeared like mists. "Am I dead?" Victor asked. "Is this the other world?" "It is a glimpse of the other world, my dear. It is not your time. Your trials have just ended, and you have a long life ahead of you before you come here," Helena said kindly. "My dear son," Ursula said. She looked happier than Victor had ever seen her. "You did what I couldn't." "I am sorry, Mother. I am sorry for what I said to you," Victor said, with tears falling down his cheek. "It was so wrong of me to think that you didn't love me." "You were the one bright spot remaining in my life after Vladimir died," Ursula said. "I am sorry that I let the darkness take over my heart." Victor reached out his hand to touch his mother, but she was like mist in his hands. "I wish I could embrace you, Victor," Ursula wept. She kissed Victor's forehead, and he felt a soothing feeling in his heart. Victor felt it again when his father placed a hand on his shoulder. "Go back now, Victor. Now is not your time," the three of them said together. "Before you go, Victor, send a message to my husband, Brutus. Tell him I forgave him. Tell him I will wait for him in the other world," Helena said, smiling. Victor nodded his head. "Be well," his father said, smiling. "I love you, son." "I love you too, my angel boy," Ursula said, beaming. Victor stopped himself from breaking, from falling apart at their loving words. "Take good care of Ariana," Helena said, smiling. Victor watched as the three misty figures waved to him and disappeared into the darkness. Victor opened his eyes. He was back in the underwater realm again. Victor looked at the Sea King's ring. So this was what his mother had wanted all this time, he thought. Victor had the ring to rule the seven seas, but he did not want it. Victor's thought went towards Ariana. He rushed towards her and held her in his arms. She was not waking. He called out her name, but she didn't answer. In a last desperate attempt, Victor placed the Sea King's ring on her finger. He felt himself breathe again when Ariana finally stirred. "Victor?" Ariana asked weakly. Victor felt he could cry with joy. "Yes, it is me. You are alive, Ariana," Victor said, but Ariana was crying bitterly. "Are you hurt?" Victor exclaimed. "No, my ring is gone, and so is my father's," Ariana said. "You still have your father's ring. You are wearing it," Victor said. "What happened to the Siren Queen?" Ariana asked, finally out of her stupor. "She is dead. She is but a bad dream of the past," Victor replied. "I have to go to father. I need to give him his ring back," Ariana said, but as she rose, she fell on the floor again. Victor said nothing about the ring. It was not his decision to make, but he listened to Ariana's wish. As she was too weak to swim, he carried her in his arms back to her father, the Sea King. Brutus refused to take his ring back. Ariana pleaded with her father, but it was no use. "Why, father?" Ariana cried. "Why are you doing this?" "You are all that I have left of her, my dear daughter. I hope that when I see Helena next, she would forgive me for what I did to her.
Brutus replied with a sad smile. Ariana's heart broke, but she knew she couldn't say anything to her father to change his mind. Chapter 28. The armies of the Water Kingdoms took care of the remaining dark creatures. They destroyed most of them. Now that the Siren Queen, their master, was killed, those few dark creatures that remained scattered in the ocean again. The Ocean Kingdom celebrated the defeat of the Siren Queen. Brutus embraced both Victor and Ariana. They asked his permission to go tell the mortal world of their victory. The Sea King gave them his blessing to do so. When Ariana went to the surface with Victor, she expected to find only Richard and Sarah. She was surprised to see Isabel with them. There was another stranger with them. She had not met him before.
"Joshua!"
Victor cried. Joshua came forward and embraced Victor. Ariana saw his arm was wrapped fully in bandages.
"I thought I killed you,"
Victor said, looking crestfallen at Joshua's injury.
"How was your arm?"
"It will heal. What news do you have?" Joshua asked anxiously.
"What is happening in the oceans?" Richard asked. "We saw a blinding lightning. It got quiet after that. The dark creatures didn't attack again either." "The Siren Queen is dead. We are safe now,"
Victor said, smiling. The mortals all sighed in relief. All of them were smiling now that their worlds were out of danger.
"How are you, Ariana?"
Isabel asked.
"I am better, thanks to all of you,"
Ariana said.
"What happens now?"
Sarah asked.
"I think it is time for a celebration," Richard said. "I could think of one wedding at least."
Richard looked towards Joshua and Isabel. Isabel blushed, and Joshua looked happier.
"There will also be a coronation for Ariana. She will ascend as Queen of the Seven Seas,"
Victor said.
"And there will be one for Victor, too,"
Ariana said.
"Invitations are in order, then?"
Richard said, smiling.
"Yes, we will send you our invitations,"
Victor promised.
"How will you be sending your message? Your last message traumatized poor Richard. The albatross pecked at him until he paid attention to it,"
Sarah said, smiling.
"The bird shocked him even more when it started speaking."
"I'm glad to know I was a source of Richard's nightmare. I will try to use a less aggressive spell and a less aggressive bird,"
Victor said, smiling.
"I might send a sparrow this time."
"All birds have sharp beaks,"
Richard said nervously.
"as long as I know what bird to look out for."
Everyone laughed. Isabel had always been headstrong and determined, and her parents knew that of their two daughters, she was the most likely to follow her heart. The king and queen of Rivershelm were happy that Isabel had found love and happiness again. She and Joshua got married. At their wedding ceremony, both Victor and Ariana attended. Isabel blessed the moment she ran into Victor, when her fortune had turned for the good. Richard, Sarah, Isabel, and Joshua attended the coronation in the floating kingdom. Victor had enchanted them to move and breathe underwater. They looked in awe at the Crystal Palace. They were intimidated at the sight of the Sea King on his throne. The Sea King Brutus asked the mortals to stand before him. They stood nervously in front of the throne.
"This is the first time we have invited mortals to our realm," Brutus said, his voice booming. "You have saved both our worlds. For that I am grateful."
The mortals all bowed before him.
"For your help, I will grant you this blessing. Wherever your ships sail in the oceans, you will find gentle waters. They will never come across the storm. I will grant your ships safe passage as long as they sail,"
Brutus said. The mortals thanked him for his gift. They waited for the coronation to begin. They had come for both of their friends, Ariana and Victor. As she wore her father's ring, Ariana took his place on the throne. She was the new ruler of the Seven Seas. They made her crown of pearls, diamonds, and starlight. Brutus placed her crown on her head, and the entire kingdom cheered her name. They all bowed, Victor, Sarah, Richard, Isabel, and Joshua included, to their new underwater queen. Similarly, Victor took over his mother's magic and took on her responsibilities in the ocean. The first thing that Victor did when he reached his castle was to remove all the stone statues from his mother's garden. As soon as he removed them, they turned to sea glass. Victor spread them in every corner of the ocean. Victor then tossed her crown of dark pearls back to where it belonged, in the dead realm. He hoped never to see the dark thing ever again. Victor's new crown was made of silver and lightning. Brutus crowned Victor to be the Dark Emperor of the Darklands. The entire kingdom erupted in cheers at his crowning. The celebration lasted for hours. The mortal and underwater kingdoms had survived. They did it by working together to defeat the Kraken and the Siren Queen. Most of the mortal world remained unaware of the underwater realm. For those mortals who knew, they took part in the victory and the celebration. Victor visited the bookseller for the last time. The bookseller greeted him warmly, surprised to see Victor walk in through the doors of his bookshop. "My friend, you have returned! I thought it was about time that I saw you again," the bookseller said with a smile.
"Yes, I am glad to see you too, though I had feared I might not see you again,"
Victor said. "Not see me again? I hope all is well. Were you caught in a dangerous adventure on your travels?" the bookseller asked with concern.
"The most dangerous kind. I escaped with my life,"
Victor said. "I am glad that you are alive and well, my friend. You know I live my adventures through stories and books. You cannot just tell me about a dangerous adventure without giving more details," the bookseller said, laughing.
"I have something better. This is for you,"
Victor said as he handed the bookseller a gift. It was a book. The bookseller was surprised as he looked at Victor's book cover. The title read, "Mermaid Lores." The book cover gleamed like it was made from mother of pearl. "Where did you find this book? I have never come across one before. I thought I had seen all books on mermaids," the bookseller said with surprise.
"You won't find it anywhere else, as this is the only copy in the world," Victor replied.
"The only copy? You are giving me a priceless gift," the bookseller exclaimed.
"I wouldn't have given it to anyone else,"
Victor replied. "Can I read it now? I am afraid I don't have the patience to wait," the bookseller asked.
"I was hoping you would say that,"
Victor replied. The bookseller closed the bookshop and took Victor in the back room, where he had a cozy reading nook. Stacks of books surrounded the area, books that the bookseller was going through. The bookseller made tea for them both, and he sat to read through the pages of the book Victor had given him. "It says that it is written by Victor, the Sea Witch's son?" the bookseller asked.
"Yes, that is me," Victor said.
"You wrote it?" the bookseller asked, surprised. "Are you telling me you are a mermaid?"
"Yes. This is a book about our lores, both ancient and newer ones," Victor replied.
"That is amazing. Let me wrap my head around the idea. I am not sure if you are jesting with me or not," the bookseller said.
"You can read the book in its entirety before deciding,"
Victor said calmly. The bookseller started reading the book, starting with the ancient lores. The book talked about magic and magical rings, Siren Queen, and the Kraken. "I have never heard of such a ring. Are you saying this ring could give mermaid the ability to appear human?" the bookseller asked.
"Yes, it is the source of my power. That is how I can visit you,"
Victor replied truthfully. "And there is such a thing as the Siren Queen and the Kraken?" the bookseller asked.
"They were. You will find more answers as you read through the book,"
Victor said. "Yes, of course. Forgive me. This is just too astounding," the bookseller said.
"There is no need to apologize. I am sure you will have more questions, and I will be happy to answer them. But I think it would be better if you not ask about the conclusion before reaching the end of the story,"
Victor said. "I understand. Thank you for being patient, Victor. I will reserve my questions until I reach the end," the bookseller said. Victor grabbed a book himself, while he waited for the bookseller to complete his book. Victor saw the bookseller reading intently. His cup of tea remained untouched on the table. Finally, the bookseller turned the last page of Victor's book, and he was deep in thought.
"What are your thoughts? Though I have many magical abilities, I cannot read minds,"
Victor said. The bookseller smiled. "I know some of your abilities now, including your human appearance. Can you show me another?" Forgive me if you think I'm being skeptical. I'm not doubting you, Victor. I am curious to see magic for myself, the bookseller said eagerly. The bookseller grabbed his cup of tea, but put it down again, disappointed that it had gone cold. Certainly, Victor replied. He waved his hand over the cup, and the bookseller watched in surprise, steam coming from the tea which had gone cold. This is remarkable and so useful, the bookseller said, laughing. Yes, though it can be a burden, Victor said sadly. I am sorry about your mother, Victor, the bookseller said. Thank you, Victor said simply. I didn't understand my mother when she was alive. I know now that she loved me with all her heart. Yes, she did. I wanted to ask you about the girl you were with the first time you came in this bookshop. Was that Ariana, the Sea King's daughter? Was she the mermaid I saw that night? Yes, that was her, Victor replied. The second time you came in the shop, you were in great danger. You had turned mortal and were on the brink of death. I wish you would have told me, the bookseller said. I didn't want to burden anyone. I thought I would be dead before long, Victor said. And the book I gave you about ships and sailing was the one you got the idea about defeating the Kraken? The bookseller asked. Yes, I am grateful you gave me that book, Victor said. So, what are your final thoughts? Do you believe the story? I believe it, but I don't think anyone else will, the bookseller exclaimed. I can't believe I am part of your grand adventure, that I am part of mermaid lore. Yes, no longer can you claim you live through books, as you are now part of one, Victor said. I don't care about anyone else believing. I wanted to let you know how you helped me in my greatest hour of need. Thank you for your kindness. The bookseller was too moved to say anything. I think the universe has been too kind to me. Ever since I saw Mermaid as a lad, I spent my life obsessing. No one else believed me, but I kept believing. This is vindication of the best kind, the bookseller said with tears in his eyes. Thank you, Victor, for sharing with me your life, your pain, and your journey. Victor bowed his head in response. I am afraid this is the last time we can meet, my friend. My responsibilities have increased in the ocean. I cannot risk your life meeting you, Victor replied sadly. I sensed that somehow. You were sharing your story before you came to say goodbye. There is one last question I have to ask you, Victor. Please don't go without telling me, the bookseller pleaded. Victor was surprised at his request. What do you want to know? He asked. Did the Sea Witch's son and the Sea King's daughter get together? The bookseller asked. You saved that question until the end, didn't you? Victor said, smiling. Yes, they are together at long last. Their story has a happy ending. Ariana thought her life was meant only for heartbreak. It was unlikely that her heart would ever heal again. But her heart would heal, and the Sea King lived for one more year. It was more than Ariana had hoped for. On Brutus's deathbed, Victor finally gave him Helena's message. After I fought the Siren Queen, for a few moments, I saw a glimpse of the other world. I saw my mother and father there, and I also saw Queen Helena. The Queen told me she has forgiven you. She told me she is waiting for you in the other world, Victor said sadly. Ariana looked at Victor quietly. Her eyes were full of tears. Brutus smiled. I know. I will meet her soon. Brutus looked at Ariana and Victor one last time before taking his final breath. Ariana wept as she held her father's hand. Her father looked so peaceful. Victor bowed to his king one last time. The Sea King left for his final journey to the other world. He left for Helena, the love of his immortal life. All the kingdoms sent their tributes to Brutus at his funeral. The ocean had lost a great protector. The world had lost a great king. 1 week after Brutus's funeral, none of the royal court members could locate Ariana. The servant said Queen Ariana locked herself up in her bedroom all day, but Victor knew where she was. Victor took the familiar path as he swam through the forest of kelp. Queen Ariana was seen going in the Darklands. His patrol guard had informed him earlier. Sure enough, as soon as the forest of kelp ended, and Victor came to the jelly star field. He saw Ariana sitting there staring wistfully. She was looking at the jelly stars as they floated around her and spun up and down. Ariana was queen now, the crown on her head showing her status as the new ruler of the seven seas. Victor felt a surge of power and magic in the ocean as he swam closer to her. She didn't have the trident with her, but it didn't matter. Even without the trident by her side, Ariana was now the most powerful creature under the water. But to Victor, Ariana looked as vulnerable as she did on her mother's funeral 6 years ago, the day when he had fallen in love with her.
Victor, I didn't see you coming,
Ariana said, surprised.
The Darklands belong to me now. You should ask my permission to be here, even if you are queen,
Victor said in a bored voice. Victor thought Ariana would be offended by what he said. He had meant to provoke her, but Ariana only smiled. It was a ghost of a smile, far different from her smiles of the past. That was all Ariana seemed to manage nowadays.
You were the one who first brought me here, Victor,
she said, reminiscing.
Yes, but I didn't think that you were fond of jelly stars then,
Victor said.
Things are different now,
Ariana replied.
I see them differently now.
Victor swam and sat next to her. Ariana stayed where she was, but was silent. Victor whistled a soft tune, and just like before, the jelly stars answered. They glowed all around, casting a luminous light around them. Victor watched the same wonder appear on Ariana's face as the first time she saw the jelly stars glowing. Ariana glowed with them like starlight.
You learned how to talk to them,
Victor said, looking at the jelly stars. It was a statement rather than a question. Ariana nodded. They sat together in silence again.
When I first brought you here, I was hopelessly in love with you. I couldn't say the words,
Victor admitted. Ariana looked at Victor with a sad expression.
Yes, things are different now,
Ariana said.
Both of us have changed.
Some things have changed. Others remain as they always have been,
Victor replied. Ariana didn't know what to make of Victor's words. She noticed that his expression had softened from before. Perhaps now she could talk to him about what was on her mind. Ariana built up her courage.
Thank you, Victor, for helping me with Father,
she said.
Thank you for everything you have done for the kingdom. No reward would be enough to repay your debt, but if there is anything I could give you, you only need to say it, and it is yours.
Victor looked at Ariana with surprise and laughed.
You want to repay me? You speak of debts and rewards, like it was not my king and kingdom I was also protecting,
Victor said.
I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me,
Ariana said, blushing. Victor looked at Ariana closely.
Why do you speak to me so, Ariana?
Victor asked.
When I imagined you as queen, this was not the image that I expected.
What did you expect?
Ariana asked.
Someone who was my equal, not someone who felt indebted to me,
Victor replied. Ariana stayed silent. Words failed her. Victor looked at her again. He seemed to weigh what he wanted to say next.
I was jealous of Ivan. I would have burned the world down in my rage,
Victor said. Ariana wasn't expecting Victor to say that. She startled at his honesty. He never told her how he felt before.
But I never would have wanted him dead. Not when he made you happy,
Victor said.
I know,
Ariana said.
I know you wouldn't harm him or anyone else like that.
It was time that she started being honest with Victor too, Ariana thought, especially when he was bearing his soul to her.
I didn't know Ivan well, but I wanted so much to believe him,
Ariana said.
That I could live a life in my mother's world. I wanted to believe in that.
Victor was listening to her carefully.
But I realized both worlds were flawed, and that I couldn't use one to escape the other,
Ariana said finally. Victor was not surprised at her words.
I understand now. The pull towards the mortal world. Being a mortal changed how I feel about the human world,
Victor said.
How do you feel about them now?
Ariana asked.
That humans can be our allies. They could be my friends,
Victor said.
The mortal world will be glad to have an ally in you, Victor,
No one would want the Dark Emperor of the Darklands as their enemy, Ariana said.
Victor gave a wicked grin. Oh, I still mean to terrorize everyone else. She hadn't seen Victor grin like that in ages. Ariana smiled. I miss your smile, Ariana, Victor said. He reached out a hand to push back the strand of hair that had fallen on her face. His touch was gentle. Ariana's heart started beating fast. She dare not imagine Victor forgiving her, let alone speak to her so warmly.
You are not angry with me, Victor? Do not be gentle with me, because I don't deserve it,
Ariana said, her words shaking. I was never angry with you, Ariana. I was only angry with myself, Victor replied.
But why? I was the one at fault. I broke your heart and did not see your love,
Ariana said. What I felt before was only a figment. You showed me what love truly is, Victor said. I said that things are different now, and they are. When I first brought you here, I was hopelessly in love with you and couldn't say the words. I don't think I could ever express them in words, but know this, Ariana. I feel deeper for you than I ever did before. Ariana was trembling. Victor looked at her shaking hands and took it in his own.
I thought you were indifferent to me for the longest time,
Ariana confessed.
Especially at the tournament.
I didn't make my feelings open or easy to understand, Victor said. Why do you think Naid lost as he did? Ariana looked surprised. Not only that, after he proposed to you, I also gave him a horn down there, Victor said, smirking. It made things very difficult for him. He couldn't take anyone to bed for a month. No wonder he got so cranky. Any longer, and he would have hacked the horn himself out of frustration. Victor laughed wickedly. His laugh sent electricity down Ariana's body. She hadn't heard him laugh like that in a long time.
That was you? You did all that to Naid?
Ariana said.
I didn't think you cared about what happened.
Oh, I cared. I cared long before we kissed, Victor said. My feelings only became stronger after that. Ariana blushed.
That kiss was because of the love spell.
The first kiss was, but I had already broken the spell before the second one, Victor said, his eyes twinkling.
But that spell you said?
Ariana asked, surprised. That I made up. I said it to stop you from being embarrassed, Victor said. I saw the look in your eyes. You were the one who wasn't sure if you were still under the spell.
So you knew, but you didn't tell me?
Ariana asked, blushing. I was waiting for you to figure it out, Victor said. I was waiting for you to understand how you felt about me, Ariana. Ariana sighed sadly. Victor had always been patient with her. She wasn't sure she deserved it.
How could I, when I was determined not to see you or your love? I wanted any reason to hate you, Victor,
Ariana said. I love you, Ariana, Victor said. I always will, if you accept my love, and I always will, even if you don't. Ariana trembled at Victor's words. She couldn't believe what he just said to her, that after all he went through, Victor still loved her. Just say one word, just say no, and I will never bother you again, Victor said.
What if I said yes?
Ariana asked.
Will you stay with me?
Victor stopped breathing.
If I say yes, Victor, what will you do?
Ariana asked again. I am not sure. I never thought that far, Victor said. He still seemed like he was in a daze. Ariana was crying. Her heart felt so full.
My answer is yes, Victor,
Ariana said. Say that again, Ariana, Victor said, not believing his ears.
My heart is yours, and yours alone, Victor, as long as I live,
Ariana cried. She took Victor's hand and kissed it. Victor leaned closer and kissed Ariana slowly. She felt every part of her body tremble.
I lost so much time, Victor. Time we could have been together,
Ariana said. Victor was smiling. He finally heard the words his heart had been yearning for. Victor took her in his arms and held her close to his chest. She could hear his heart beating, and it was the most beautiful sound. We have an eternity to spend together, my love, Victor replied. Ariana smiled, knowing there was no one else but Victor she would want to spend her immortal life with. For she was starlight, he was lightning. For she was his love, he was her everything. The end. This has been The Stone Mermaid, a dark fantasy romance story, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Dante Chandler. Copyright 2021 by Aisha Urooj. Production copyright by Aisha Urooj.